Hello and welcome. I'm John O'Hayes and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. And these are our top stories. Xi Jinping showcases China's military might in a grand parade that's been attended by Putin and Kim Jong-un, as Trump accuses the three leaders of conspiring against the United States. And on the sidelines of today's events in Beijing, Putin invites Kim Jong-un to Russia after they hold a 2.5-hour meeting together. Plus, thousands of Israeli reservists join a major military offensive on Gaza City as protests erupt outside Benjamin Netanyahu's home over the fate of its hostages. First, Chinese leader Xi Jinping has hailed his country's unstoppable rise as he showcased its military might in a grand parade marking the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II. In a speech, he has also said that the world faces a choice between peace and war. His comments seem to be presenting an alternative to Western-led global order, as Patrick Falk reports.
Dressed in a Mao suit, President Xi Jinping walked shoulder to shoulder with Russia's Vladimir Putin and North Korean leader Kim Jong-un as they headed for the start of Victory Day celebrations. It's the triangular alliance Beijing wants to project to the world, signaling unity between the West's foes. More than 50,000 spectators were present in Tiananmen Square to mark 80 years since the end of the Japanese War of Aggression. In his opening address, Xi outlined China's readiness to play a bigger role in shaping global order.
Today,
humanity once again faces a choice between peace and war, dialogue and confrontation, mutual benefit and zero-sum competition. The Chinese people firmly stand on the right side of history, on the side of human civilization and progress, committed to the path of peaceful development and working together with peoples of all countries to build a community with a shared future for humankind.
Tanks, missile launchers and all manners of military hardware rolled past audiences in the capital. Among the weapons displayed was the DF-61, a new land-based intercontinental missile. Various aerial drones and other hypersonic missiles were featured also. The last time China held a military parade was in 2019. What we saw this time has been described as a coming-out party for China's military modernization and a signal to the West of its growing capabilities. Reacting to events in Beijing, US President Donald Trump took to social media, posting a message saying, "Please give my warmest regards to Putin and Kim as you conspire against the United States of America." Also monitoring developments was Japan.
Japan has constantly pursued the path of a peaceful nation since the post-war period, striving to build a free and democratic country that respects human rights and the rule of law. We have consistently emphasized this position to China and communicated it to the international community on various occasions.
The parade culminates a week-long campaign to stoke pride and nationalism and to recast China's role in the Second World War against a foreign aggressor. For many of those participating, it was a rallying cry to unite in the face of economic uncertainty and tensions with the US. Patrick Falk, Al Arabiya English.
Now, following the parade, President Trump has accused the three leaders of conspiring against the United States. And in the last hour, he said he thought America should have been mentioned during China's speech. For more on this story, we're joined by Robert Kelly, the Professor of Political Science at Pusan National University in South Korea. Robert, first of all, thanks for joining us. As we said, Trump has said Xi, Putin and Kim have all been conspiring against the US. Do you think that they are being deliberately provocative here to against the US and also to the West? What's your opinion on this?
Well, I think there's a general fear or concern out there in Western strategic circles that Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran are growing together into some kind of axis. That's a sort of very common language you're hearing now, an axis of upheaval or resistance or something. I'm not sure how much of an axis it is, right? It's probably more like a gang, but there is this sort of debate out there. As for Donald Trump himself conspiring, I mean, that's very much Donald Trump's way of speaking on social media. He tends to sort of shoot his mouth off. And, it's not really clear to me that Donald Trump is thinking about these strategic issues very much. So my own sense is that's just kind of a typical Trumpian outburst. But it does kind of shadow the larger debate in the West about how much China, Russia, and North Korea are actually coordinating, specifically, for example, in Ukraine.
As we just saw as well, the post on Truth Social where he says, give my regards, it does seem a little bit tongue-in-cheek. And the Kremlin has brushed it off, saying that Trump was being ironic. Is this really the case, though? You've said that you think it's a very Trumpite thing to do. Do you think he's feeling threatened, perhaps, at this?
Well, I certainly think that in the West, right, there is this sense that the liberal international order is under pressure, not just, by the way, from these external forces, too, but also from Donald Trump himself, who doesn't seem to actually care too much for America's liberal allies, like Canada and NATO and so on. But there's this sense that authoritarian or illiberal forces in the world are rising, and that they are increasingly looking to rewrite the rules, particularly of the world economy, things like trade, the IMF, the use of the dollar, right? And that is being led mostly by China. China is the wealthiest authoritarian state easily out there, right? And other powers are sort of clustering around it, right? Russia, most obviously. Russia needs China's support in the Ukraine conflict, but also sort of smaller authoritarian powers, like Iran and North Korea, right? And all of them are kind of hoping to ride this train, if you will, with China in the lead, to sort of change the system, to make it more multipolar. That's the language that Vladimir Putin likes to use, right? Sort of overturn the leadership role the United States has had. Again, it's not clear to me, though, I mean, you came back to Trump. It's not clear to me that President Trump really understands this stuff very much, to be honest, right? I mean, Donald Trump tends to see international relations in a very personalized way. He's friends with Kim Jong-un, and therefore we should be able to fix things. I don't think that many scholars and analysts think international relations operates like that, but Trump's view is very personalistic, right? So if he gets along with Vladimir Putin, I guess things are okay.
Let's take it away from the US for a second. This is, as we said, the first time we've seen Putin, Xi and Kim all together on this global stage. So even aside from the US, which you've mentioned already, Robert, what message is it sending to the other US allies, specifically Europe?
Yeah, so the fact that you have the three of them together is actually pretty unique. So I work mostly on Korean issues out here in Asia, and it's very, very rare for the North Korean leader to actually leave the country, right? It's very, it's risky for dictators to leave the country because they might be overthrown in a coup and they're gone. This has been a pretty good threat for the North Koreans for a long time. I believe this is only the fourth or fifth trip that Kim Jong-un has made outside of the country. And the fact that he's coming together with Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin at the same time, I believe this is unique. Nothing like this has really happened ever, actually, since the end of the Cold War. And so I think that's why this is getting so much media attention, or even in the West, and even like CNN and so on are carrying the big parade, because there's this perception that we're getting real alignment here, that maybe it was a gang or something a year or two ago, but it's actually increasingly coming to serious cooperation, right? And if that's true, then, as you said, Europe, I think, is probably the one that's most at threat, of course, because Europe has, a big border with Russia. Europe is on the Eurasian sort of landmass, if you will. The United States is further away, so the United States can afford Donald Trump and his sort of erratic behavior on Twitter and saying all these kinds of outrageous things. But if you're U.S. allies, for example, South Korea or Japan, right, Poland, Ukraine, if you're near these states, right, it's very worrisome if they're all cooperating. So, for example, if I were Ukraine, I would be very concerned about this, right, because the more Russia gets cooperation from North Korea and China, the more it helps the Russians win the war.
Robert, we saw this as China using it somewhat to unveil new weapons, drones, nuclear missiles, and other concerns as well. How do you think the US and also the allies in the West should respond to something like this? Because it effectively is military posturing.
Right. So I think it's pretty clear at this point, and the parade, I think, makes this very clear, that the Chinese now see themselves in a direct military competition, a direct arms race with the United States, right? I mean, this is really starting to look like the Cold War all over again. There are distinctions and differences, but I think the larger framing that you have kind of a bipolar struggle between two large powers and their clusters of allies around them, and they're kind of in this competition over the rules of world order. I think that's what we're sliding towards. And it certainly seems to be how Xi Jinping wanted to present this parade and the day with these other leaders around him, that China's leading a bloc of states that want revision rather than just China alone. right? And so rolling out the hardware is a good way to do that, right? It looks like the Chinese really want to be able to go point to point with the Americans in terms of hardware. They want to have a blue water fleet. They want to have a large army, or particularly if it comes to invasion of Taiwan. They want to sort of match the Americans missile for missile, warhead for warhead. Chinese are building a lot of nuclear weapons at the moment. And so it looks a lot like the Cold War, right? Where you have sort of like this matching kind of competition. And the United States is pretty well postured for that. The United States has a lot of money and we can always build more. But the United States hasn't had a direct competitor like this since, the Soviets back in the early 1980s. This is quite new. And, I don't know if Donald Trump is up to it.
Robert Kelly in South Korea, thank you so much for joining us. We're going to continue on this story. On the sideline of the day's events in Beijing, Russia's Vladimir Putin and North Korea's Kim Jong-un met for a 2.5-hour meeting. The Russian president hailed the North Korea soldiers who are fighting alongside Russian forces in Ukraine. Meanwhile, Kim told Putin it was his country's fraternal duty to help as much as possible. Putin also invited the North Korean leader to Russia. Now, to continue this conversation, we're joined from Kiev by Ukrainian MP Yulia Surko. Yulia, we've seen Kim Jong-un tell Putin it's North Korea's fraternal duty to help Russia out. How concerned is Kiev about more weapons or even more troops that could be flowing into Moscow as a result of this meeting?
Hello from Kiev. Thank you for hosting me. And we in Ukraine already see North Korean influence and North Korean involvement in the war between Ukraine and Russia for over a year. So the soldiers, North Korean soldiers fighting in the front line. We have even prisoners of war from North Korea, as well as we see every day and every night we see North Korean missiles coming from Russia. So basically, North Korea already involved in the war for a few years in Ukraine. Today, it was just coming out, I would say. So they showed it purposely. It was a slap to the Trump's face, I would say. So they just show the unity of three authoritarian regimes, so to say, tyrannic club, or club of tyrants. They showed it openly for the whole world, and also showed the power, military power with weapons, with soldiers, etc. So I would say this is just the official part, because unofficially it started for a few years ago already with all these countries, with China, with Iran, with North Korea, who are supporting Putin in his war against Ukraine.
Just to pick up on the point that you mentioned there, North Korea's support is now on top of what your counterparts in Ukraine say is Iranian drone supply and Chinese backing as well. How much more difficult does this influx of support make the Ukrainian fight?
It is difficult, because if we are fighting only with Russia and Russia military power alone, I would say we already probably will win this war. We'll win with this war. But now, unfortunately, we have to fight against four countries, against Iranian drones, North Korean soldiers and missiles, and Chinese intelligence and spare parts. They are sending it in millions to Russia to construct and to build millions of drones and weapons. So that's making our life and fight much more difficult. And that's why we're asking our Western allies for the support of weapons and soldiers, and the support by unity, by financing, because we are basically already for a few years we are fighting against four heavily militarized and aggressive and authoritarian countries.
Yulia, let's talk about what's happening on the ground. Russian forces, as we know, are pushing even harder in Ukraine, specifically in Donbass and that region. Is this showing that Moscow feels braver? And now that we see this alliance with Beijing and Pyongyang, is there a sense of bravery that's there with Putin and his forces?
I would say it's opposite. I think Putin is struggling on the battlefield. So for the more than 1 year, he occupied only 0.3% of the territory of Ukraine. So which is very, very low with his capacity and with such authoritarian friends. But I think Putin feeling not comfortable because he is lack of people, lack of military in the army. They already started even drafting women from the prisons, and also he is not very comfortable with the amount of weapon he has to fight further. So basically, with all his capacity, he occupied, as I said, only 0.3% of the Ukrainian territory, and recently, for past few weeks, already deoccupied few villages in Donbas region and Kharkiv region. So moving out, we are actually pushing back Russians from the Donbas and from Kharkiv. So that's why I think he came to these big brothers and asking for help, and they are showing their muscles for the whole world, and particularly to Trump.
In Europe, meanwhile, President Zelensky is meeting Emmanuel Macron. That's later tonight. What are Ukraine hoping to get from France ahead of Thursday's coalition of the Willing Summit, which is going to take place?
France is one of the biggest and very well-equipped, military-equipped country in Europe. They are producing basically the whole range of weapons, as well as they have one of the powerful armies in Europe. So I think we all in Ukraine hope and we are thinking that if Europe will unite its army and also industrial base for military production, then it will be more powerful than Russia and Russian supporters. That's actually what we're expecting from Europe as the main supporter of Ukraine, because they are countries next doors to us. We have borders with them, with the European Union, and I think we don't need war on European Union continent and European Union territories. So we have to stop it on our territory, and that's why we are asking and hoping for European help, and as well as we see discussions about the European soldiers coming to help Ukrainian army.
Well, on the back of that meeting tonight, we've had it confirmed in the last hour that both Macron and Zelensky and other heads of state who are gathered are going to speak to President Donald Trump. In your opinion, what do you think President Zelensky needs to say to Donald Trump right now in order to have some action?
Probably he should say that Donald Trump, unfortunately, was mistaken about the friendship, about the possibility to split Russia from China. I think Trump expectations about the possibility that with the cooperation with Russia and that he could push back China from Russia, I think it was a mistake. So unfortunately, Russia, China, Iran and North Korea already so deeply linked between each other, and they are really linked not only by values and evil access, but also by finance, by resources, by economy, by labor force, etc., etc. So they unfortunately already deeply interconnected between each other. So there is no hope that that Putin will leave his big brother China and will do friendship with Trump. So Trump should be more realistic and understand that in order to deter China, you need to deter Russia. To get victory and Ukraine against Russia, and then you can deter China. Otherwise, there is no way how you can overcome and to be successful against these monsters.
Yulia Surko in Kiev, thank you so much for joining us. Now let's take a look at some of the other stories that are making the headlines today. At least 11 people have been killed in a US strike against so-called narco-terrorists. In a post on social media, President Trump has said that the military operation targeted members of the Venezuelan Tren de Aragua gang and says the strike was conducted on a vessel in international waters, supposedly transporting narcotics that were bound for the US. Meanwhile, in the UK, the government is planning to ban energy drinks for those who are under the age of 16. Now, no official date has been set for the ban if it is implemented, but it would stop anyone under that age from buying caffeinated drinks like Red Bull, Monster and Prime from shops, restaurants, cafes, vending machines and from online. Afghanistan has airdropped commandos into areas that have been devastated by the magnitude 6 earthquake that struck earlier this week and killed an estimated 1,400 people. It comes as the country has ramped up efforts to search for survivors and deliver food, shelter and medical supplies where needed. And finally, a jury in the US has cleared the rapper Cardi B of assault in a civil trial. That's after a security guard sued her for $24 million for an alleged fingernail attack. Imani Ellis has said that the US rapper cut her cheek with her 3-inch fingernails during a spat in 2018. The jury only took about an hour to clear the Grammy-winning rapper of the allegations. Thousands of Israeli reservists are now reporting for duty as the military pushes ahead with its offensive in Gaza City. Ground forces are moving into the outskirts while Israeli air and artillery strikes continue, with hospitals saying dozens of Palestinians have been killed since midnight. The United Nations has warned of beyond catastrophic consequences as nearly 1 million people remain trapped. For more on this story, I'm joined from Tel Aviv by our correspondent, Blake Sifton. Blake, first of all, thousands of Israeli reservists are now reporting for duty. That's what we're hearing. How quickly are these call-ups changing the size and also the strength of the Israeli military that are on the ground?
Good evening. We understand that some 40 to 50,000 of the 60,000 reservists who received call-up notices are now being mobilized. An additional 20,000 reservists who are currently serving are having the length of their service extended. Now, this high level of reservists are being mobilized because we understand that some 4 divisions of the Israeli military would be involved in the offensive to seize and occupy Gaza City. Now, of the reservists, we understand that many will go to the West Bank, they'll go to northern Israel, and they will replace active duty Israeli soldiers, and those soldiers would go to Gaza for this offensive. Now, yesterday, the reservists were meant to begin showing up for duty, and we understand that turnout was low, was much lower than it's been during previous emergency call-ups. And it's believed that that's because many reservists have served hundreds of days throughout the 23 months of this war. We've heard reports of exhaustion, and apparently many reservists are going to their commanders, and they're seeking exemptions on personal and financial rationale. And as well, yesterday, a group of reservists who are refusing to serve, refusing to report to duty because they are opposed to this offensive to seize and occupy Gaza City, held a press conference here in Tel Aviv. They said that that offensive on Gaza City would see the hostages harmed, would see Israeli soldiers killed, and they said it's illegal. They said they will not be involved, and they said that some 367 reservists have signed on to their pledge not to report to duty.
Blake, we're hearing that the forces, ground forces, are already there pushing towards Gaza City. What do we know about the scale of the offensive? How close are they actually to taking control in Gaza?
So these Israeli military operations on the outskirts of Gaza City are intensifying. There's been widespread airstrikes, heavy shelling from both tanks and artillery, and they're targeting the neighborhoods in Gaza City of Zaytun, of Sabra, of Shajaya, and the nearby city of Jabalia. Now, the Israeli military say that they are destroying Hamas infrastructure, that they are destroying tunnels, but residents have reported widespread destruction of buildings, including civilian homes, and satellite imagery shows that large swaths of these targeted neighborhoods have been reduced to rubble, in many cases have been completely flattened. Now, all of these operations are being viewed as shaping operations ahead of the main offensive to seize and occupy Gaza City, and that offensive is expected to begin in the coming weeks.
Blake, local hospitals saying more than 50 Palestinians have been killed since midnight. What picture is emerging of the humanitarian crisis and the toll on that inside Gaza City?
Well, thousands of Palestinians have fled these affected areas, these targeted areas on the outskirts of Gaza City, to neighborhoods in the west of Gaza City that until now is reasonably safe. We understand that the streets of those neighborhoods in Gaza City is now filled with the tents of the displaced. Municipal authorities in Gaza City have warned that these attacks in these neighborhoods on the outskirts is damaging the sewage system, and that the sewage system of the entirety of Gaza City is now at risk of collapse. Of course, if that were to happen, the spread of disease would be a very real possibility. As you said, the United Nations is warning that if this offensive goes ahead, it will have catastrophic consequences for the civilian population of Gaza City. And of course, the UN have also said that Gaza City is the epicenter of the famine that's already gripping much of Gaza.
Blake, at the same time, there's these protests that are intensifying there in Israel. We've seen cars set ablaze near Prime Minister Netanyahu's residence. What are demonstrators demanding in terms of a hostage deal at this time?
Quite simply, they want the hostages released and they want the war to end. As a first step, they want the Israeli government to accept the ceasefire and hostage release proposal that's currently on the table and that Hamas has already agreed to. And that deal would see the release of roughly half of the Israeli hostages still in captivity in Gaza, released during a interim 60-day ceasefire. Now, today, groups of the hostage activists escalated their actions with what they call a day of disruption. As you say, this morning, we saw trash cans as well as cars set on fire near Prime Minister Netanyahu's home. Members of Netanyahu's government have accused these activists of terrorism, and we understand the Shin Bet, Israel's domestic intelligence agency, is investigating them. Also, activists locked themselves on the rooftop of the National Library in Jerusalem near the Knesset. They blocked highways. They protested outside of ministers' homes. And tonight, they are holding what's expected to be a very large protest outside of the home of Benjamin Netanyahu in West Jerusalem.
Blake, while we have you, we are getting some breaking news. Israeli military says that it has identified a missile launch from Yemen, which is heading towards Israel. Do we know any more about that breaking news at this stage?
Yes, so that ballistic missile fired from Yemen sounded sirens in the Jerusalem area and parts of the West Bank. The Israeli military say that they intercepted it, that they shot it down. Now, that launch comes after an earlier launch earlier this morning that targeted central Israel, where I am. There were sirens here in Tel Aviv. The Israeli military say that they also successfully intercepted that missile. Now, these two attacks, presumably by the Houthis, come in response to the airstrikes last week by the Israeli military that targeted and killed the Houthis' prime minister, as well as various other officials in their government. That strike, that attack by the Israeli military came in response to a ballistic missile, a new type of ballistic missile that was fired at Israel some 2 weeks ago. That was a cluster munition. And these ballistic missiles, they arrive in the traditional way, but then when they're in the air over Israel, they break up into smaller bomblets and they become much harder to shoot down. And some of those smaller bombs did make contact. One landed in a garden of someone's home in Israel. And while we did see the use of some of those cluster ballistic missiles during the war with Iran, this is the first time that the Houthi militia has used one.
Lake Sifton in Tel Aviv, thank you so much for joining us. We're moving over now to the Venice Film Festival, where a new movie about the killing of a 5-year-old Palestinian girl in Gaza will make its debut today. The voice of Hind Rajab has been apparently backed by Brad Pitt and also Joaquin Phoenix, and it's set inside the dispatch centre of the Palestinian Red Crescent Society Rescue Services. The director and the girl's mum hope that the movie will draw attention to Gaza's suffering and will help end the war. For more on this story, we are joined from Venice by journalist Alina Trapattoni. Alina, thanks for chatting to us. First of all, the movie and Stop the Genocide has been clearly hitting hard in Venice. How have the audience and the protesters responded to the screening and also the wider Gaza conflict being spotlighted at a film festival?
Yes, well, for sure, the screening and the presence of Stop the Genocide, the film, has deeply resonated amongst Venice, amongst the impassioned audiences that are following it. And obviously, it's triggered quite a strong reviewer response. And this comes close in the heels of major protests that took place in the Lido of Venice, where the festival is held earlier this week, calling for an end to all conflict in Gaza. Many thousands of people, in fact, took to the streets, brandishing, peace flags and Palestinian flags and holding banners asking for an end to the conflict. And the protesters actually managed to get very close to the red carpet. They were stopped by the local police forces, a couple of 100 meters away from the red carpet. But all in all, very, very very, very followed. They were joined by artists and filmmakers as well. And of course, both Brad Pitt and Joaquin Phoenix's involvement in the film speaks volumes to the sentiment, at least in this cinematographic circle.
Taking away from Gaza, another big political movie is, of course, The Wizard of Kremlin. What a reaction has that movie been getting? And does it feel especially timely given what's going on globally right now?
Well, yes, for sure, The Wizard of Kremlin, as well as drawing intense attention and sparking a lot of dialogue in Venice. Obviously, it's an exploration of Putin's rise or the early years and how he became this larger-than-life figure, political figure, very, very early on. And director Olivier Assayas cast Paul Dano and Jude Law in the role of Putin as the leading actors. And overall, the reviewers and the sentiment is that it's a very nuanced approach to looking at Russian politics in that very particular period in time. It was a time in history when the Cold War ended, when the Berlin Wall came down. It's an adaptation as well from a Giuliano De Empoli bestseller. And of course, it is very timely given everything that's going on. But the key point, I think, that both the cast and the director tried to convey, took pains to point out, is that they weren't looking to be controversial, that this figure is a character within a much broader story, and it's actually a reflection on politics today, and that it's very important to get all the different points of view, as otherwise the risk is oversimplification.
Alina, as we have you, let's talk Hollywood for just a minute. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson is in The Smashing Machine. It's already been tipped as Oscar-worthy. How much of a buzz is building around his performance in that movie?
Well, major Oscar buzz. They held a deeply emotional premiere that ended with a 15-minute standing ovation. Now, the clapping, the ovation at the end of the official screenings has become a bit of a thing in film festivals. It's considered, a sort of barometer of audience satisfaction and approval. And again, it's the longest so far in this year's festival, and critics and audiences are very much praising his raw, vulnerable portrayal of champion Mark Kerr, drawing parallels with recent Oscar wins at Venice, and also fueling a lot of speculation that, Johnson could be headed for similar awards glory. And it's got to be said, Venice has become, over the years, very much considered a sort of tipping festival for, future Oscar winners. So we'll see.
Alina Tribatoni, thank you so much for joining us. Now to Washington, where Epstein victims and lawmakers have held a press conference demanding the full release of all files in the case. This comes after a House panel published more than 33,000 pages of Epstein documents earlier today, including flight logs, court findings and jail footage. But lawmakers say that while the files add some detail, key information like the full client list remains missing. For more on this story, we're joined from Washington by our correspondent, Kate Fisher. Kate, tell us the main points that we've seen come out of this press conference, which is happening today.
Well, it was filled with survivors of the abuse of Jeffrey Epstein, as well as members of Congress. One of the most prominent, Marjorie Taylor Greene, usually a strong, staunch ally of President Donald Trump, but she came out today to say that this is the most important fight we can wage here in Congress, fighting for innocent people that never received justice. And she is just one of 3 Republican women who've signed on to this measure brought by a Republican jointly with a Democratic colleague. They are petitioning for the Department of Justice to release the Epstein files. Marjorie Taylor Greene saying that the shame falls on the people in power that protected the monster, as she describes him, Jeffrey Epstein, and his cabal that continued a nightmare. The truth must come out, and the government holds the truth. Now, President Trump, as I say, usually an ally of Marjorie Taylor Greene, says the exact opposite in comments he made in the Oval Office just a couple of minutes after that. When he was asked about it, he dismissed the call for the release of these files, calling it a democratic hoax that never ends, saying no one's ever satisfied, saying that these demands were irrelevant to the successes of his presidency. And he sharply changed the subject back to what he deems as the successes of his presidency, saying they were more important and not the Epstein hoax. And of course, this was just minutes after survivors had categorically said that it wasn't a hoax and that the abuse was real, and had even called on the president for his help in getting these files released.
And you've briefly mentioned them there, but there are some very powerful statements that we're seeing from these victims, which are emerging from today.
Absolutely. As many as 100 women who were abused by Epstein were on Capitol Hill this morning. One of them, just as an example, Jenna Lisa Jones, an emotional testimony from her relaying her encounters with him. And she said, "I remembered crying the entire way home, thinking about how I couldn't ever tell anyone about what actually happened. This guy was so rich, had so many pictures with so many famous people, and no one would ever have believed me if I told them." Another, Courtney Wild, was asking questions of reporters and the public and supporters there, saying, why did nobody but our lawyers care before now? Why was Jeffrey Epstein so protected? And she said that this issue actually has nothing to do with politics. It's an everyone thing, not a red or a blue thing. Another very powerful testimony saying that the survivors were not asking for pity. They were demanding accountability and justice, asking to protect, are you going to protect, asking members of Congress, are you going to protect predators or protect survivors? And then this victim said she threatened to create a list, that the survivors threatened to create a list of the perpetrators of their own, saying that we know the names and we will create our own list. It will be a list by survivors for survivors. And another interesting note to say that one of the survivors said that Jeffrey Epstein would brag about his friendship with Donald Trump.
Kate, switching to domestic security right now, and it's been a busy day in Washington. Donald Trump has announced that he's sending the National Guard into Chicago. What is the story behind that move, and how has it been received locally and also nationally?
Well, this is all part of President Trump's bid to try and crack down on crime in areas he says are crime hotspots, usually Democratic-led cities like Chicago and here in Washington, D.C., where we now have the National Guard on the streets here. Now, it's a lot easier for him to do that in Washington, D.C., because it is not a state and the federal government has a lot more jurisdiction here than it does in other states. And he has, as you say, threatened several times now that he will do the same thing as he's doing here in Washington, in Chicago, which he says is a place where crime is out of control. However, he doesn't actually have the legality necessarily to do that. So he is calling on the state's governor, Illinois Governor Pritzker, to invite him to put the National Guard in Chicago. That's something that the governor is refusing so far. Just again, a few minutes ago in the Oval Office, Donald Trump saying we could straighten out Chicago if only we were asked. But the governor has not asked, but says he believes that already plans are being made to deploy the National Guard in the city of Chicago. And this is all kind of a big show by Donald Trump to not only show his kind of power, but also to suggest that Democratic leaders cannot keep crime under control in their cities. And I should note that Washington, D.C., one of the places he's doing that, crime has actually been falling in recent years.
Kate Fisher, our correspondent in Washington, thank you so much for joining us. And a reminder of our top stories. Xi Jinping showcases China's military might in a grand parade attended by Putin and Kim Jong-un as Trump accuses the three leaders of conspiring against the United States. And on the sidelines of today's events in Beijing, Putin invites Kim Jong-un to Russia after they hold a 2.5-hour meeting together. Plus, thousands of Israeli reservists join a major military offensive in Gaza City as protests erupt outside Benjamin Netanyahu's home over the fate of its hostages. That's all from us on W News for now. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, and as always, you can follow us on X. The Real Deal with Tom Burges Watson is coming up next, and we'll be back in just a couple of hours with W News Extra. But for now, goodbye.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome. I'm Rawiya Alami and this is The Dailies, where we take a look at important news stories, reports, analyses and articles published in newspapers and media outlets across the world. Newsrooms worldwide scramble to interpret the symbolism and shifting power dynamics on display at Beijing's Grand Military Parade, with headlines dissecting each detail as Chinese, Russian and North Korean, along with other world leaders, gathered under China's watchful gaze. Across the Atlantic, American newspapers also covered pressing domestic developments, such as a federal judge halting the administration's National Guard deployment in California, and also the release of thousands of pages of the Epstein files late Tuesday, with Democrats quick to note much of the material was previously available. We'll start with the New York Times, which reported on the Chinese president's military parade, providing a clear-eyed look into China's assertive posture in world politics. The piece captures Xi's dramatic display of firepower alongside Russia's Vladimir Putin and North Korea's Kim Jong-un, emphasizing China's message that it will no longer be intimidated by Western powers. The report explains the parade's big show and the absence of Western leaders sent a clear signal. China was showing its strength and pride, while also sending a message about its growing role in world politics. The piece describes the cutting-edge military technology displayed at the parade and covers China's strategic alliances, as well as Donald Trump's immediate rebuke, illustrating the tense and shifting landscape of international relations. The Economist published an analysis reviewing how President Xi Jinping's summit, attended by more than 20 world leaders, marks China's ascent as a center for international diplomacy amid growing global opposition to America's policies under Trump. The piece notes Xi's impressive guest list of both autocratic and also former pro-Western states, highlighting shifting alliances spurred by America's trade wars and unpredictable sanctions. China's promise of stability, especially in trade, appears increasingly attractive, even as military and institutional unity among these nations remains fragile. While China's dream for a new global order isn't yet reality, hosting such diverse leaders showcases its rising influence and also underscores the cost of Trump's confrontational approach. The Guardian published an analysis offering a vivid review of this landmark gathering of the Chinese, Russian, and North Korean leaders in Beijing, portraying it as a powerful symbol of shifting global power dynamics. The analysis also highlights how this dramatic image, once unimaginable, reflects deepening ties among autocratic regimes following Trump's re-election and ongoing conflicts like Russia's war in Ukraine. Despite their united front, the article notes serious internal challenges facing China, also Russia and North Korea, which may distract from their geopolitical ambitions. The piece thoughtfully assesses the uneasy reactions of Western capitals and questions whether such choreographed unity can bring lasting strategic change in global relations. As for foreign policy, described the Chinese military parade as a signal that the regional military balance has irrevocably changed. Yet foreign policy also warns against India aligning itself too closely with China and Russia in response to President Trump's punitive tariffs and cooling relations with Washington. The report explains that despite India's current diplomatic frustrations, its long-term growth and security require investment and technology from advanced democracies and not authoritarian regimes. The piece also reviews India's tradition of balancing relationships with various powers and argues that short-term friction with the US may indeed fade. So New Delhi should not abandon modern partnerships for unreliable alternatives with Beijing or Moscow. The report also advises India to explore closer ties with Australia, Japan, Europe, and other middle powers rather than falling into a China-Russia trap prompted by US unpredictability. Moving on to the Global Times, whose editorial reviews China's V-Day military parade as a powerful message of historical remembrance and commitment to peace. The article also asserts that China's role as the key Eastern battlefield in World War II is too often overlooked, and that the parade honors those sacrifices while reaffirming a correct historical view. It also frames the event as both a tribute to martyrs and a declaration of China's resolve to uphold post-war international order and defend its sovereignty against revisionism. The editorial also presents China's vision for global cooperation, rejecting rivalry and advocating for a shared future for all nations. China's parade, the editorial claims, is both a display of force and a pledge for lasting peace. In a special report, the Washington Post analyzes how President Trump's nationalist and protectionist policies have undone the post-World War II global order built around U.S. leadership. The piece also argues that Trump's disregard for international institutions and aggressive America First stance have weakened U.S. alliances and legitimacy, opening the door for China to claim the mantle of global stability and multilateralism. China's President Xi Jinping now appeals to world leaders as a defender of the UN system and multilateral cooperation, drawing support from countries unsettled by U.S. unpredictability. The report features expert perspectives warning of the dangers ahead as more nations see China as an anchor, while America's influence wanes in an era of economic rivalry and uncertainty. The Wall Street Journal's editorial board had something to say about the recent ruling of a federal judge that President Trump has been using troops illegally to perform law enforcement functions in Los Angeles. In its editorial, the Journal reviews President Trump's effort to tackle crime in major cities, focusing on political and also legal limits to his power outside Washington, D.C. The piece explains that Trump's success in reducing crime in D.C. is partly due to unique federal authority, while his push to use National Guard troops in places like Los Angeles and also Chicago faces tough legal restrictions. The editorial highlights Chicago's persistent crime and criticizes local Democratic leadership, but cautions that using federal forces for street policing could spark legal battles and unrest. Trump's plans for Chicago remains unclear, but federal power to intervene is limited unless the Insurrection Act is invoked. The Financial Times reported today on Google's escape from the most severe punishments in its U.S. monopoly case. The report highlights how judges' decision shaped by AI's rise and competition spares Google from being forcibly divided or losing its flagship products, Chrome and Android. Instead, Google is required to loosen exclusive deals, particularly with Apple, and share more user data to encourage competition. Now, the report balances voices from tech analysts, legal experts, and also critics who argue that the remedy isn't strict enough. Investor reaction is covered, with Alphabet and Apple shares rising sharply on the news. But the piece concludes that the 5-year duration of the order, along with Google's position on artificial intelligence, highlight how rapidly the technology industry is changing. Daniel Finkelstein wrote in The Times critiquing Reform UK's decision to model its public service and immigration reforms after Trump's radical, controversial DOGE initiative. Finkelstein observes that while Trump is deeply unpopular in Britain, reform tapped into public desire for practical outcomes over bureaucratic process, even referencing Musk's failed leadership of Trump's DOGE department. The article also details how Musk's disruptive, cost-cutting efforts were chaotic and mostly ineffective, often overturning critical programs without real savings, and ultimately collapsed under practical and also legal pressures. Finkelstein argues that despite frustrations, sustainable reform demands thoughtful systems and checks, not reckless disruption. He acknowledges reform's grasp of popular impatience, but warns against repeating Trump's costly mistakes. Back to the New York Times, where we will end with this report that explores the whirlwind of rumors about President Trump's health, which sparked by his brief public absence and visible bruising. Now, online speculation surged with viral conspiracy theories claiming Trump was dead or hiding serious illness, despite his frequent social media posts saying he felt fine. The piece also reviews America's history of presidential health secrecy, also noting similar controversies around past leaders and how Trump's age and minimal disclosures fuel doubts. The report balances doctors' views on Trump's fitness, highlighting both plausible medical conditions for his visible symptoms and skepticism about the official explanations. That's it for today. Thanks for watching.
our allies. Their allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Well, let's get more analysis. We can speak now to Dr. Sajan Gohel, who is the International Security Director at the Asia Pacific Foundation and a visiting teacher at the London School of Economics. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. There are some people in Washington who are concerned looking at the Indian Prime Minister there in China, looking like perhaps he's entering the orbit of China and Russia and pivoting away somewhat from the United States. What do you say to that?
Well, there has been this concern that as trade talks between the United States and India were reaching an impasse, that the fact that the Trump administration opted to go public in its social media commentary about that seemed to not necessarily produce the desired results. Now, the fact that the U.S. adopts that approach is not necessarily new with the Trump administration. They did it during the first term. It's definitely been amplified more. In many ways, it's a strategy, but it's not necessarily producing the desired results because I think for India, like with China, these are countries that prefer to do the negotiating behind closed doors rather than airing it openly. Now, Prime Minister Modi was most probably likely going to Tianjin for the SCO summit in any case, but it's had more significance as a result of this impasse between the US and India.
Okay, would you say tariffs are the only issue, or are there other irritants, would you say, in the relationship between New Delhi and Washington right now?
Well, if you look at the fact that since Bill Clinton went to India just before his second term ended, there was this massive strategic pivot towards India by various U.S. administrations across the political divide. So George W. Bush, Barack Obama, President Trump himself during his first term, and then President Biden, all of them sought this pivot to India to do with the Indo-Pacific strategy, of which India was a key element. What seems to have perhaps changed now is that under the second Trump administration, they are focusing on trade. That seems to be the primary aspect, perhaps even more important for them than the Indo-Pacific aspect. And that is where tensions have emerged, especially to do with tariffs and also the aspect about India purchasing Russian oil. It's very interesting that just a few hours ago, President Trump actually put out a message on his Truth Social talking about that his frustration was that India wasn't buying enough American oil as opposed to Russian oil. And I think that's what it ultimately stems for. The Russia aspect seems to be a misnomer. It's more about the bilateral trade that the U.S., especially the Trump administration, wants from India, but perhaps the way they're going about it isn't necessarily going to produce the desired results.
And do you think Prime Minister Modi, sitting there in China at that event, listening to a speech by the President of China in which President Xi Jinping talked about the chaotic global international situation, he also talked about the bullying antics of certain countries, how much of a chord do you think that will have struck with him?
Well, the fact of the matter is that India and China have had tensions, especially over the border. They have 3 points of contention in their border dispute. Each one has on occasions turned into a small conflict, the last one being during the pandemic in 2020. And what you saw was a cold frostiness between both countries where people-to-people ties was cut, direct flights was stopped. Trade was also impacted. India banned social media from China like TikTok. What is perhaps now happening is the early steps to seeing if that relationship can improve. Those fault lines that still exist on the border will remain. I think for China, they would naturally want India to move away from that Indo-Pacific pivot that the U.S. has been wanting. And it's kind of interesting that we've already seen the U.S. reacting to Prime Minister Modi's trip to China. The U.S. Embassy in India actually put out a tweet on X with the U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio saying that the India-U.S. relationship is one of the most important. So you're seeing a kind of a varied commentary by the Trump administration, and it'll be interesting what more comes out of this in the coming days.
So from what you're saying, it sounds as though perhaps Prime Minister Modi's calculation was right, and appearing in pictures, holding hands, I should add, with the president of Russia, has somehow sent a message to Washington, and it seems to have been a message that's received and understood. Is that roughly what you're saying?
Well, look, the optics are obviously going to be important in conveying a message. And keep in mind that India has a long-standing relationship with Russia that hasn't begun just during or before the Ukraine war. This is going back generations. When Russia and its previous guise as the Soviet Union, there was a strategic relationship between Russia and India. India continues to purchase a huge amount of defense equipment from Russia. So that aspect hasn't necessarily changed. It's perhaps got, again, more focus because of the tensions with the U.S. China and Russia definitely want India to move further away from that pivot that the U.S. has been advocating. And I think it's up to the U.S. now to try and resolve some of the tensions that have emerged, because the fact is that India is being penalized for purchasing Russian oil, which the Biden administration in the first place had encouraged India to do because it put a price cap on it. And that wasn't seen as a violation, but it actually was designed as an attempt to prevent oil prices from rising.
You haven't mentioned the tensions between India and Pakistan, and so I'll bring that into the conversation now, because you know, at the time, and we're talking now 3-4 months ago, President Trump claimed quite a lot of credit for having brokered a solution to that standoff between India and Pakistan. I'm just wondering how you think that crisis has changed the dynamic in relations between New Delhi and this second Trump administration.
Well, the Pahalgam terrorist attack that occurred in Indian-administered Kashmir definitely triggered a problem and a crisis, because India then reacted by targeting terrorist camps in Pakistan belonging to the Lashkar-e-Toiba and the Jaish-e-Mohammed, and we then saw tit-for-tat strikes from both countries. Now, there has been huge debate about the role that the Trump administration played in this. Pakistan is giving the U.S. credit for reducing tensions. India is not. India believes that it was a bilateral dialogue between both India and Pakistan that resolved this. Pakistan nominated President Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize. India hasn't done the same thing. Now, we've also seen that as a result of that, Pakistan has entered into trade ties with the US over oil exploration, which a lot of people are skeptical about because they've looked at that oil off the coast of Baluchistan and in the past, and it's never been found. Natural rare earth minerals also, again, countries like China have spent a huge amount of time trying to find that in Pakistan to no avail. So there has been trade ties and improvements between Pakistan and the United States, but the fine print is yet to establish whether there's anything substantial that will come out of it. India, of course, remains to be resolved between the US in terms of trade. There is perhaps hope that there still remains a window for both countries to resolve this situation. But what I think doesn't help is when you have people tied to the Trump administration like Peter Navarro going on the media, making public criticisms, making comments that are viewed as very incendiary inside India. For example, Peter Navarro said very recently that the oil that India is buying is only benefiting Brahmins. Now, that is a caste-based remark that is also difficult to understand because Prime Minister Modi is not a Brahmin, and nor are any of the senior members of the Indian government. So it's unclear who he's referring to, but it's nevertheless going to add and unnecessarily spoke to what has become a protracted situation between both countries.
I know you're not in India right now, but what is your sort of overall opinion of how the Indian public view the Trump administration? Because an opinion poll back in January suggested that the Indian public were amongst the most optimistic people in the world with regards to the return to the White House of President Donald Trump. How do you think they feel now?
Well, it's a good question. You are right that Trump was viewed favorably in India in the start of this year, and there was bonhominy between both Prime Minister Modi and President Trump during Trump's first term. But things seem to have changed. I think there has been a shock in India as to how the U.S. has reacted to the impasse in trade negotiations. I don't think it's necessarily that it's turned hostile. I think there's more confusion as to what's occurred. And the thing is that with the Trump administration, they can play what is, I guess, a page out of the art of the deal of President Trump's tactics for negotiating. And it can then lead from highs to lows and back and forth. So if this gets resolved soon, then I think opinions may well change again. But, we'll have to watch this space.
OK, so were you to give advice to the Trump administration on how to rectify the situation with India, bearing in mind those pictures we've seen from China where Prime Minister Narendra Modi is very welcome at the table with Presidents Xi and Putin, what would your advice be?
I think the starting point is that have those direct conversations with Prime Minister Modi and also try and aim to do it off social media and off the gaze of the media itself and do it privately. And perhaps then actual progress can probably be attained.
So I'm detecting from you there is an irritation in Delhi, or at least your perception is there's an irritation in Delhi at the public nature in which diplomacy is being carried out by this administration. Is that what you're saying?
Well, look, I can't speak for another country or another government as to how they look at it. But if you, as a neutral observer, if you look at the optics of how things have transpired in the last couple of months, it has led to uncertainty in the diplomatic ties. It's created a sense of frustration, I think, from both sides as to what is required. Keep in mind that India's 50% tariffs are on par with a country like Brazil. President Lula of Brazil does not have a good personal relationship with President Trump. President Trump preferred his predecessor, former President Bolsonaro. In the case of India, there is that good relationship that has existed between Prime Minister Modi and President Trump. They haven't publicly criticized each other even during this crisis. So there still remains that possibility to resolve this. But of course, the longer this drags on, the more uncertain those ties will actually be. And we don't know also what is the U.S. focus when it comes to the Indo-Pacific. That has very much gone up in the air. So if you factor in things like the Quad, which is the U.S., India, Australia, and Japan, this is the four nations that are meant to be dealing with the Indo-Pacific challenges. The future of the Quad is also being questioned. And then there's a Quad Leaders Summit that is supposed to be in India later this year. Will President Trump go to that? All these things are going to be important to ascertain.
OK, well, we really appreciate your analysis. As ever, a pleasure talking to you. Dr. Sajan Gohel, thank you for your time, sir.
My pleasure.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Sorry, Tom, I'm late. I'm nearly there.
My favorite quality about Mr. Fantastic is how dedicated he is to his family. He has an intelligence, I think, that occupies, you know, that is always exploring like the intricacies of the entire universe, but is ultimately grounded by the love that he has for his family, and the responsibility that he feels towards them, and his responsibility towards humankind and doing good for all people.
Such a big universe, and so much of it is in post in a way, so like having trust with the people around is so important, especially for something like this.
I think just like everybody in this cast, whether it's Joe or Eben, Pedro, Vanessa, they're all such incredible actors, and they have such range and deep soul. They can do anything.
I think he's like a really tragic character. I don't know, we had such a nice time. Sometimes it was hard maintaining his tragedy, because he's inherently in a bit of a war with himself. And I don't know, it wasn't too much hard. It was a really fun job.
What was the most challenging part about playing the role? Being blonde, trying to get under the surface, get under the skin of a blonde, felt quite difficult. With blue eyes, I can't relate. So that was the most challenging part.
The size and weight of the suit. You know, it's a lot of suit to wear. A lot of lights to the way they shot me, highlighting. So yeah, but it was good. All worth it.
got everybody telling me, your collar's up, your collar's up. I've left it there. It's how I like it.
وهلا السيت داون انترفيو 1 on 1 مع ايبن موس باكارا وايضا مع جوزيف كوين للكلام عن هالفيلم. I was at the fan event and it was so crazy to see how much they know, how much they're anticipating, how now that you're touring for this, how much is the experience also different because you have all the fans excited about it?
It's quite surprising. I mean, when we were in Berlin the other night, like we pulled up to this event and I thought there was going to be a few hundred people there and there was like thousands and thousands. I find it very encouraging. It's really inspiring. Obviously, we know how much the Fantastic Four mean to people, but when you get out there and actually see the eyes and the smiles and the faces, there's nothing like it.
What's the feeling watching the thing put together? Because the world is so beautiful and the 60s look great on screen and there's the futuristic and all the gadgets.
It was just immense fun. It's like a playground, really. And I think kind of when you're working on a film set like that, where there's so much detail and scale at the same time, that was what was fascinating to me. The fact that they were able to invest in creating these enormous sets, but also the intricacies and the details there was so much attention and care put into that. It's wonderful and doesn't happen all the time.
Wow, folks, we all know the story. 4 brave astronauts head up into space and come back forever changed.
This car?
I think you played him with emotion and care. I really loved how, his emotions from the inside resonate, although you're in that, I assume, hours-long fitting of costume. How much of a challenge was that and how important was it for you that he feels so emotional?
That was my job. That was like my marching orders, was to bring as much of my own, the most ebon, sort of tender part of my inside as I could bring to this guy. And it was like a nice objective and to sort of, be as much as present with my scene partners as I could be. It was a pleasure, absolute pleasure. It wasn't very hard.
Our city, our planet, owe a debt to these intrepid souls. And while we can never repay them, we can certainly celebrate them.
Thank you, Fantastic Four. Thank you.
Thank you, Fantastic Four. Please welcome the Fantastic Four.
Johnny also feels very emotional in this one, but also with a lot of humor and, the rapport with the Silver Surfer is fun. So how much can you tell us about it?
It was an enormous treat working with Julia Garner, who plays the Silver Surfer brilliantly. She's such a talent.
Girl,
yeah, and she's such a talent and lovely to be around. So kind of negotiating that relationship was interesting. She's a wicked talent.
Okay. That's fantastic. You're late.
What do you mean?
What do you mean, what do I mean? You're late for dinner.
Yes, we are.
You're late? I just said that. Are you pregnant?
What?
There's an obvious sense of family on the set. I mean, obviously it's the theme of the Fantastic Four, but every time I meet some of you, it feels like everybody got so close. Is it the right impression?
We did. We got very close. This long shooting days. It's the Fantastic Four, so we were in every day. Sometimes you have quite kind of transient filmmaking experiences where you're not all together at the same time and you can spend quite a lot of time alone, but we spent a lot of time with each other. And so that kind of informed the film and added to the film and added to our lives.
Your planet is now marked for death.
It's my fault. I stretched the bounds of space.
Did you watch or read comic books at a younger age?
Yeah, I'm like a big fantasy, sci-fi kind of genre nerd from, since I could read. Yeah, I read a lot of comics as a kid, but they were not Marvel. They were my favorite comic was ElfQuest.
Mine was Asterix. Do you know Asterix?
I love Asterix. I love Asterix. Yeah.
I love Asterix.
Love that.
What about you, Joseph?
That was pretty much the only comic I read, yeah. My dad used to read it to me in French.
Good facial hair in that comic. Good mustaches.
Bring them back.
Yeah.
But it was Obelix and his love for... But, that's a different subject to open. But,
Tintin, did you like Tintin?
I love Tintin.
Yeah, me too.
Yes.
We will face this together. We will fight it together. As a family.
What do you feel it is about those comics? Is it making your imagination work when you're younger that gets you so attached to them? I mean, you could see it from the fans at Fantastic Four. They're attached.
Yeah, the cool thing about comics, it's like, you know, you just draw a scenario and you're there. It's much harder to make a movie where you take you to outer space or take you to the North Pole or take you wherever it is or take you back in time. Making the comic, like, obviously these artists are very gifted, but, like, you know, you just draw it there. And if the writing is compelling, then you as a reader are deeply involved and you're right there with them.
What time is it, Ben?
No, Johnny.
Say it!
I don't wanna!
Say
it! Please welcome the Fantastic Four. Mr. Fantastic, Invisible Woman, Human Torch.
I love you, Johnny!
And the Thing.
Hey, what time is it? Say the thing!
That's not really something I say.
It's very important to this roast because they spend so much time together and it's kind of like a pressure cooker of filming. So how was the atmosphere on set for you, for them? Did it really become a Fantastic Four family?
It did, and we started with 3 weeks of rehearsal. I'm a theater director as well. I really believe in that. I believe in getting people together and helping to build those relationships and talk about history and work through the script together. And so we had a lot of time to kind of build a groundwork and a foundation so that when we got to set, they already felt like a family, they already had a shorthand with each other, and we could just kind of have fun making the movie.
The art department must have felt like a family in this one because the choice of each prop, you know, the car that we saw yesterday, every single detail in this film is important to the story, isn't it?
Yeah, we were building a world, an entire world from the ground up. A whole new technology. Everything had to be created, from their watches to the cars to the Herbie robot to their amazing, fantastic kitchen. Everything was its own new invention.
I herald his beginning. I herald your end. I herald Galactus.
When did you have the idea of bringing the 60s to the future in that sense? You know, I love that retro-futuristic idea because it brings the best of all worlds.
From the beginning, we knew that we didn't want to set it in our 60s, but we wanted to set it in the 60s. So we set it in the 60s because that's when they were created. It felt like the right time, the space race, the sense of optimism. It's so a part of their DNA. The fashion is really cool. But we knew they hadn't been around in our 60s or else we would have heard about them. So we put them on a different universe and a different Earth.
You don't want to just crush them?
I like that.
The four of us will face the danger. We will protect you.
What I think that Julia enjoyed most being, like, you know, up in the air all the time, especially you spoke yesterday about her first day. So, you know, you take an actress like her who's done a very big range of stuff and you put it in here. And how much do you feel like she's like trying everything with something like that?
She's an incredibly courageous actor, very, very brave, fearless, you know, she's awesome. And it was, her first day was just getting up 30 feet up in the air and telling everybody in Times Square that they were all going to die. And she did it with such confidence and also a lot of nuance. You can see the complexity in the clips that have been released so far. You know, she's really remarkable.
Family. It's about connecting to something bigger than yourself. We'll face it together. As a family.
Every Marvel comic has a theme to it, something that the audience relates to. What do you feel it is about the Fantastic Four that's made it endure, you know, since the 60s?
Family, you know, it's relatability. You know, we all understand family. We all understand because we come from one. We know what that's about. And they're unusual. They're the first family of Marvel. We have a lot of found families in Marvel. You have the Avengers and the X-Men, but it's the Fantastic Four, the one true family.
Yeah, it's that, and the family is expanding without too
yes,
without giving too much away about the film. But what are you most looking forward for fans of the Fantastic Four to see in First Steps?
Well, I hope that they feel the passion that was put into making it. All of us love this material so much. Me, most of all, baby, but certainly all of the actors. Everyone has they've fallen in love with these characters in this world. We've done everything we can to sort of do right by them.
What time is it, Ben?
No, Johnny.
Say it!
I don't wanna!
Say it!
Are you the protectors of this world?
Yes, we are.
Your planet is now marked for death.
It was very exciting for me seeing you guys because the fans were in the room at this fan event and you could feel the energy that they have and the enthusiasm towards the project. Did you feel it from the start or you're starting to feel it now that you're touring with it?
I've always felt the passion that, the fans had for the Marvel Universe, but experiencing it in person is like a whole different thing. Then it becomes like a reality more than like a thought in a way. It was amazing. It was really special.
Similarly, do you have a sense of excitement when you watch it for the first time? I mean, I had such excitement watching your version of the Silver Surfer, obviously not the full one, but it's difficult when it's motion captured to give it that tone, basically. So what would you say you enjoyed the most and was the biggest challenge for it?
I think what I enjoyed the most is just, again, going to work every day, working with amazing people, an amazing director, being in this universe, working at Pinewood, it was so spectacular. But the thing that was not the most difficult, but was challenging was I've never worked with motion cap before. And
it's
a different type
I always like to try new things.
But it was, there's pros and cons with motion cap. And
of course.
You never get a break because you're always on camera. So it's relaxed in one sense where you don't have to go have hours of hair and makeup or costumes, what you were dealing with, but it's not relaxed in another sense because you're always you're always on camera. So you always have to just be prepared for anything, really, because you might be captured.
That's true.
Yeah.
How were those sets, although a lot of motion capture, as you mentioned, but how was it stepping into the sets all the time? Like, that retro-futuristic feel that...
So cool. It was really cool. And the car, like every single time I saw the car, I was like...
I saw it yesterday. It was
it's so spectacular. And the robot and also just the spaceship and even seeing their costumes, wearing the suits, the astronaut suits. It was really, really cool. See.
There was a huge room next to the costume department where they had all the artwork of all the different worlds in it. And I could spend a day just walking around, just all the different costume designs and sketches for all the supporting artists as well as all the main characters and different outfits. Yeah, when you go into a room like that, you see the amount of work that goes in, and every single sketch is a work of art in this room. And there's over 50,000 of them all on the walls. It's just... the design and be able to step into that world, like you say, on the sets, they just look immaculate, the costume.
Finally, what makes the villains and the heroes equally popular, in the Fantastic Four universe and enduring?
I don't know I suppose what makes these two enduring is that they're pretty much immortal. So that gives you a certain amount of endurance, immortality. Yeah, but I think they've been, some of the top villains to Marvel's first family forever. So that gives them their durability.
I would say the same. It's a good answer.
We will face this together. We will fight it together as a family.
We will protect you. Please welcome the Fantastic Four.
It's a pleasure to talk about this because I was at the fan event yesterday, and it was so nice to see the enthusiasm of the fans. So, as you said, you have to put your soul as an actor to a character, even if it's famous to the audience. So, was that the challenge and the pleasure?
I think it was exactly that. It was the challenge, the beautiful challenge, and the ultimate pleasure to step into something that is scary because it exists long before you ever came to it, and is loved long before you ever became a part of it. And so you just want to kind of meet that love, I think. And the only way to do that is to put your heart into it. I found myself very, very lucky to, start with our director, Matt Shackman, who's been in my life for about 26 years.
Yeah, you said yes.
A kind of a colleague, and we've been sort of like, playing testimony to each other's adult lives and careers for the last 26 years. And then through Matt's invitation, meeting Vanessa, whom I've always referred to as like an assassin, a black belt of
acting.
Of acting, truly.
It's good. Just go rummage around the skeletons.
Truly,
there's
like acting work. I would say that I was really intimidated at the thought of meeting her and working with her because of how powerful I think her work is, and she just cut straight to it, started communicating. She's always talking about that I show myself right away. I make people feel safe because I'm vulnerable. She just, like a direct shot into my heart, like said, "Hey, we're doing this." And I was like, and she led the way. She opened all the doors, and I just had to step into them. And so that was just, yes, as you say, like an incredible pleasure.
Did you know that you wanted to play her with that, quiet confidence that she has in this one? I really love that. I mean, she knows where she's headed.
I think it was oddly challenging to try and imagine that, yes, this woman has convinced every country on our their
version of Earth.
Yeah, 818, to get rid of their armies.
818, that's Burbank.
Oh. Matt Shackman said 818.
828.
Yeah. You should alert him of that quick. So yeah, I was like, oh, what kind of person does that?
Yes.
It can't be someone that like tries to be really bossy, because that's annoying. It can't be someone who's too acquiescing or whatever. It has to be someone that meets people where they're at. And that, to me, is like a quiet confidence. Because if you're too confident and you just, you would be abrasive and you wouldn't want to do it, or if it was too not, and so to me it was this kind of, how can she meet people where they are? And that is emotional intelligence, really, because it's like coming to a room and going, okay, this president is this person, and how do I understand who he is and convince that, or she is, like this, and how do I, so it was that, really.
You're late for dinner.
Oh, yes, we are. Really.
By a single minute.
Yes, we were just...
I had to put some aloe iodine on my shoulder.
I do his shoulder. And...
Why is there breakfast cereal on the dinner table?
Why are you being weird?
How do you feel the sense of family in those stories have made them enduring with audiences? It started with the comics, but they still love them because there's this sense of good family to them. Is that the secret of the fantastic success?
I think it's exactly that. I think it's the first Marvel family, and family is everything to all of us, whether it's family you didn't choose or the family you do choose. And a family of friends, more than anything, the idea of that being a kind of whole identity.
Why are you laughing? Is my stomach gurgling? What was it? I did just drift into another thought, actually, as you were saying that, too bad. I did just drift.
Family.
Family.
It's all about family. It is all about family. It truly is. And the idea of, like, you know, the only way to save the world
is to work together. As a family.
As a family. And also for the world to work with you as well. I mean, it's really like the only real way to get something done is together.
By Harold Galactus.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Dublin. The capital and largest city of Ireland, Dublin. It has become a historical and contemporary center for education and the arts, a fast-improving economic industry. And today, it's become one of the frequently visited cities in the world. Dublin's unique charms is its string of attractions that offers a bit of everything for everyone. The Guinness Storehouse is one, being one of Ireland's top visitor attractions. It is a massive 7-story building that once served as a Guinness fermentation plant. Now it has been remodeled into a shape of a giant pint of Guinness. The storehouse teaches guests how to make the world-famous beer. The Gravity Bar inside is a favorite, where they get to enjoy drinks while enjoying breathtaking 360-degree views of the city. The Dublin Zoo is a highlight too. See many rare and exotic animals in their natural habitats. There's a gaze of giraffes, zebras, scimitar oryx, and ostrich. There's also the Kaziranga Forest, where you'll see a herd of ancient elephants. One of the most innovative water parks in Europe is the National Aquatic Center. It's great for family fun and thrilling adventures with friends. Go through caves or water adventures, fly through the air, or have an enjoyable family day. It's got the biggest water rides and attractions. The National Gallery of Ireland is where you'll find over 2,500 paintings and some 10,000 other works in different media. Watercolor art, drawings, prints, and sculptures are all there. Another museum is the National Museum of Ireland Archaeology, where you'll be transported back in time. The finest collection of prehistoric gold artifacts in Europe can be found here. Then, there's also the National Botanic Gardens. It has many attractive features like an arboretum, sensory garden, rock garden, and burn area, large pond, and extensive herbaceous borders. Plus, it has an annual display of decorative plants, such as a rare example of Victorian carpet bedding. Another popular destination is St. Patrick's Cathedral. It is one of the few buildings left from the medieval city of Dublin. It remains as the largest cathedral in Ireland, with a fascinating history worth knowing. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Hello and welcome to this special edition of The Real Deal Plus, coming to you from the Arabiya English studios. Today we're turning our full attention to Vision 2030. That is a subject we talk about a lot on this programme. Well, launched in 2016 by Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, Vision 2030 is an ambitious strategic framework which seeks to reduce Saudi Arabia's dependence on oil and diversify the kingdom's economy. Well, as well as focusing on non-oil industries, the vision seeks to foster innovation and develop public service sectors such as health, education, infrastructure and tourism. Well, with the clock ticking and the year 2030 approaching, what's been achieved so far? What challenges lie ahead? And how is Vision 2030 reshaping the identity of Saudi Arabia? Well, those are some of the questions I'm going to be putting to my guest today, who is Dr. Aziz Al-Ghashian, who is a senior non-resident fellow at the Gulf International Forum and a specialist on Saudi Arabia's foreign policy. Dr. Al-Ghashian, thank you very much indeed for joining us once again here on Arabiya English. Let me start by asking you, what was the original thinking behind Vision 2030? How was the vision born and what was its original goal?
Well, thank you very much for having me. It's a great pleasure to join you. I think I appreciate very much the opportunity to really rehash why 2030 vision has been kind of pushed and declared and conceived, because I think no matter how many times we talk about it, I think it's worth going back to the origins. So thank you very much for this opportunity. And I would say I think it's to be very direct, it's clear that it's about restructuring not only the Saudi economy, but really restructuring the Saudi state. I think in the past decades, there's been a lot of discussions regarding the sustainability of how the Saudi economy will continue in its form that was very oil-centric or natural resource-based. And it was clear that I think it was very unsustainable. And I think with the change of leadership and the change of kind of the dynamics, both and the international dynamics and inside Saudi Arabia politically, there was then a real push and an institutionalization of this kind of change. And I think this is what really conceived, I think 2030. 2030 really is about reconstructing not only the state, not only the economy, but reconstructing the Saudi state. Because I think, without reconstructing or addressing core issues of society, addressing a lot of the tapped sources that have been unused, the tapped manpower and women power that have been unused, restructuring the economy in itself is just a very difficult task. So I think that's really about, in other words, to catapult Saudi Arabia into the 21st century and beyond.
I want to read an excerpt, really for the benefit of our audience, from Vision 2030. It goes as follows. This ambitious roadmap leverages the kingdom's unique strengths. its pivotal role in the Arab and Islamic worlds, its strong investment capabilities and its strategic geographical position. Vision 2030 is a blueprint that is diversifying the economy, empowering citizens, creating a vibrant environment for both local and international investors, and establishing Saudi Arabia as a global leader. Vision 2030 is transforming the socio-economic landscape of the country. It is improving the quality of life for our citizens and residents. Saudi Arabia is forging a future where tradition, innovation and sustainability go hand in hand, providing endless opportunities for citizens to realize their potential and ushering in a new era of development and prosperity for the kingdom. You know very well the vision has three key pillars. One of them is entitled A Vibrant Society. I'd like to ask you, how does Vision 2030 balance these various goals? You know, it's got Saudi heritage and values on the one hand, traditional, quite conservative, and a push for modernization on the other side. How do you reconcile the two?
It's a fantastic question, and it's an important question, and that's a process that's actually continuous. It's still till now. For me, what I would say is that I think striking this balance, and I think the negotiation between managing the traditions and I think the aspect of modernity or the social reform is not something that just started within 2030. I think this was a discussion that was really taking place even before. You know, it's very fascinating how, you know, young the Saudi state is and how big the gaps are between the generations. You know, it really leapfrogged a lot of these things. So, I mean, you know, in my parents' generation, there were probably barely cars around. And then all of a sudden, here I am in our generation, you know, being in the kid in the 90s and 2000s, there were worlds apart. They were literally worlds apart. And then you have this generation, Generation Z. So I think this intergeneration discussion has always been there. And I have to say, it's at times it generates tension. This is no doubt. But also it generates a lot of originality, in my opinion. And I think you start to see this. And I think it really is, you know, it really goes down to, I think, also the aim and the bearings of where the trajectory of where the country is going. I think if there is a new, a clear direction of what are I would say, what are the opportunities, but also what are the limitations, and what is the goals, there will be a great deal of originality of trying to balance between what are the or leverage, I would say, leverage the history and the heritage that we have and generate it into something of, fantastic initiatives. And also, I think, opportunities to create more space for not only articulation, not only space to find new space for people within society, but also can this be leveraged into investment? We see, for example, the aspect of camel milk and the products that emanate from that. And this is, I think, for example, a prime example of how leveraging our heritage, leveraging our history, our norms. Of course, our norms are not just camels and stuff from the desert, but leveraging our things that make us into something that is becoming very business focused, creating opportunities. So it's a negotiation that is taking place. Sometimes it creates tension, it creates originality, and it creates opportunities. But I think one of the main benefits of 2030 is that it creates that debate. And that debate in itself is worth having. And since there is this discussion, I think this is really where the moving forward, the momentum forward is seen. I think that's one of the hallmarks of it. It's creating these discussions.
Yeah, and actually nowhere sort of seems to exemplify this marriage of history and heritage and modernity better, in my mind, than somewhere like Alula, where you've got, all of that archaeological richness and heritage richness alongside the Maraya Concert Hall, the largest mirrored building, outdoor building in the whole world. I mean, an amazing juxtaposition there. Under that same heading of a vibrant society, there is the goal to bring about improvements in the quality of life, housing, healthcare, social care, right across the country. And I want to ask you, as a Saudi national, are you seeing these changes happening under your nose? I mean, does this change manifest itself in every aspect of daily life in Saudi Arabia?
Well, where I am, from my vantage point in Riyadh, I think there is clear change. And I think, it's very difficult to go anywhere without seeing, I think, a lot of these initiatives and promises materialize. This is, in our everyday life. I think, recently I had to change my passport, and then rather than go to the department that we all used to go in, now I just go in online and get it from Ibshir, and it's delivered to me within days. Going to the airport, you can see all these very mammoth mega projects in place. So I think you could see this change. At the same time, I think once they start going outside of Riyadh, outside of Saudi, or at the outskirts of Riyadh, then, you start to see that, listen, we still have some way to go. We still have some way to go. And I think this is, for me, I think that the main benefit of Vision 2030 is that it's not necessarily about achieving goals immediately on 2030, either before 2030 or after 2030. There have been some goals that kind of the vision strived to achieve, and they reached it before 2030. And there are some that will take a bit more time. The crux of 2030, in my opinion, was to really start a fundamental process moving forward. I think a lot of the times, historically, in Saudi Arabia, there were always these efforts to diversify economy, to move away from oil, to build kind of the private sector. But it never got past stage one or stage two even. I think now there is no way back. And I think that in itself, people could see this. And so I think, definitely the changes is there to remind us, but also the ways to go is there to remind us as well, which is good because it keeps us going.
The next pillar of the Vision 2030 is a thriving economy. And, the first thing I thought of when I look at that heading is I look at a map of the world, and I see Saudi Arabia and where it sits in the world. I mean, it's a really strategic location, and you think to yourself, what a perfect location to be a global trade hub. Do you think using Saudi Arabia's geography to its advantage is really perhaps at the core of a lot of Vision 2030?
No, of course. I think that's where the untapped potential is. I think there were times where Saudi was not open enough, and that's what did not allow it to leverage this geographic position. And now it is. And I think, this has also a lot to do with probably, the people that were, making the decisions and maybe what was appropriate and what was not appropriate. But I think now, becoming more open, becoming more a hub, of a tourist hub, of a logistics hub. This is indeed a pillar of Saudi because it's leveraging its natural position. And I think also, 2030 it's a mammoth task. So leveraging any points that come to us naturally has to be invested in greatly.
Obviously, the next pillar out of the three pillars is an ambitious nation. That's the heading for it. And we've talked a little bit about government and governance already, and your example of going to not going to the passport office and renewing your passport online is an interesting example because it raises the question that I wanted to ask you, whether you think perhaps an element of Vision 2030 is about big business, small government. Do you think that's part of it?
No, absolutely. Again, it goes back to something that we alluded to earlier, which is the private sector, and the private sector basically doing the heavy lifting forward. I think it's very fascinating to see this. I remember vividly, not too long ago, that many people would want to have jobs in the government. Because I think of prestigious reasons, and also, the government in itself was the biggest employer, and this was just not sustainable. I think now, the private sector is really the machine to help catapult Saudi Arabia forward, and I think trying to unleash this force is in itself, a very. It does not. It's a focal point now of the Saudi economy, I would say. And moreover, I think what we are seeing here is not only how I think the private sector works with the government sector and works with the nation, but you could even see this, for example, in Syria right now, where the private sector in Saudi Arabia is being used to help build. Syria, reconstruct Syria. Moreover, you could see it in, for example, trying to help build or work more with Egypt because of their situation. And so the private sector now is not only a machine moving forward, but it has geopolitical resonance. And this is really due to the size of Saudi. I think the role that Saudi plays geopolitically and internationally. So I think the private sector is becoming far more strategic than ever in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, I mean, you've mentioned Syria, you mentioned Egypt there, and all of this under the heading of an ambitious nation. So I sort of feel like we're sort of gravitating towards foreign policy. And I'm just wondering to what extent we can see Vision 2030 at work in Saudi foreign policy. I mean, you've given a couple of examples already, but where else might we see it?
No, I think, firstly, also whoever I think reads 2030 Vision, while it's a nation first initiative, it's about developing Saudi Arabia, but it's not nation only. It speaks to the region, it speaks to the international dimensions as well, and basically it's opening up its economy. And it's seeking it needs a better relationship with the region, and it needs a better region, a more stable region. So I think that's very clear. That's also what you hear a lot from kind of the foreign policy officials, is that, listen, a lot of these ambitious, very lofty projects that we have, is very difficult to obtain in a regionally turbulent or in a turbulent that's region. So I think. This is where now it becomes a very powerful incentive to try to begin to develop and to not only leverage 2030, but to try to protect 2030. That it is 2030 is, or reconstructing the Saudi economy, it is an existential question for Saudi Arabia, and therefore I think it needs. It needs a far more stable region, and it needs partners to this. What's very interesting here, if I could say something more, kind of more historically, we are now seeing a very economic-driven foreign policy, and I think that's very clear. I argue this is actually the traditional foreign policy of Saudi Arabia. When Saudi, was first, before even Saudi was declared as a kingdom, its foreign ministry was in Jeddah alongside the Minister of Finance. And it was about trying to find, I think, companies to look for oil inside Saudi Arabia, and to bring much needed funds and money for Saudi. So in many ways, I think the business first, the economy driven foreign policy for Saudi is actually a traditional one. but the way, but the landscape is just completely different. So I think it's very difficult to try to separate geopolitics from economy, geopolitics from society. And 2030 now is not only something that we could see that could be leveraged, but something that requires protection from the volatility of the region. And another thing as well, I wanted to say this: the region in itself, especially in the GCC, is also going through it has its own fair share of visions as well. I mean, Qatar has a 2030 vision. Oman has a 2040 vision. Abu Dhabi has a 2030 vision. So we are actually entering into an era in the region of visions. We're a kind of a vision heavy place, especially in the GCC. And I think in my discussions with colleagues around Israel and Palestine and around Syria, is that, to what extent can there be, visions that could speak to Saudi's vision also, and vice versa, and allow the heavy lifting, allow the economy to do some of the heavy lifting there. Because unfortunately, we're seeing, in Gaza, a humanitarian crisis that's just getting worse and worse. And every time we're trying to talk about reconstruction, it's difficult. Well, how are we going to reconstruct, all of this? How are we going to create a more sustainable region? And I think for me, it's worth discussing having a more interdependence amongst respective visions around the region. So, the notion of visions goes back to your first question, is something that I think could be regionalized. And if it does become more regionalized and institutionalized and strengthened, then I think we could probably head to a more stable region.
Okay, well, we're going to have to leave it there because we're out of time. I would have loved to have talked to you for longer. It's been a real pleasure, and thank you very much indeed for helping us to better understand Vision 2030. Dr. Aziz Al-Ghashtian, thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much indeed for watching this special edition of The Real Deal Plus, only here on Arabiya English. Thank you very much again. We look forward to seeing you again soon. Stay tuned.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
A public crime emergency or a manufactured crisis. Sending the National Guard into American cities is a hot partisan flashpoint. Democrats say it's just one example of presidential overreach. Republicans insist it's entirely appropriate. Is the separation of powers under threat? That debate coming up on Counterpoints.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Copenhagen. Roam around the city of Copenhagen and you'll find anything and everything to suit your tastes and interests. Denmark's capital is filled with historical landmarks, architectural sites, and museums that speak of its culture. What to do in Copenhagen? Visit the famous Little Mermaid, of course. The diminutive stature of this bronze-cast Hans Christian Andersen heroine is considered the city's most iconic landmark. Many who've seen it will come home with a postcard or a photo of the great replica. Then, of course, you should sample its best and most iconic dishes. The Danish, or also known as the New Nordic Kitchen, is in fact known as among the world's best. It offers a modern take on the traditional Danish cuisine that uses seasonal local produce that's organic and climate-friendly. It's highly recommended that you visit one of its best kitchens and gourmet markets for an authentic culinary experience. Meanwhile, for entertainment, Copenhagen is highly praised for its jazz music. It has also become a means to express voices on certain issues such as racial tolerance and free thought. American jazz musicians have actually made the city their home since the 1960s. Since then, it has become one of the characteristics Copenhagen is known for. It's got top-notch jazz clubs, open-air concerts, events, and international jazz festivals are held here on a regular basis. Another landmark that reflects the city's culture and history is Christiania. The autonomous free town Christiania was founded in 1971. It is the site of an abandoned military camp that has continued its existence for over 4 decades. As an effect, the city of Copenhagen has come to be known as the liberal and free-thinking capital. A visit to the city will definitely teach you some of the remarkable stories of its history. Not to be missed are the canals, of course. 1. There are the painted houses on the canal side. Make sure to visit Nyhavn, a former sailor's haunt transformed into a lovely summertime tourist trap. Then there's also Gammel Strand, where a street market adds a lively air during the summer. And finally, Christianshavn, which is filled with canals. It has earned the nickname of Little Amsterdam. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
we're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
A public crime emergency or a manufactured crisis? Sending in the National Guard to American cities is a hot partisan flashpoint. Democrats say it's just one example of presidential overreach. Republicans insist it's entirely appropriate. Is the separation of powers under threat? It's up for debate on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. President Trump says too many US cities are dangerous and filthy. He's called it a national emergency and has sent in the National Guard, a move that has Democratic governors up in arms.
It's illegal, unconstitutional. Frankly, it's un-American to send troops into American cities when there's no emergency, there's no insurrection. And he's only doing it because he wants to disrupt future elections.
The National Guard has been patrolling Washington, D.C. for more than 2 weeks. And the mayor says there's been a sharp reduction in violent crime.
The difference between this period, this 20-day period of this federal surge and last year represents a 87% reduction in carjackings in Washington, D.C.
So if it's working, why are the Democrats so concerned? They argue it's just one example in a long list of presidential abuses of power, like his intervention in the workings of the Federal Reserve and the Public Health Agency, the CDC. So, on this episode of Counterpoints, we'll ask, is deploying the National Guard good policing or a political ploy? Is President Trump abusing the separation of powers? And will he really push for a third term? On our panel to debate all the latest from the White House is John Burnett, the first vice chairman of the New York State Republican Party, and also on our panel, Kyvon Shroff, Democratic strategist and commentator. Gentlemen, thanks for your time here on Counterpoints. Well, the balance of power in the US between the states and the federal government is often a point of contention, and we're seeing that playing out on the streets of Washington, D.C. right now, where President Trump has gone over the head of the state governor, deploying more than 2,000 National Guards to crack down on crime. John, let's start with you to kick off our debate. Is this good policing or is it a political ploy?
Well, first, thank you for having me on your show. The District of Columbia, if it were a state, would be the number one high crime, violent crime state in the country. So that's more than number one reason to actually move in, because the first obligation of the federal government, or the state government for that matter, is to keep people safe. So when you have high homicide rates, high violent crime rates, and you're not actually curtailing it to keep people safe, I think President Trump moved in to do the right thing. And when you look at the numbers, an AP NORC poll said that over 80% of the people polled said that crime is a major issue. And yet, just yesterday, the mayor of D.C. came out and thanked President Trump. She said she greatly appreciated the fact that more law enforcement was visible on the streets, and she went down through the numbers and saying that violent crime, starting with carjackings, plummeted given the fact that more law enforcement were on the streets to deter crimes from actually happening and to get things under control. And she even praised, and along with many other Democrats, praised the fact that, you know what? There were no homicides for a 2-week period since the troops came in. So it actually saved lives. I'm more concerned with once the troops leave under Mayor Bowser, as well as the police chief, do they have enough and have the right strategy to make sure that they can keep people safe?
Mm-hmm. Kai Vaughan, what's your response to that?
Well, I think a couple things. You know, crime is a problem in D.C., and I think that smart approaches to dealing with crime have led to D.C. having the lowest crime rates in 30 years. And I think we've been hearing these talking points about the crime rate in D.C., but it seems like Republicans don't care about higher crime rates in red state-run cities like Jackson, Mississippi, like Birmingham, Alabama. So the talking point seems to fall a bit flat, and you had Kamala Harris, you had Hillary Clinton call out that Trump would do exactly this if reelected. He would send troops after Democratic cities. And he's doing it because it's an authoritarian flex. I think what's more concerning here is the pattern, right? Sending these troops into cities, building himself a $200 million White House ballroom, and is he going to leave the city of D.C. when his term ends, or is he going to refuse to, like he did last time? And is this all a test run to take control of our capital city? I think that's what a lot of Democrats are really concerned about. And then you see other behaviors, right? Like taking a 10% stake in Intel, demanding that Cracker Barrel, an American company, change its logo. These are full-on dictator moves and part of a much larger pattern and picture. So I know Republicans want to make this about crime and Democrats being soft on crime. My colleague just admitted Democrats are being reasonable on this. They're taking the help. We have to also acknowledge a lot of the resources to DC were cut by this administration. So some of what they're doing is just replacing those resources. You have National Guard members picking up trash and laying mulch that Park Services would have done, but Republicans slashed that budget. So I don't know that sending our troops to go pick up garbage is making the city safer.
Well, the thing is that you notice that he threw in a whole laundry list of things that have nothing to do with the question and nothing to do with
it's
what we're
pattern
trying to
I'm
talk
asking you to
about.
recognize.
He's talking about all these different things. All these different things except for the crime rate. And that is one of the reasons why Democrats are saying, wait a second. I talked
about the crime rate. Don't lie.
Their party is not addressing the number one issue. And in fact, members of Newsmax, right, where I have my show, one person was murdered a couple of weeks ago, and another person, a reporter, she was carjacked. Fortunately, her 1-year-old was not in the car at the time. So it's hitting everyday working people, whether you're whether you're a journalist, whether you're an everyday essential worker, or whether you work on Capitol Hill. Everyone is concerned about the safety.
One thing Cliven did raise that I think perhaps you should respond to, John, is this idea that this is the president focusing only on Democratic states and that there are red states that have troubling crime figures, but they don't seem to be in the spotlight. Why is that?
I think it should all be addressed, whether you talk about Memphis, Tennessee, or whether you talk about District of Columbia. It's more easier, based upon the way the district laws allows President Trump to actually annex DC for not an extended period of time, a short period of time. So you can look at this as a base case or pilot program to possibly roll out to other cities, red or blue, because I'm not here to talk about Republican or Democrat run cities or states. I'm here to talk about what people need. They need a baseline of safety.
Kai Vaughan, what do you say to that, this baseline of safety? If the mayor of DC is saying that crime has gone down, isn't that a good thing?
Crime was already at historic lows, and yes, she's taking the help, but I want to reiterate my point that agencies like ATF, Donald Trump has actually, for all the rhetoric, defunded police. He has cut $800 million in grants to support local law enforcement. He's gutted the ATF. We just had another mass shooting yesterday, unfortunately. All of these efforts have left DC without their usual resources. So some of this surge is replacing those missing resources, and they are thankful for that. But I will say it's just another talking point to say this is a test case. You have not heard Trump utter that he's going to do this in red states. You've heard Republicans on Newsmax and everywhere else only talk about DC, New York City, Los Angeles, and Illinois. So it's very hypocritical.
Let's talk about the numbers.
State, even though
let's talk about the numbers.
The top 10 murder states in the country are red states.
Since the troops were sent in to deter crime, robberies down 46%.
Still not going to talk about red states, right? That's what we're getting.
Carjackings down 80%.
Go back to DC. Yep.
Violent crimes down 22%. The results. Well, you're saying
nothing to say about red states.
It was actually trending down. So you're okay with a baseline number of carjackings, rapes,
wrong.
and
I
murders.
said it's good. I said it's good.
We should be concerned about it all, whether it's blue or red or purple. It needs to be done because
but you don't care.
Over 80% of Americans, whether you're right, left, or center, want to be safe and they want to live the American dream.
What about to Kaivon's point, though, John, that the president has defunded a lot of the police, so the National Guard is now having to come in to do the job that the police would have done if they hadn't have been defunded in the first place?
There is no... You know what's funny? Nancy Pelosi is in charge of the DC.
Answer her question.
Capitol Police, right? Hold on. And they tried to say Trump didn't provide resources. It's the same narrative coming out of that when it comes to DC or law enforcement in general. I don't think there's any competent person who's watching this program would actually believe that President Trump cut law enforcement. No one with an ounce of common sense would believe that, but they're going to run
Anyone
with that,
with Google
just like
should
they
believe
ran
it.
with the Russian hoax and everything else.
Oh, now we're going to
Trump,
Russia.
since he
Talk
came
about
down
a
the
dodge.
escalator, has been touting law and order, economic freedom, and prosperity in America. That he's been consistent on that, and that's why he's smiling, because he knows that's the truth. All he's spitting is talking.
Sorry, I'm smiling because you managed to take us to Russia.
Okay, right of reply to you, Kaivon, then we're going to move on. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, I mean, talk about a dodge. Why are we talking about Russia? You asked him about Trump defunding police, which
because you're dodging the
that
question.
Donald Trump did make those cuts. Anyone can Google it. I know the truth hurts, but just
people
Google
in
it,
DC
viewers.
are dodging bullets, and you're dodging questions.
All right, well, let's move on
Good
to
line.
another big question mark that some people have over the president. I'm going to put this one to both of you. President Trump prides himself on not doing things by the book. He's lauded by his supporters for standing up to the political establishment and, in his words, fixing all the ingrained problems. But in doing so, he's drawn criticism for overreaching. The separation of powers is in the US is enshrined in the Constitution, but his detractors argue he's putting that doctrine at risk. Take a listen, though, first of all, to this response from the president.
And they say, we don't need him, freedom, freedom. He's a dictator, he's a dictator. A lot of people are saying maybe we like a dictator. I don't like a dictator. I'm not a dictator. I'm a man with great common sense and I'm a smart person. And when I see what's happening to our cities, and then you send in troops, instead of being praised, they're saying you're trying to take over the republic. These people are sick.
Kaivon, is the president acting like a dictator?
First of all, just that statement that he doesn't like a dictator. There isn't a dictator Donald Trump has met that he hasn't fawned over, loved. He was writing love letters to Kim Jong-un. He rolled out the red carpet for Putin. So we all know that's dishonest. And I think, yes, back to my point, he is acting like a dictator, trying to totally take over every branch of government, even going so far as to nominate Emil Bove, who said that he would ignore judicial rulings, what our courts say, to the federal bench. So it's a full MAGA takeover of government, and it's horrible for the enduring nature of our democracy.
John?
You know, it's very interesting to hear Democrats justify high crime rates and saying, no, don't try anything different. Don't do anything about the problem. Let's just wish it away. Or instead of bringing in law enforcement, let's just double down on social workers. Well, the American people have more common sense than that. And when you actually go and talk to everyday people, including business owners, they praise the move. Why? Because people can actually start walking down the street with their children, jogging, and actually stop at a red light or a stop sign without the fear of being carjacked and their life placed in danger. So you know what? If the local politicians who are using taxpayer dollars to do nothing to address the situation, that's why many people, politicians as well as everyday people, are saying, you know what? We welcome President Trump, whether it's a blue or red state.
What about, John, the accusations from some of Trump's critics that he's weaponizing institutions like the Federal Reserve, like the CDC, that his moves to intervene in those institutions is unconstitutional and an overreach?
You mean when too late Jerome Powell actually cut interest rates before the election last year, but only lowered it once since then? Who said, you know, interest rates or current inflationary environment is transitory? You know what? When you look at law, even when you look at the medical field, there are multiple opinions. And President Trump has a different opinion than the Fed. In fact, that's good for our republic. And when you look at, you know, independence, whether you look at how the previous administration was run and operated, as well as the Fed, they're not doing the right thing. Look, inflation was as high, almost double digits in America. And when you look at the credit card interest rates, they still haven't come down to give people a reprieve who use credit cards just to close their monthly budgets when high inflation was running rampant. Then when you look at the current situation, existing home sales are drastically down. Why? Mm-hmm. Because mortgage rates are still high, while Lisa Cook, a Fed board governor, actually got a special interest rate. So people are sick and tired of the elite class getting a break while the burden, whether you talk about high interest rates or high national debt, are on the backs of everyday working Americans. President Trump is saying no mas, no more. We need to do differently.
Let's talk about that, because Donald Trump just added $4 trillion to the national debt that my generation, not your generation, is going to have to own. Donald Trump is actually currently responsible over his 2 terms for 25% the total American national debt. He has been writing checks. He's the bankruptcy king, and he's bankrupting the country. Why is he putting so much pressure on the Fed? Well, because his economic decisions have been horrible. His tariffs are wrecking our economy. Consumer spending down, business investment down. And so he wants the labor market so bad, he fired the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics because he didn't like the numbers. And now he wants the Fed to bail him out for a short-term win that's going to cost us in the long term. It's very much like what he's actually doing, you know, I think a similar, but somewhat similar redistricting fight, right? A short-term win. He wants to make our districts that much more partisan when they should be nonpartisan for the benefit of democracy. But because he's done such a bad job, he needs to rig the 2026 midterms, and it's going to do lasting damage to our democracy. You see this pattern over and over again in everything Donald Trump does.
You know what? Your hair is perfect, nice, crisp shirt, but Thanks. Your facts are all wrong.
At least I have some.
Obviously, you don't read the news or actually watch programs, but I'm glad you're on this one. Let me just
I don't watch Newsmax, that's for sure. I can tell you I don't watch Newsmax.
The U.S. economy expanded 3.3% in the second quarter. That beat estimates. So tariffs obviously have not impacted the economy based upon what just was released today. And guess what? Consumer spending is also up, beating estimates. So the Democrats are holding on to this fear-mongering and false narratives that tariffs are bringing down the economy, when yet consumer spending is up, business spending is up, as well as GDP is up. So there's no need to have these high interest rates and no need to stoke fear coming out of the DNC as we go into the midterm elections. I know you're scared. I know you're running scared.
Your party is the one that wants to rig the midterm. So if you were so confident, why does Trump need to beg for 5 seats in Texas?
Let me just say thank you for everything that you're doing.
Explain that.
Because you're helping Republicans win. We really appreciate
just
the
explain
help.
it. If you're so confident, why rig the outcome?
The economy's great.
No.
And if the
then why steal 5 seats in Texas?
What it should do, instead of its board of governors seeking special interest rates, maybe we can actually empower the people.
It is a good question, though, John, and I want to reiterate what Kai Vaughan has said there. If the economy is so good, why is the president so preoccupied with the Federal Reserve and interest rates? If things are going great, well, shouldn't he just keep his hands off and keep doing his job and let the Fed do theirs?
You know what, Melinda? You have a great show. You're doing well. My counterpart, he's doing well. I'm doing well. But the majority of people that struggle day to day, they were crushed under Bidenomics and Kamala Harris. Being told that inflation is transitory when they suffered for years with high interest rates. So just to balance things out, and not only were they paying more for everything for an extended period of time, the mortgage rates haven't even come down, so that way they could try to move from paying high rent to actually paying a mortgage, giving themselves an opportunity in the future to create wealth or at least pass it down. So I'm talking about balancing here, not for the people who are doing well like us or President Trump himself, but for the everyday average person that's still paying 20 plus, upwards to 25% in interest payments on credit cards, paying over 7% for a mortgage, and in some respects, 8 and 9% for a car loan. That is ultimately an issue for everyday working people who don't have the wherewithal. So we have to find balance.
Let's talk about everyday working people.
And I'm not saying
let's talk about them.
All right, your response, Kai Vaughan?
Yeah, everyday working people, the bottom 60% of Americans lost out. Their after-tax income under Donald Trump's one big beautiful bill, which, by the way, he doesn't even want to call it anymore, cuts those incomes for the bottom 60%. You know who it benefits? The top 0.1%. Donald Trump's rich friends earning over $3 million a year. And my colleague still did not answer the question, which is that if everything's so wonderful on the economy, on crime, on every issue under the sun,
people are still hurting with high interest rates.
Why does Trump need to steal 5 seats in Texas if he's going to win midterms because he's so popular? It's because he's projected for a blue wave blowout. He is deeply unpopular on these issues. Explain it.
You mean like the one you were predicting last year? Okay.
Why
Gentlemen,
steal the seats?
We're going to get close to running out of time, so I want to move us on to our last segment because this is an interesting one, and I'm looking forward to getting your take on them. One of President Trump's most vocal critics is Californian Governor Gavin Newsom. He's been attracting a lot of attention lately for his social media trolling of the president. Kai Vaughan, is this a case of if you can't beat them, join them? I mean, Michelle Obama said, when they go low, we go high. Is that notion now just out of the window for Democrats?
That's been out. That's been out for a decade, unfortunately. But I think the reality is what Gavin Newsom is doing is effective in two senses, though I will concede I think it's got a short runway with Democrats because Democrats aren't in this to score random Twitter points against Republicans. They want to pass policies that help the American people. That's the end goal. But what Gavin Newsom is doing in two ways is nice. For Democrats, it's cathartic because they feel like Donald Trump is this unchecked bully that regardless of the legal system, regardless of so many things, just cannot be held accountable, it seems. So it's nice to see somebody stand up to him. And I think second, it really sort of outlines how outrageous and preposterous Donald Trump's behavior day to day is that has been normalized. Because when you see a sane person like Gavin Newsom putting out those tweets in all caps, you're like, yeah, it is weird that a politician does this. And obviously that's part of his point. When he's talking about, make America Gavin again as a joke about Donald Trump's narcissism, it really hits that point home. So I think it's an effective gimmick in that sense.
Why is it getting under Republican skins, John?
Look, honestly, you know what? He's good for fundraising, right? Parties fundraise off each other, but let's look at, again, let's bring it back to the people. When you look at the inflows of population versus outflows, there are more people fleeing California in New York. Why? Because of the high taxes and mismanagement. These are facts. And Gavin Newsom,
more people have said Florida to California.
Even the mismanagement of the wildfires, right? There was no water to put out and effectively address the wildfires. When you look at the crime, when you look at the whole, California has the highest level of homelessness. If their policies worked, people would not be fleeing the state of California.
More people flee Florida to California.
Why? Because people have been leaving there, going to Texas. Hence the reason why Texas wants to redraw the maps based upon the huge influx of population. Remember, Texas,
John,
is a great place to do business, and no state income tax for the average worker. So it's working. Going back to Trump's tax bill, look, no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security.
All right, we're almost out of time, so let me get Kaivon's response to that. Kaivon?
Here's an inconvenient fact. More Americans have left Florida, a red state, for California, a blue state run by Gavin Newsom, than have left California to go to Florida. Similar climate, all of that. Similar offerings, and you can't explain that dynamic. It's true. Google it. People that pay attention to facts believe it. I know in your world, whatever you think is what goes, there's actual data and facts that everybody else in the world and in the business community pays attention to and uses to make decisions.
Okay, I've got a question. Before we're out of time, I want to put it to both of you. Another reason why Gavin Newsom is making headlines at the moment, on Wednesday, he made a stark warning that he says President Trump is serious about running again in 2028, and he says we're losing the country in real time. John, will President Trump really push for a third term?
That is foolishness. President Trump already came out and said that he's not running again, but because these foolish Democrats rather focus on the latest foolish headline instead of focusing on coming with real policies, all they have is fear-mongering. So you know what? President Trump is going to troll them. Because all he has to do is put out something on Truth Social or X, and just like minions, they'll actually run and start pushing these narratives instead of really start focusing on real policies like crime, to address crime, the local economics and things of that nature. It's foolishness.
All right, Kaivon, to that point, is it easier for Democrats to scaremonger that President Trump is going to run for a third term than putting in the work to make sure that they are a viable alternative?
I just think anybody in media using the idea that Democrats have scaremongered, everything they warned about has happened. Every single thing Democrats have been warning about for the last decade, Donald Trump and Republicans have done. Donald Trump even
won the election.
An insurrection. And by the way, Don's saying now that he won't run for a third term, but I guarantee you, the minute Donald Trump says he'll run for a third term, he'll be the first guy behind him in the cult saying, yeah, screw our democracy, it doesn't matter. So absolutely ridiculous talking points. And I don't think Democrats have been scaremongering at all. I will concede to the premise of your question, which is I think they have to make that case, but they also have to offer a positive set of policy proposals and communicate that effectively, particularly on affordability to the American people.
Yeah.
And Melinda, really quickly, that's why President Trump ran away with this election last year and won the popular vote.
He didn't run away with it.
And you can't do that unless a high number of Democrats cross over and vote for him. Why? Because they were sick of open borders, a poor, high inflationary economy, and not feeling safe. That's why Democrats failed. Trump is not running again, but guess what? J.D. Vance, other people, as well as local Republicans are running in blue states, and they'll likely win. That's why he's smiling.
All right, round us out, Khyvon. What do the Democrats need to learn? I mean, John's made some pretty good points about their failings from 2024.
He hasn't made great points, and none of the points made are based on true facts. So Donald Trump's already hemorrhaging support with Latinos, with young voters, some of the groups he made gains with, double-digit losses with young voters just 8 months into his second term. But secondly, MAGA as a concept is fractured on so many issues, on immigration. You even have Joe Rogan still coming after Trump for his Epstein cover-up, on international wars that Donald Trump is heating up, those foreign conflicts. He's lost Tucker Carlson and folks. So there's so many issues, adding $4 trillion to the debt, that the MAGA base has crumbled a lot since his reelection. And J.D. Vance is absolutely not the front runner in that race. There are so many players that are going to be tearing each other apart. And it's going to be actually very tough, I think, for Republicans to keep their thin coalition together.
But tell me, though, what are Democrats doing differently? What have they needed to learn from their failures?
What are Democrats doing differently? Yeah, sure. Democrats are focusing, by the way, as Kamala Harris did, on affordability, on making life better, education opportunities, childcare, access to jobs. By the way, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris created more jobs than the last 3 Republican presidents combined. Donald Trump, in contrast, had to fire the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics because his jobs numbers are so bad. So I think Democrats need to figure out how to communicate what they have been doing to the American people and then build on that. And I think people like Ro Khanna do a good job of that, talking about, for example, who are going to be the winners and losers on an issue like AI, right? The next digital wave. Is it going to be rich folks and sort of those Silicon Valley bros that have all lined up behind Donald Trump while the truckers across America get replaced and shut out? Democrats want to give people an opportunity to own a part of that, to be a part of that. So I think that's the vision and the picture they're painting.
Okay, just finally, and by right of reply, John, what vision are the Republicans going to be selling for 2028?
They're going to be selling massive investment, not only by American businesses in America, but also international businesses. Whether you talk about investors from the Middle East, Asia, Europe, Latin America, a lot of companies and individuals are investing in America. When you have large investments like that, in addition to tax breaks, not only on large businesses, but small businesses, as well as working class individuals, that creates a huge and robust economy, which makes for not only higher wages because wages are going up, but also mobility, job creation for those who aren't working and for those who want to move into better opportunities. All of these things are working. And he's telling Kamala Harris, well, Kamala Harris ended her campaign not only in failure, but $20 million in debt that the DNC just voted on this past week to pay off her debt. So they're still suffering from last year's election while President Trump is moving this economy forward, moving this country forward. And he's not just doing it for America, he's doing it for other nations around the world, creating a fair and balanced
business
trade.
investment is down.
Gentlemen, I wish we could continue our debate, but I know we are out of time, so I'm going to have to leave it there. But what we love on Counterpoints is two strong sides to every story, and we certainly got that with the both of you this evening.
Well,
Thank you so much to John Burnett, the first Vice Chairman of the New York State Republican Party, and Kai Vaughan Schroff, Democratic strategist and commentator. Thanks for joining us on Counterpoints, gentlemen. And thank you for tuning in to this episode of Counterpoints. Be sure to keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews by subscribing to Al Arabiya English on YouTube. And be sure to follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome. I'm John O'Hayes and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. And these are our top stories. Xi Jinping showcases China's military might in a grand parade attended by Putin and Kim Jong-un as Trump accuses the three leaders of conspiring against the United States. And on the sidelines of the day's events in Beijing, Putin invites Kim Jong-un to Russia after they hold a 2.5-hour meeting together. Plus, thousands of Israeli reservists join in major military offensive on Gaza City as protests erupt outside Benjamin Netanyahu's home over the fate of its hostages. Chinese leader Xi Jinping has hailed his country's unstoppable rise as he showcased its military might in a grand parade marking the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II. Now, in a speech, he also said that the world faces a choice between peace and war. His comments seem to be presenting an alternative to Western-led global order. To discuss this and all of today's stories, we're joined in the studio by Managing Director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett. And we're joined by Dr. Eli Al-Hindi, Professor of International Relations at the American University in the Emirates. Thanks to both of you for being here. First of all, Michael, we'll turn to you on this. Xi is unveiling nuclear missiles, drones as well, we're seeing today. It's quite the show from China, along with Putin and Kim standing side by side up there, shoulder to shoulder. A show of force, or are we back having some theatre for the cameras once again?
Well, I think a parade, by definition, is theatrical. And I think it was a little bit of both. You know, the other day I spoke about this being a bit of a performance for an audience of one, Donald Trump. And today I think there was a little bit more of that. And I think they got under his skin because he did respond on social media. But I also think that...
In a very weird way.
In a weird way, yeah.
Well, in a typical way for Donald Trump, I would argue, right? Maybe not so much weird. But I think it's interesting that what the Chinese president has done, he's brought together people, leaders who might not necessarily come together. Yes, of course, there's the usual suspects. But you also had Egypt and Turkey and Vietnam. And those are three traditional... as well as India, of course. And those are four traditional U.S. allies. And they're recognizing that there is some common ground, even if it's to come together to oppose the person that we don't necessarily think is treating us fairly. And they're using this as an opportunity to a show of force. And I think that because of Donald Trump's response on social media, I think that they got the rise out of him that they would have liked.
Now, the Kremlin have said that they believe that this was more so in jest. There's a little bit tongue-in-cheek as well. And reading it and now having heard Donald Trump comment since then as well, it seems that may be the case. There might be some sort of a banter element to this post.
So I think that that's how you spin it. I think your first reaction is usually a pretty good indication of what you're truly thinking and feeling. And I believe that he was, if not offended, I don't think that's the right word, but I do think that he was trying to take a direct shot at what was going on without him there. Now, he did, of course, say that maybe his presence was not required or might not have looked good. But I think that there is a little bit of truth in his original post where he was feeling like there was some activity to conspire against the United States.
Dr. Ellie, I jokingly last night on the show said, what's next from the SCO? What will we see from the SCO tomorrow? And said, is it going to be Putin standing side by side with Kim Jong-un? Just such a thing is what's after happening.
You knew, come on, Joe.
Yeah, I honestly didn't expect that to happen.
Yeah.
Because he said now fraternal duty is what North Korea has to help Russia. Does this feel like more like symbolism, or is there some budding friendship that's going on here that the West needs to be worried about?
There is a friendship, definitely. There is people alike who think alike, who get common interests. Not specifically a threat to the West having North Korea there in that setup, and not completely unexpected. But still, I think what worries the West about North Korea is always the nuclear capabilities, whether it is there or not, nobody knows exactly. Not the actual size or economic power or even military power of North Korea, but that potential of maybe they have nuclear technology that could be really in unsafe hands, if we want to put it this way, in Western terms. But on the other hand, we've seen both Russia and China very, very hesitant to share nuclear knowledge, even with countries like Iran, even with other countries who are maybe closer to them or maybe more in control of how would they use this or not. Definitely, there's something that is growing in that area of the world. Definitely, the alternative of a US-led economic world system is changing and is growing, and this is exactly what worries the West, both the US and Europe, I assume.
You know, I also think that this is a perfect demonstration of the failure of American diplomacy at this moment in time. And it's not because you have the bro romances going on. I think it's more about the one-on-one meetings that did take place. And an event like this is an opportunity for people who might not be like-minded to come together, have a conversation, to find out if there is common ground. And I think this is where Donald Trump has failed the Western foreign policy agenda, where he does not necessarily see these opportunities to think long-term. You know, there's more about his approach is usually transactional. And when you see Modi, Prime Minister Modi, and Vladimir Putin together in his car for 45 minutes, that's a missed opportunity for America, and that's a win for Vladimir Putin.
A lot of ifs and buts, because these are obviously a lot of powers who have come together here. And like you mentioned, we don't know, Dr. Ali, what we have in capability in terms of North Korea. We don't really know what we have in terms of capability when it comes to Russia or China either. And now if all of these powers get together, surely that's a force to be reckoned with, if there is the beginning of this kind of almost a BRICS type get-together.
Definitely. Let's keep the two things apart. Uniting against a US-led system to create an alternative system is in the interest of almost every strong state around the world. Even countries like Gulf countries that have joined the BRICS, even like Brazil, like South Africa, this is definitely, there's a lot of countries around the world that feel that this alternative system needs to be created to be liberated from the dollarization, from the whole system. This is on one thing, and having a military alliance that could become, the world next superpower. I don't think we are there. I don't think we can be there because these countries have too much problems with each other. They don't trust each other. They cannot possibly, work together on a long-term strategic alliance, militarily speaking at least. And I don't think that they share the same vision, even in terms of economy and in terms of world governance in that sense.
Well, it's gotten Trump to pay attention because we've heard in the last couple of hours that he said he will speak to Putin in the coming hours is how soon he said this. So obviously it has caused a bit of a stir in Washington and in the Trump administration.
He felt left out, maybe.
Maybe so. And I'm going to use an analogy that maybe not all the kids will get. There was a famous actor in the 1950s in the States, James Dean. And when he died, there's a lot of people who look back on that time and say, not only did we lose James Dean, but we also lost Marlon Brando. Now, these were the two people who were competing for a lot of the same roles. And the thinking was that when James Dean died, Marlon Brando lost interest because his main competitor was gone. So now I think there almost needs to be, if there's the U.S., there needs to be the opposite and equal, right? And that's what President Xi is proposing. That would start to maybe balance the scales for a lot of countries that might not necessarily be aligned with the U.S. But it also is an opportunity then for the U.S. to remake itself so that they can be an equal to what the Chinese are trying to do. And that's where I think it gets really interesting.
I truly believe that this is what Trump is trying to do because of the whole campaign, the whole who he is, the whole what he presents in politics is that attempt to reinvent the United States and give it a push for the years to come. Without that recreation, reinvention of the United States, the era of the U.S. empire is definitely fading away.
And to that point, I think you're absolutely right, because he doesn't want to necessarily be the world's police dog. Not that he doesn't want that role, but he doesn't want the financial responsibilities that come with it.
Yeah, which is a high price tag to pay. Now, going on behind the scenes at this as well, world leaders who were also having a conversation. Some of that was caught on microphone. That's due to a hot mic, which means the microphone was left on while a conversation was taking place between Xi and Putin. Some of the stuff they discussed, including living to be 150 years old, it was wild to hear these two, and also organ donation. I don't think anyone saw that one coming, Dr. Ellie.
It's a weird conversation for sure. I don't know how they came to that discussion. But I guess this is where Trump would have felt at home, these people who think they deserve to live 150 years because they are too great to die anytime soon. And then this discussion would come into play where they are discussing how to live longer or how to stay in power longer, I assume, in the longer term. Trump's issue is that he is in a democracy. If we want to believe the U.S. is still a democracy in that sense, and he cannot continue to rule forever, while these guys probably will find a way to continue to rule for many years to come.
Well, that was the part of the discussion, Michael, was just that they'd basically be eternally in power, and it seems to be something that they're all considering at this stage.
Yeah, I don't know if they were sweeping the streets of Tiananmen Square after this, if they would be thinking, I really want to live to 150. But because they're in power, and because they have the money, and because they have the means, and because they have so many resources at their fingertips, they probably feel almost as though they're entitled. And this gets to one of the issues that I think so many people have with the U.S. is this sense of entitlement. And now you're getting a sense that maybe, the Chinese president and the Russian president are also feeling like, I feel young, they're both 72. Why can't I live for another 72 years?
I love the analogy you did before the show about, different also famous people, very wealthy people who try to invest a lot into.
So there are, of course, a lot of the tech billionaires who are doing that right now. And even through history, a quick search before coming on, everything from Louis XIII to Pope Innocent VIII. These were men, and so the story went, it's traditionally older white men who feel like they are entitled to live as long as they actually want. And of course, we know that that's not the reality.
Unless you're Walt Disney, according to a huge conspiracy theory that we don't have time for. Thank you both, by the way, for your thoughts on that. Let's move on to our next story. And thousands of Israeli reservists are now reporting for duty as the military pushes ahead with its offensive on Gaza City. Ground forces are moving into the outskirts, while Israeli air and artillery strikes continue, with hospitals saying that dozens of Palestinians have been killed since midnight. The United Nations warn of beyond catastrophic consequences as nearly 1 million people remain trapped. Dr. Ellie, thousands of these reservists, as we just mentioned, called up to Gaza City as well. Heavy bombardment. Is this now a decisive moment in the war? Or is this just a further escalation once again?
Further escalation, definitely, rather than decisive. We've said consequently in this show and everywhere that unless something radically changes on one side or the other of this war, if we may call it, nothing will change. And it can drag on for even another year or even more, while the people are paying the price. Keep reminding ourselves of that. So I think, yes, this is an additional push, an additional attempt, but I'm wondering whether it is feasible to say that this will end the war, because the war cannot end except by a complete defeat of Hamas or then the deposition of Netanyahu or whatever that may be. It is unlikely that this will lead to a closer end to the war. It is very likely that this will lead to further death, further killing, and maybe it will feed into the general Israeli plan of pushing these people out of the land completely.
Michael, a lot of the time we're hearing that there's no real strategy. Israel don't have an end strategy. And although that's not the case, there may be a now strategy with regards to getting the reserve troops into Gaza. And there's a reason why. Let's get them on the ground now before we head in and do an on-ground offensive in Gaza itself.
So, they do have a plan when it comes to invading invading Gaza. They're going to be sending the reservists, a lot of the reservists, up to the West Bank, presumably just to maintain the status quo. And that way the active duty soldiers, the IDF, will be able to lead the offensive into Gaza. It is a cause of concern, though, that there is so much going on militarily and there is so little comment from the President of the United States. And one of the criticisms that gets leveled at Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister, is share with us what is the plan after the hostages come home. And this isn't just a concern with people around the world. It's also a very big concern with the Israeli citizens themselves. And that's one of the reasons why they're out there almost on a daily basis protesting.
And there's this huge level and this huge swathe of protesting taking place across Israel. But what are Israelis protesting for, Dr. Ellie? Do you think, what do they want?
I really don't think that they have a big issue over what's happening in Gaza. They have an issue about how the government is dealing with the hostage crisis. They think it could have been handled better. They think that more hostages could be released as a temporary ceasefire. But I don't think many people in Israel, and at least not those that are demonstrating now in front of Netanyahu's house, they are not demanding peace. They are not demanding for stopping the genocide in Gaza or to stop the plans of, the complete removal of the Palestinians of Gaza. The problem for them is more tactical, is more how to deal with the issue of the Palestinians. Unfortunately, as Michael was saying, we don't see a day after plan for Israel. It seems that Netanyahu specifically has the tendency to start different battles and different wars without a clear vision on what could be the next day after that, except if we believe in the conspiracy that says that their vision for a day after is a Gaza without any Palestinian there.
Michael, let's talk about the Gaza movie, The Voice of Hind Rajab, which is screening in the Venice Film Festival, has now attracted attention internationally. This is culture and cinema mixing at a time when it's still very, very fresh. I mean, this is still an ongoing conflict as well. Is that going to shape an opinion globally on the conflict? Keeping in mind it's been backed by people like Brad Pitt. We've seen Joaquin Phoenix as well put his weight behind this movie.
So I think it helps assuage the collective guilt that the world feels. And you can watch something that, such as that film and feel like maybe you're better informed and that maybe you can sympathize a little bit, more so with the Palestinians.
That's good.
And maybe you will actually start to follow certain key Palestinian figures on social media. I think, unfortunately, art, and I'm a big fan of art and a big believer in what art can do, but art usually will capture a moment in time after the fact. And the example I'll use is I don't know that there was a lot of great art that was being created in the early 1940s in Germany about the killing of Jews by the Nazis. Here you have a a moment that is being captured while, as you said, the conflict is still fresh and still ongoing. But what art usually does is it looks back and it explains or justifies or puts into context what happened. And another example, there's a film called Nuremberg that stars Russell Crowe and Rami Malek that's going to be released in November. And that's about the city in Germany where the Nazi
war trials,
upper figures, thank you, leadership figures, were tried. And that is now 80 years after the end of the war. And that, I think, will be an incredibly illuminating a bit of cinema for people who might not know all the figures. So art can explain what's happened, but I don't know that a film right now is going to do a very good job of telling the public what we already know, because we've been watching it on our phones for 23 months.
And also what we don't know, I guess, 80 years since Nuremberg trials took place, you'll now know that there's a lot of information that we are aware of that we wouldn't have been aware of even 20, 30 years ago. But now everything's kind of been brought to light. So I guess it's difficult, Dr. Ellie, to try and do a movie about something while it's still going on and we don't really know all the facts and ins and outs.
Definitely, there's a lot that's still yet to be discovered with maybe, I don't know, the opening of files or declassification of things later on, if that actually happens in a state like Israel. But then again, we have to ask ourselves, this makes you feel more sentimental about what's happening. Maybe you know a bit more. Maybe you get to follow some people, but are you actually changing anything? The whole discussion we've been having with Michael, will this actually lead to enough pressure on Israel to actually change something on the ground? So far, we're seeing just a general mood swing, but not enough to make a change of policies.
Michael, Dr. Ellie, thank you both for your thoughts on that. Let's move on to our next story. We're moving to Washington for this, where Epstein victims and lawmakers have held a press conference demanding the full release of all the files in relation to the case. This comes after a House panel published more than 33,000 pages of Epstein documents earlier today. That includes things like flight logs, court findings and jail footage as well. But lawmakers say that while the files do add some detail, there's key information, like that client list, that remains missing. Michael, we'll turn to you on this first of all. It's finally the day that we've been talking about all summer long. We're back in session once again, and now the Epstein files have been released, but it's still not enough. Very little information that we didn't know already has been brought to light.
Yeah, I saw one article that said that by their estimate, probably 97% of what was released today was already public. Okay. So the 3% is not that illuminating. I'll watch a lot of news programs and podcasts on YouTube. Everything from Joe Rogan to CNN, from Fox News to NPR. And I like to to read the comments because I think people are incredibly smart. And every 8th comment you'll see, no matter the platform or the channel, will be release the Epstein files. And there is a legitimate growing concern, and the Democrats, to their credit, have recognized that this is, and they did before the summer recess, that this is a political issue. And what they can do is they can put the pressure on the Trump administration to release the information. And for whatever reason, it still boggles the mind a little bit that it doesn't make sense that if you're going to go to this length to release all the information that you think is relevant, that you're still holding back. It always comes back to that one question for me: why not release everything? Now, we know that some of it is because the victims need to be protected. You can redact that. You can redact names and ages and identifiers. But release everything else. And so if that's the case, why wouldn't they want to do it? And the question is because of names that might be in there. The fear, I believe, on the Trump administration's part, is that Donald Trump is listed there, not necessarily as a client, but he's listed there as maybe somebody who is just part of the Epstein files. And that would not look good for him. And I think that that's what is delaying it. But I also think because they're delaying it, this is an issue that is just not going to go away.
However, that is speculation. and Dr. Ellie, to you on this one, the missing client list may not be missing. There may not be a client list. One may not actually exist. But I guess the conspiracy theory is being kept alive by the fact that we feel that all the documents have not been released.
Definitely. There's, again, too many questions and very little answers. Is there such a list or just some record somewhere? Some people say the list did not exist in the first place. The other question is why this change of heart by Trump, since he was so adamant of releasing the list before or during the campaign, and now all of a sudden that change of heart. And then, since we don't have the answers, there's a huge flood of conspiracy theories, including the connection of Israeli intelligence, including the connections to a whole setup that is put in place in order to blackmail different American politicians by this or that agency. All of these conspiracy will not be laid to bed unless we have the full reality and the full truth, which even in the case like JFK and the files that were released, it seems that even the release of these files did not give us the full picture 100%.
And I think it is, to take on your point from that, I think regardless of how many files we release and how many documents we actually give you and how many times you go back to the DOJ and say, Pam Bondi, give us everything you have, the public will still think, not everything. You've not given us everything. We've seen that before. And like you said, Dr. Ellie, with the JFK files, there is still the conspiracy theories that are gone wild. Just look at Reddit, Michael. You'll see people saying, you know what? Actually, this is not everything. Will the public ever be satisfied?
No, they will definitely not. This is a conspiracy theory that will live on for decades because it has all the makings of what makes a wonderful conspiracy theory survive. You have a president or a president who is cooperating or not cooperating. You have an attorney general who is saying one thing and not necessarily doing another. You have so many celebrities. You have so many high-profile billionaires who may or may not be associated with the trips. Certainly, we know former President Clinton was on some of those flights. We know Prince Andrew.
And his wife Hillary, right?
Hillary, I don't know, but for sure Bill. Prince Andrew, we know, of course, was on some of those flights as well. And I think that because you have so many big people, this brings everybody's attention on it. And I don't know what it would take for the public to be satisfied that all the material has been released. So until there is a piece of paper that says client list with names, that would be the holy grail, and I think that is what people would be satisfied with. But until that time, and as you said, there might not be one.
But we have now seen as well, and Marjorie Taylor Greene being one, but we've seen people come to the fore who are normally Trumpists, for want of a better word, saying that they even doubt that this may not be the full extent of the files. I mean, is it going to require Donald Trump to come up? Because he's got a lot going on, which we'll get to in a second. Washington's been busy today. Do you think he's going to allude to this at all, Dr. Ellie?
I don't think so. He's going to keep avoiding it as much as possible. But again, we have to keep asking ourselves, is everybody who visited that island actually has committed, a certain kind of crime, to put it in such a word? We don't know. And it is a very, difficult line to set in that sense. But definitely anybody who has visited will be hated by the public.
Of course,
in a
and there will
sense.
be speculation that will continue as well. And I think it certainly is commendable to the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein to be able to go out on a public stage and to be vocal as they've done so bravely as well. I think that in itself is commendable. But as I said, Washington's been busy today, so the Epstein files are just down the list. Second to, and Michael, if we could turn on this very quickly with you, crypto stakes are in the news for the Trump family. It's not an ideal day for them, but what's the take on this? Why are they in the news for this?
So one of the things that the Trump family does incredibly well is they don't try to hide their business dealings. So when they are in Qatar and they're getting a private jet, or when one of Donald Trump's sons is here in Dubai or in various other Gulf countries, and he is talking about a new Trump building, it's all out in the open. And there's a little bit of confidence that comes with that, and there's also a little bit of hesitancy on the part of a critic to accuse somebody of doing something if they're doing it out in the open. And with crypto, you have the World Liberty Financials, which is the Donald Trump Bitcoin. And they have now started to recognize that there's so much money. Well, they recognized this just after the election. And so they've invested so much. And they've been very friendly to the Bitcoin community. But when they are in this position where they're making so much money, I think it's up to $5 billion on paper at least, that they've made in the past 6 or 7 months. It makes people feel as though he truly is a businessman who is about the transaction. And when he's being true to himself and he's doing it so blatantly, obviously, it's difficult to throw accusations at him when he or his family will say, yes, this is what we've done. Like, here you go.
Then internal trading is such a big thing in the US, right? And this could be something that he controls, and then he makes money out of it, and then his political decisions can influence how the market would react. This is where the whole shady issue becomes.
But he is a businessman. At the end of the day, Trump is a businessman, always has been, probably always will be. Is this just a separate side to him away from the presidency, that he's not actually controlling any markets, it's just business?
So you have to believe that he is not having conversations with his sons about what they're going to be doing and about what he's planning. That is beyond the pale, in my opinion. I think just because, as he would say, he doesn't have daily control, I think the family understands what it is that they're supposed to be doing, which is, quite frankly, to put it bluntly, making money off of the name while he's in power.
Of course, speculatively speaking, we don't know what's going on behind closed doors, but we would assume that the Trump family are clean as a whistle. Might be what we think. Now, I will just very quickly mention, and this is that the troops have gone into Chicago as well. Dr. Ellie, is that a distraction technique that we're seeing today, or is that something that was genuinely required?
Not required, nor a distraction. It's part of plans of Trump to have as much control on US politics as possible. Now, the reasons, is there enough reason to send in the national troops? That's a different discussion. It's a legal discussion. It's an interpretation of the American Constitution. It is definitely unusual, but not completely unexpected. He said he will do it. He did it in Washington. He did it in LA. He might do it in other cities. Where would the judiciary, the federal court, the Supreme Court draw the line and say, no, this is not permitted? This is where it remains to be seen. He definitely has a plan to have as much control over the politics of the United States in the coming period.
Well, gentlemen, we'll take a breather from Washington because it really has been a day and a half. And on to Dubrovnik for our next story. It's the Croatian city that was made famous from the filming location as the HBO series Game of Thrones. But now the mayor of Dubrovnik has told a British newspaper that he plans on bringing in changes to curb tourism in the city. From limiting who can visit the city's walls to caps on cruise ships docking in Dubrovnik, it joins a number of other European destinations that are using new rules to tackle overcrowding and costs of living crisis. Dr. Ellie, this is pretty much a case of limiting wall visits, limiting cruise ships. And for those who don't know, the wall is a very iconic scene in a TV show that I've watched one episode and then never watched again, Game of Thrones.
So I'm not alone.
You're not alone on this.
I just wanted to start with a disclaimer.
Just might be Michael who knows what we're talking about here. But it's a bit of a global move that we're seeing here towards tourism limitations. Not unique, but certainly one that Europe now seem to be jumping on board with.
That's true. When things become too touristic, when the people of a certain city feel that tourists are abusing their city, are not respecting their city, their way of life, their culture, etc., and maybe also when tourists are coming to the wrong reasons to that place, to see a wall that is part of a show, they don't know what was that wall about, why was it built, what's its history, etc. And then, of course, the insensibility may be in some irresponsible tourists who maybe deal in a way with the city, with leaving behind some stuff, some graffiti or some things like that. This will definitely make the people of the city wanting to protect their well-being, if I may say. And the question becomes, are you losing the money, or do you want to keep the money even if it's going to take its toll on your city? And where do you draw the line? Definitely more cities, those who became very touristic in few places in Europe, have said, no, enough is enough. We don't want this uncontrolled tourism. we want to at least put some kind of regulations in that sense. And it is completely understandable, in my opinion.
Yeah, it doesn't seem unrealistic and it doesn't seem illogical to say, right, let's cap it. We've seen it in Venice, we've seen it in Barcelona, we've seen it, we have for a very long time at the pyramids of Egypt, we've seen it in Thailand at the islands there, where they limit the numbers down. But if you look at it on a bigger scale, Michael, and even cities like Dubai, they are tourism hubs. And what are the lessons that you think you could take for one of the newer tourist destination cities that they should take away, having seen these clampdowns that are happening in Europe when it's probably too late?
So I think there are lots of cities throughout Europe that have to align several different parties so that everybody can agree to change the law, or they can agree to introduce certain restrictions so that, yes, the businesses in the area are making money, but there is not long-term damage to, the location. Dubai, however, has a government that is forward-looking, and they are very comfortable with change, where I don't think that many cities around the world are. And I'll give a couple of examples. So I've been out here more than 20 years, and when I moved out here, the weekends were Thursday, Friday. And then they became Friday, Saturday, and now they're Saturday, Sunday. Now, they're making those changes because they recognize that the global community mostly works on a Saturday, Sunday weekend. They wanted to encourage tourism, and this was one of the ways that they could do it. They also do things in a more practical sense. People want to come and see the fireworks at the Burj Khalifa on New Year's Eve. So they'll shut down Sheikh Zayed Road, which is the main thoroughfare here. They will also make sure that the metro is running much later, so you can accommodate the people who live here and who are going to go watch the fireworks. Mm-hmm. The government here has that ability to make changes with warning the people that this will come over the course of the next couple of weeks or the next couple of months. That's the reality that Dubai offers, where they can see something, they can listen to what people are saying, and then they can make a change. And it's one of the ways in which Dubai has been successful. In European cities, I think they still struggle a little bit, wanting to make sure that they're doing everything right, and that they have everybody on board before they go ahead and make a decision.
Sometimes at the detriment of tourism, as it's we've seen. Well, thank you both for your thoughts on that one. We want to move on to that part of the show where we get both Michael and Dr. Ellie's quirkier stories from the day. Michael, to you first. There's an LA grocery store that's now going to New York, but it's not going to be free to get into it, which seems like an alien concept to me. So
there's this incredibly expensive, very posh grocery store that's quite popular in LA called Erewhon. And you can get Halle Bieber's smoothies there, for instance, and they are only $20.
For one?
For one. So what's happening now is it is going to be a part of a members-only paddle club in the West Village in New York. And for a mere $36,000 and then $7,000 annual fee, you will be able to get your smoothie in person. This is a big deal for those people who are 100% of that world. It's also a really good story to tell you that there are some people who just have way too much money.
$100 a day is the membership to get into the store, but the smoothie is an additional charge on top of that.
So it's $36,000 a year. Sorry, $36,000 for the membership, and then $7,000 a year to be able to get in, so that you can make a purchase of one of these smoothies, because they're only offering smoothies. It's just a juice bar at this moment. Now, the other interesting thing to consider is that what they will be doing is making sure that you can only buy it in person, but there is a workaround where you will be able to, for instance, through Uber Eats, order one of these yourself and not have to pay any of those fees.
Why would you do that? It's just a smoothie, right?
Because
you're paying the $36,000 to be in that place with all these people, with all that.
Yes, and you're only around the other people that can afford that same sort of thing. So
having the smoothie at home will not do that.
Yes, so you're drinking the smoothie with like-minded people who have similar bank accounts.
I think I'd prefer
like-funded people, not like-minded people.
But the cash would probably be a lot better. Dr. Ellie, yours is to the Polish CEO. Now we know his position, who snatched a young tennis souvenir from the fan at the US Open. He's apologised for this now.
Yes, but unfortunately it's a typical case of how people could feel entitled, how people could be disregarding of what's happening around them. That CEO of the drug company, he is a Polish CEO, he's a famous, very rich CEO, happened to, as we can see in the video, just snitch the cap of the tennis player Kamil Majchak and just take it from in front of the young person who was hoping that he would get it. And then he completely disregarded his plea and is crying. That eventually the guy realized what happened because it was caught on camera, because it became viral. So he actually apologized, tried to compensate for the families, visited them, gave them some gifts, and took some pictures with them just to clean his image again. But how disrespectful can you be? How disregarding of what's happening around you can you be? Even in the heat of moment, as you were trying to give him some excuses, I know, but still, it's a typical thing in matches, and it's a pity to see that caught on camera.
And Majchak had reached out as well and had given the kid another cap that he signed as well, but still a bit too little too late for taking candy from a baby, Michael.
You know, it's one of the things that we should know in 2025. Coldplay concerts, everything is caught on camera. You have to almost operate as though you're a celebrity walking down the street going to your Starbucks. You have to assume that there will be paparazzi. Today it won't be paparazzi, it'll be just anybody with a camera.
Yep.
And things will get caught, and you have to be so aware of your surroundings and recognize that what I'm doing in public is for the public.
One small slip away from a career changer, those ones. Thank you so much. That is all from us on W News Extra. A massive thanks once again to our guests, the Managing Director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri Pickett, and Dr. Eli Al-Hindi, Professor of International Relations at the American University in the Emirates. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. As always, you can follow us on X, and GNT with Tom Burges Watson is on the way next. Goodbye for now.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson, and today our focus is on China's largest ever military parade. We'll be asking, what message is Beijing sending out? And how's all this being viewed by Washington? All of that to come. Hello and welcome to the programme. Straight to Beijing, where laser weapons, nuclear ballistic missiles, even robotic dogs were all on display at what was China's largest ever military parade earlier on today. Well, the event marked 80 years since Japan's surrender in the Second World War, and according to analysts, that carefully choreographed event sent out a clear message. China is showcasing its might, positioning itself as the world's next global leader and possible counterweight to the United States. Let's take a closer look. Well, ahead of that parade in Beijing, the Chinese President Xi Jinping, the Russian President Vladimir Putin and the North Korean leader Kim Jong-un stood shoulder to shoulder for the first time in a long time. It was a striking image for the world and one that the US President Donald Trump did not let pass. On social media, President Trump addressed President Xi directly, writing, "Please give my warmest regards to Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong-un as you conspire against the United States of America." Well, we can cross now to Washington and get some analysis from Greg Swenson, who is chair of Republicans Overseas and a friend of this channel. Greg, a pleasure talking to you as always. We've been talking there with our previous guest about China's largest ever military parade, which some are saying was not so much a commemoration of the end of the Second World War, more of a sort of superpower coming out party. That's how some people have described it. How's Washington viewing this?
Yeah, I think it's more the latter, Tom, as you pointed out. I mean, yes, it is the commemoration of the defeat of Japan, but if that was really a commemoration for the end of World War II, the United States would have been involved as the obvious leader of the Allies and really the orcs, basically the mechanic of the defeat of Japan, quite obviously. So no, it's China flexing its muscles, that's for sure. And I think that, that's acknowledged here in the U.S. That's not surprising to anybody because, we've seen China as an adversary for, 8 or 10 years now.
Yeah, I mean, it was extraordinary looking at the images of Tiananmen Square earlier today. I mean, real Cold War style imagery, military hardware on display, soldiers goose-stepping, President Xi in the middle, flanked by Kim Jong-un and President Putin on the other side. And clearly, President Trump didn't like what he was seeing because he said a message, it seems, to President Xi on social media, "Please give my regards to Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong-un as you conspire against the United States of America." That's what he put on social media. I mean, he's not sounding happy at all about what he's been seeing coming out of China.
No, I think that's right, Tom. And look, the president is very blunt. He's very candid. He's very transparent. So that's what everybody's thinking. So why not just say it? And I think the president's always had that kind of refreshing candor. But I do think you're seeing a return to the axes of evil. You've got China flexing its muscles. You've got North Korea that's in a way diversifying away from its dependence on China, in this case, by cozying up with the Russians, by helping the Russians with the war in Ukraine, sending soldiers even. And then you've got, of course, the third part of the axis of evil, or the fourth part, which is Iran, who's incredibly weakened thanks to the United States and Israel, and specifically President Trump. But they're just demonstrating that they're going to continue with this resistance to the West. And in spite of their essentially defeat at the hands of the U.S. and Israel, they're going to stick with it and stick with the axes of evil. And so it's difficult to watch. Nobody's happy about it. But on the other hand, we shouldn't be surprised.
Do you think it might prompt a bit of a rethink by the Trump administration? I mean, let's not forget, during his first term, President Trump was trying to win over Kim Jong-un, and now it looks like he's got an even bigger nuclear arsenal than he did before that dialogue started. And then we saw President Trump's attempts to reach out to President Putin. He got a warm welcome in Alaska. And since then, we've seen President Putin completely defying President Trump, escalating attacks on civilians in Ukraine and stalling the talks that President Trump thought were going to happen soon. I mean, will there be a rethink?
I think there will be. I'm quite sure President Trump is capable of pivoting on issues. He reads the room. He understands what's going on. He's not thinking in 2019 or 20 terms. He's not even thinking about the summit in Alaska because things have changed since then. So, I wouldn't be surprised to see a positive outcome from this ultimately, but not without some speed bumps along the way. But I think President Trump is demonstrating, the old argument, keep your friends close, but keep your enemies closer. So he does reach out to North Korea, to China, to Russia. But on the other hand, he's quite he understands that they can't really be trusted. It's not even trust but verify, but it's distrust and definitely verify. So, we could see some outcomes here. I think, again, it's a speed bump, but this is sort of also a demonstration in a way of weakness, that the 3 or 4 axes of evil have to cozy up with each other and have these silly parades and try to flex their muscles collectively. And then you have kind of the sideshow of Armenia and Azerbaijan and the other Central Asian countries. But I do think they have to understand that geographically, they are, much closer to Russia and China than the United States is. So they have to sort of play both sides of the fence. But I don't think there's I don't think this is a realignment in the sense that, back to the Cold War, like when it was, the Soviet Union versus the West. Russia's much weakened. The only thing they have is 4,500 nuclear warheads and a really disturbed leader who's not afraid to burn through 30,000 troops a month. You've got, anywhere from 200 to 300,000 dead Russians, and Putin doesn't seem to care. So that's something that is really difficult to compete with. But again, keep your friends close and your enemies closer.
Yeah, we've been talking quite a bit this week about the Prime Minister of India being there in China, as he was at the SOC summit on Monday in Tianjin. And, India, by being there and, holding hands with, I should add, and talk about a special relationship with Vladimir Putin, seems to be sending a message to President Trump, who has obviously slapped pretty hefty tariffs on India. And I think the message we're getting from the commentators in India is, don't try bullying us, because we've got actually quite a lot of quite powerful partners out there. And I'm just wondering whether it looks like the wrong moment to have picked that particular battle between Washington and New Delhi.
Yeah, of course, we wish that New Delhi would just side up with us and be on our team. We've always felt that way. But look, they've always run both sides. They've always kind of managed that relationship, with Russia, with China. They have some real, historical aversions to being too close to China. But I think with Russia and the U.S., they've always kind of struck that balance. But look, they've gone from importing 1% of their oil requirements from Russia to somewhere in 45 to 50% of their oil is coming from Russia. That's a massive escalation in terms of, whereas China's only gone from 13% to 16%. So, India doesn't really have a great argument to make here. And the U.S. can put more sanctions on Russia. They can stop the shipping of Russian oil to India. That will really affect things. I mean, nobody wants this trade situation to escalate. But on the other hand, there's a lot of arrows in the quiver for President Trump. And I think you'll see some significant sanctions on Russia and trading partners of Russia. So, it's still early stage here, but I'm guessing he's got a few more tricks up his sleeve.
Yeah, I mean, the Indians are upset. They're angry, and we've got that. We've heard that loud and clear firsthand from that side. And some commentators are saying, attacks, they, as perceived by India, i.e. those 50% tariffs on allies, which India obviously has been, and as well as desecrating, U.S. aid policy, dividing and, somehow undermining some of America's traditional allies, like in Europe. I mean, basically all of this spells a big gift to China and Russia. I mean, do you think there's any sense to be made out of that?
I think that was an argument that was made by the president's critics during the campaign and at the beginning of his term. And it's funny how it all works out. The president does something that's unorthodox or provocative, and 3 days or 3 weeks or 3 months later, everything works out. There's a significant amount of trade deals that have been made around the world. He's settled 5 or 6 different armed conflicts, including between several of the participants in this Tianjin conference. And so, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. So, it is kind of funny how it's working out. The outcomes are what's important to President Trump. How he gets there is somewhat upsetting to people. But I do think that, this again shows that ultimately the United States will have the upper hand. Look how it worked out with Europe. Yes, they are our allies. He had to threaten tariffs. He had to, sort of encourage them to increase their, NATO spending. NATO is more powerful now than it was. And you have the European Union buying $750 billion of LNG from the United States. That's something India should be doing too. If you have a choice, it's a global market. You can buy from America. You can buy from other providers. You don't have to buy from Russia in spite of the discounted pricing they get.
I think I know the answer to this already, but do you think there's any truth in this put out by one analyst who wrote, for more than 70 years, the United States has led an international order organized around alliances, an open global economy and multilateralism. Today, it hangs by a thread. Any truth in that?
No, there's not, because there were flaws with that system. And, you know, it wasn't, yes, there were a number of different alliances. There were a number of different trade organizations like the European Union. But I do think there were some flaws with that, notably that the American worker was being displaced by cheap and slave labor from China. And then, of course, Europe was running trade deficits with China as well. How did Europe overcome or make up for those deficits with China? They had a big trade surplus with the United States. So, you know, essentially the U.S. taxpayer has been funding the development of countries like China and funding the defense and their 6 weeks holidays in France and the free health care in the United Kingdom, as well as defending the Europeans from the Soviet Union. So I think there's just a point where the trade system seemed to be working out for those benefiting from it. But when 50% of Americans don't own, you know, public equities, and 50% of Americans are, you know, paycheck to paycheck because these Rust Belt towns have been rotted out, I think, you know, that it needed to be fixed. It's actually going to be better. And that's what's important to keep in mind. The trade system will improve because it will be more fair. And I think that's what President Trump is getting at.
It's good to hear that President Trump is active on social media, and you know we've been reading his messages in the last day or two, showing that he's very much alive and well. Because there were some rumours swirling around that he wasn't. What can you tell us?
Yeah, I'll quote the president here. Fake news, absolutely fake news. You know, the president's busy. It doesn't mean he doesn't sneak in a few rounds of golf at one of his resorts on weekends. But, you know, I've been in Washington all week. There's absolutely no truth to any of that. I've talked to people who've been with the president, and no, he's alive and well, as we learned yesterday in the press conference. Yeah,
exactly. He was asked in that press conference. Said he'd been very busy. I mean, you say he's been playing a bit of golf, but what's he been up to?
Well, yeah, I mean, he's been very busy with dealing with some domestic issues here, notably, you know, crime in the big cities. That's been a real front page issue here in the United States. He's done a great job with cleaning up Washington, D.C., which was, you know, really going through a rough patch in terms of the crime problems here. And then he's reached out to other cities in the U.S., notably Chicago, where I have a home. And I can tell you it's a very dangerous place. And so we've had 40,000 homicides in Chicago since 1962. That's almost as many men as we lost in Vietnam. It's much safer in war zones like in Iraq and Afghanistan than it is in Chicago for an 18 to 25-year-old male. So, yeah, some things are still broken in the U.S., and the president's doing his best to fix them.
All right. Well, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Always a pleasure. Greg Swenson, Chair of Republicans Overseas, thank you very much indeed.
Great to see you, Tom. Thanks.
Well, for more analysis, we can speak now to Dr. Victor Gao, who is the Vice President of the Center for China and Globalization, who joins us from Beijing. Dr. Gao, always a pleasure talking to you. We were looking at pictures before we crossed to you of that impressive parade in Tiananmen Square, and I gather you were there doing live commentary on that parade. I mean, what was the mood like? Describe it for us.
First of all, it's a very solemn occasion, but also very joyful occasion, and it drew attention not only for all the people gathered on the square, but throughout China, as well as throughout many countries in the world. And I think the overall message is very clear. China becomes a very powerful force, protecting peace and promoting peace. This is very important. China has declared that it wants to be on peaceful terms with every country, and the Chinese way of development is based on building up peace. But promoting peace doesn't mean that China will tolerate any other country to play a hegemonistic role against other countries, try to issue ultimatum to other countries. China wants to promote a world order based on equality of all member states of the United Nations, rather than allowing any country to dominate above all the other countries. This is the clear message from this parade.
Okay, I mean, for a lot of people around the world, and you've already suggested that there are two audiences here. There's a domestic audience and an international audience. For the international audience, it was those images of President Xi Jinping, your president, President Vladimir Putin, and Kim Jong-un standing side by side. I mean, what does that image, do you think, say to the world?
Well, I think the overall image is much bigger than the three heads of state because we have about 27 heads of states and heads of government from all these 27 countries. And then if you count a deputy prime minister, foreign minister, and ministers of all kinds, special presidential envoy, you actually have more than 50 countries represented, plus all the foreign countries' ambassadors to China, the UN representatives in China, other organizations throughout the world represented in this parade. I think more than 100 countries were represented for this parade. So zooming in on three leaders out of this more than 100 countries represented in this parade is a little bit too selective. So I don't think we need to read too much into it, but President Vladimir Putin was designated as the VIP #1. That's also for sure, because China, Russia, ever since 1991, has enjoyed a very good neighborly relations with each other, respecting each other. And our long border of 4,300 kilometers long, ever since 1991, has been unarmed. And it has become an enabler for very frequent and large amounts of people-to-people exchanges across the two sides of the border. So it's not surprising that Vladimir Putin was the VIP #1, but he is first among all the equals, and all the other heads of states and heads of government have been accorded the red carpet treatment and have been given full recognition as the representative of their own country.
You were there, Dr. Gao, so you obviously had a much closer view than I did here in the Middle East. But the images that I saw playing out live, and perhaps it was just the moments that I was tuned into, I mean, there was a definite exchange and a moment in which President Xi was flanked by Kim Jong-un and Vladimir Putin. I don't know if that was just for the cameras or whether that was just whether he was flanked by other people during the course of the day. And they seemed to be talking, they seemed to be having an exchange, and I was wondering to myself, what language are they speaking to each other, given that I wouldn't have thought they had one language in common. Perhaps you can enlighten us. But you see what I mean? I mean, that's a striking image.
Well, yes, indeed. I think that group picture was taken when all these leaders of the various countries walked up the rank to the Tiananmen Gate before the whole parade started. And I think there was an interpreter behind President Xi Jinping and behind President Vladimir Putin, who most likely would translate between Chinese and Russian. And whether there was also an interpreter behind Mr. Kim, I do not know. But I understand Mr. Kim actually speaks good, fluent French, as well as some level of English. So I think one interpreter probably would serve the purpose of communicating, helping communications between President Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin, as well as Mr. Kim of DPRK. So it's not surprising. They can communicate, and they enjoy that moment when they were both on their way up to the gate before the parade started.
Just listening to some of the things said by President Xi, he said that today humanity is faced with the choice of peace or war. That's what he said, dialogue or confrontation. And I'm just wondering, where does China see the biggest threat of war?
Well, I would say the greatest threat to peace and the future development of mankind is some country try to play solo, try to pretend that it is the sole polarity in the world, which is completely in contradiction to the world order established back in 1945, because the world order established back then was not for unipolarity. It was meant for multipolarity, reflected in the composition of the United Nations Security Council's permanent members, each with a veto power. That means the founding fathers of the United Nations actually were thinking about checks and balances with the aim of preventing another global world war, at least among and between permanent member states of the United Nations. Therefore, multipolarity was built into the origin of the international order established back in 1945. But the fact that one single big power, or the superpower as it calls itself, wants to play solo and try to divide countries into different opposing blocs, that is a recipe for disaster. And I think we really need to remind everyone in the world about the origin of multipolarity, multilateralism, established not today, but back in 1945. And the fact that the United Kingdom, France, China, Russia, and formerly the Soviet Union and the United States were all permanent member states of the United Nations Security Council really speak a lot about this multipolarity. We need to bring the world order, the chaos in the world order today, back to the original intent of the founding fathers of the United Nations.
Dr. Gao, just listening to you there and also listening to what President Xi said earlier on today when he said China is a great nation that is never intimidated by bullies. Reading between the lines of what you're saying, reading between the lines of what President Xi is saying, are you by any chance talking about the United States?
Well, I would say today's parade, the victory parade, most likely will be judged by future generations as a turning point in the world. Why? Because throughout this parade, China has demonstrated to the fullest extent possible that China now possesses the most sophisticated weapons you can think about, conventional weapons as well as nuclear weapons. And in terms of the conventional weapons, it is completely minimum on a par with the United States. And the United States no longer has any advantages over the Chinese military forces. In terms of the nuclear power, China actually has enough wherewithal to deal a fatal blow to any country which dares to impose a nuclear war on China. Meaning, China's military buildup is not for warmongering, is only intended for protecting peace for China as well as protecting peace for mankind. That means whichever country or blocks of countries or groups of countries in the world which dare to think about war against China will be courting their own destruction, because China only cares about preserving peace, protecting peace, whether the threat to peace that we have in mind comes from the United States or countries allied with the United States. It doesn't matter. China will fiercely defend the peace for itself, for mankind as a whole, regardless wherever this menace comes from. So I hope all the capital cities in the world will really listen very carefully, and they will check out all the advanced technologies, equipments of all kinds for space, for air force, for ground force, for naval force, as well as for submarines, as well as all the very sophisticated digital applications and the AI enabling devices altogether. What China has built up to demonstrate it today is a seamless killing machine to deter any military threat imposed by any country or any group of countries on China. And China is now generally considered, rightfully I would say, the major defender of peace and free trade in the world. This is the moment of truth. This is the most convincing conviction I've come across after watch this parade in person. And I want to share my observation with the rest of the world.
No, well, it's good to have your first-hand visions and testimony on that. I mean, I was looking at those pictures, admittedly, on a television screen, and, looking at these autonomous weapons, these underwater drones, the lasers. I mean, a grand display of power, as you say. And China says, and you're saying, this is all for defensive purposes. I'm wondering if it looks like that to people in Taiwan.
I think for people in Taiwan, this should be the moment of joy because, one of the contributions after defeating Japanese fascism was the restoration of Taiwan back to China. dictated by the Cairo Declaration as well as the Potsdam Proclamation. Therefore, the principle of one China and Taiwan being part of China was carved in stone as a legacy of defeating Japanese fascism. And who defeated Japanese fascism? It's the United States, China, and the former Soviet Union, and the United Kingdom. We worked together, we shed blood together, we fought shoulder to shoulder, back to back in defeating Japanese fascism, and China earned its right to become a permanent member state of the United Nations Security Council on the one hand, and restoring Taiwan back to China. So for people in Taiwan, and many of them were actually descendants from the more than 1 million soldiers that Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek brought with him when he fled mainland China and settled down in Taiwan. So it should be their moment of joy and exhilaration, because the celebration we made for the war heroes and the 35 million Chinese who fell in the Second World War were their forefathers. The blood was shed by their forefathers, and the contributions and the medals earned were their forefathers' medals. We are the same people. We are the same species. We are bound together by the same culture, by the same civilization, by the same lineage. So any Taiwan separatists who claim that people in Taiwan are not Chinese are kind of equivalent of saying that people in England who are English are not British by their citizenship. It's completely illogical, completely berserk, I would say. So I would say today's celebration is a celebration for the 23 million people in Taiwan. The victory we earned back in 1945 was the victory of the people in Taiwan. They deserve the full recognition as much as everyone else on China's mainland.
Okay, well, I wasn't alone in watching that parade today from the outside world. I suspect, I don't know for sure, that President Trump was watching it as well, because in the early hours of this morning, Middle Eastern time, he was putting out messages on social media. One of the things he said indirectly to your President Xi Jinping, he said, "Please give my warmest regards to Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong-un as you conspire against the United States of America." I'm sure you saw that too. How do you decode that reaction from the President of the United States?
First of all, I think President Trump really thought too much. He thought about other countries conspiring against the interests of the United States. I always say, whereas China is always worried that if we do not have enough friends, the United States, especially the United States under President Trump, seem to be worried that they do not have enough enemies in the world. So I hope they will reverse this mentality. They will try to befriend as many people, as many countries as possible, as what we do here in China. Now, secondly, I would say President Trump could have made the right decision to come to Beijing to attend the September the 3rd military parade. We call it a victory parade, because the United States really contributed a lot in the final defeat of Japanese fascism together with China. But also allow me to make one point. China started this war against Japanese aggression as early as in 1931. For about 10 years before Japanese surprise attack on Pearl Harbor, China fought against the Japanese aggressors more or less by itself, solo. Nobody was really helping China. And the fact that the United States declared war on Japan after Japanese surprise attack on Pearl Harbor really helped accelerate and culminate the victory against Japan in 1945. But the point I want to make is, even if the United States did not declare war on Japan, the Chinese nation will continue to fight against the Japanese aggressor until every soldier on the Japanese side would need to be expelled from China. Why? Let me tell you, the Japanese fascism not only want to kill the Chinese people, they want to eliminate the Chinese culture. They want to completely obliterate the Chinese civilization, which has been here for more than 5,000 years. How does How could any Japanese fascist expect that the Chinese nation, including my forefathers, would ever tolerate such maximum pressure against the Chinese nation? No, the Chinese nation will stand up firmly, uphold their own sovereignty, defending their own culture and civilization. And the fact that the Americans really joined the fight against the Japanese aggressors was a blessing to the Chinese nation. We are always grateful for the fight. Flying Tigers, the Doolittle Raiders, who eventually landed in many parts of China, saved by the Chinese civilians, who mostly, huge number of them, lost their lives at the brutality of the Japanese aggressor. I think those should be the shining moments of history shared by China and the United States. So for President Trump, if he could have made it to the Tiananmen Square, he would be probably the guest of honor number one, on a par with President Vladimir Putin, and that probably would have done more justice to the celebration of victory over Japanese fascism. But the fact that he didn't make it to Beijing was a pity, but for him to whine and weep about, for example, China, Russia, and DPRK standing together is a little bit too much, and I hope he would spend his time more constructively elsewhere. And hopefully one day, President Trump will make it to Beijing when we next time celebrate the victory over Japanese fascism again in the future for another grand parade.
Well, clearly the world is a very different place today from 1945. But I just want to pick up on what you were saying there. You're saying that President Trump was invited today, but he turned down the invitation to attend the parade. Is that right?
I do not know the details. I think there were indications that the two countries were talking about President Trump's proposed visit to China. President Trump insisted he wanted to come to China on many occasions, sometimes very hastily, sometimes very hectically, for example. But whether China invited him for the parade, I do not know. But I'm sure the Chinese government and the American government have been engaged in discussions about when and how President Trump's wish to visit China could be satisfied. But the fact that he didn't make it on today's grand parade was, in my view, a pity. And sooner or later, I'm sure President Trump will make it to Beijing. When it will be, under what circumstance, whether it will be a state visit on the sideline of another international event, for example, APEC summit meeting in Seoul or somewhere in Republic of Korea, I do not know. But I think China's door to welcome President Trump's visit to China is always open, and I hope he can make it and really elevate China-U.S. bilateral relations to a new height.
To summarize this section of the conversation, I mean, how would you say Beijing, your colleagues in the government in China, how do you think they would characterize their impression of diplomacy under this second Trump administration? What sort of words would they use? What adjectives spring to mind?
Well, I would say it is generally felt that the reliability in the world of today is the unreliability of President Trump and his government. The predictability in the world of today is the unpredictability of President Trump and his government. Now, this is actually very dangerous because normally for a very powerful, very large, very militarily influential country like the United States, we want to expect that the leadership of the United States is highly reliable, highly predictable, and always means what it says and says what it means when it says it. But it seems that the United States keeps changing, keeps jumping back and forth, and you can never tell what the United States is really up to. And for every utterance of President Trump, you really need to spend tons of time to really decipher it, to see whether he really means it. He normally say, I may not. I can do that, or I do not need to do that. So he keeps the whole world guessing as to what exactly he is all about. This is the danger of the world of today. I hope President Trump will be highly predictable, highly reliable, and highly trustworthy. rather than unreliable, unpredictable, a little bit capricious, and that hopefully will be changed in the coming years when President Trump remains the head of state and the commander-in-chief of the U.S. military forces for all the time up to January 2029.
It's quite interesting to see Kim Jong-un there in Beijing today, because President Trump has suggested that perhaps he will meet him again. They met twice during the first Trump presidency. But if they do meet again, they're going to meet on quite different terms, aren't they? Because we saw today Kim Jong-un flanked by two extremely powerful men, your president being one and the president of Russia being another one. I mean, he's no longer going to be viewed as, quote, little rocket man by President Trump, is he?
Well, allow me to say the real thing. For the three previous meetings between President Trump, 1.0, and Mr. Kim, the ultimate leader of DPRK, China provided a lot of help and enabled each and all of the three previous meetings between President Trump and Mr. Kim. Now, that means China really wanted to see rapprochement between the United States and DPRK. China wanted to do whatever that is the right thing to make sure that President Trump and Mr. Kim will meet again. So that is the megatrend, I would say. Mr. Kim never operated solo because China and DPRK still have whatever that remains of the kind of defense treaty between the two countries. Therefore, from the U.S. perspective, don't dismiss Mr. Kim, the paramount leader of DPRK, because DPRK does not stand alone, does not exist in a vacuum. DPRK has a lot of solidarity from China, and in more recent years, DPRK has really improved its relations with Russia significantly, pushing it to a new level of analysis. So I hope President Trump will meet with Mr. Kim as soon as possible, talk about peace, talk about change the realities on the Korean Peninsula, because there was only an armistice agreement signed back in 1953. There was never a peace treaty signed. And I think for stability to really become carved in stone on the Korean Peninsula, we need everyone's help. China, Russia, the United States, especially focusing on DPRK on the one hand, and AOK on the other hand, and to a lesser extent, of course, Japan. We should all participate in making sure that peace will be everlasting and war should never be considered as a possibility for the situation involving the Korean Peninsula.
And just lastly, Dr. Gao, before we wrap up, I mean, you've used the word peace several times in this conversation. It's encouraging to hear that. And yet there's a conflict we haven't talked about. You know, Russia invaded Ukraine. Overnight, 500 Russian drones were fired into Ukraine, 24 missiles during the course of the night, striking mostly civilian infrastructure. I mean, why doesn't China show some of the influence it surely exerts over Russia and promote peace? Because that seems to be eluding all parties at the moment.
Allow me to make 2 points. I think during the Alaska summit taking place on August the 15th between President Trump and President Vladimir Putin, President Putin actually said one thing. He said, if President Trump were the president of the United States back in 2023, the war in Ukraine should have never happened. Now, President Trump, of course, welcomed this, but I think President Vladimir Putin did have a point. The war was very tragic, very much of a very sad chapter in human history, but the war should have been an avoidable war to start with. Now, having said that, what we need to do collectively is to put an end to this war. And China called on both Russia and Ukraine to stop the war from day one after the war broke out. And China has never changed its position. China does not have a vested interest in the continuation of this war. So we call on all the European countries, EU in particular, NATO as an organization, to really put their acts together to stop the war in Ukraine, rather than pouring more fuel onto the fire in this war, because the war will never end in the defeat of Russia. Why? Because Russia holds two kinds of different weapons in their hands. Conventional weapon they want to use to defeat Ukraine on the one hand, but nuclear weapons in case any of the NATO member states, any of the major powers in Europe, or before Trump, if the United States want to really go into war against Russia inside Ukraine or strike Russia from inside Ukraine. So the possibility of escalation from conventional war in Ukraine to a larger nuclear war involving many parts of Europe or even the United States or even the rest of the world should not be excluded. We should stop this war as quickly as possible. China is doing the right thing, and I'm pretty sure history will look back upon whatever that had happened between 2022 to 2025 and come to the conclusion that China is on the right side of history by calling for an end to this Ukraine war from day one and has never changed this position. China is still calling for an immediate end to this war. The world will be blessed if China's advice is really taken into consideration. And I'm pretty sure President Xi Jinping would have told President Putin the same message during his very high-quality meetings with President Putin here in Beijing, as well as in Tianjin during the SCO summit.
Okay, well, we're going to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed. Appreciate your time and your contribution. Dr. Victor Gao, thank you very much indeed, sir.
Very much for having me. Thank you.
Well, the US President Donald Trump isn't just focused on China. He's also been taking aim at India as well. He recently slammed America's trade relationship with India as being one-sided. And experts warn he's quickly building up more foes. Well, at the Beijing summit, the Chinese President Xi Jinping welcomed Prime Minister Narendra Modi with the same energy and enthusiasm he showed for Russia's President Vladimir Putin. Well, President Trump's 50% tariff on Indian imports has shaken decades of US efforts to keep India and China apart. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Modi and President Xi are already pledging closer ties. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to General Syed Atta Hasnain, who joins us from New Delhi. General Hasnain, it's a pleasure talking to you, and we've spoken before, so welcome back to the programme. I want to start by talking to you about the summit in Tianjin in China, at which your Prime Minister Narendra Modi was present, and he was perhaps feeling rather angered while he was there by the tariffs that had been imposed upon India by the Trump administration. Some analysts saying that the message he was sending by being there is that India is a powerful country, it's got some influential friends in the world, and that was visible for all to see. Do you think that's true?
Well, not really. I won't agree with that analogy. The SCO is an annual summit which takes place. There are the main countries, Russia, India, China, Pakistan. Iran has recently joined it, and of course all the Central Asian countries. They get together. It's not really a security related group. It's a group for all kinds of consultations, security, trade, economic cooperation, etc., etc. Now, it's an important grouping because these three major countries, Russia, India, and China, come together on that. We've had some very interesting instances in this past when in Tashkent, for example, 2 years ago, there was a time when the Indian Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, spoke to Mr. Putin and advised him against the war in Ukraine at that particular time. And that was the first time that someone had actually spoken down to Mr. Putin and advised him so. It created a lot of interest around the world. Now, the issue here was Mr. Modi was traveling to China. After 7 long years, he had been in China last in 2018, and in the intervening period, we've had Galwan, we've had the Pangong Tso, the whole episode in eastern Ladakh, and the standoff with China, and of course, recently the standoff with Pakistan. The interesting aspect of it also is that we are continuing with the issue with the United States as far as the tariffs are concerned and what is perceived to be a deteriorating relationship at the moment. Having said that, this is the backdrop with which this conference was being held. Did people expect that Mr. Modi would not go there? I don't really think so. whatever the situation was, I think well before Operation Sindoor, a kind of a thaw between India and China had already emerged. They met at the BRICS conference, the Indian Prime Minister and the Chinese President earlier, 6-8 months ago. And that was the beginning of the reset of the relationship. So Mr. Modi was anyway expected to go there. And it's an important conference at this particular juncture when you're finding all of a sudden a gray zone in the international order, a resetting kind of taking place, not yet emerged completely. So I think in the midst of this, Mr. Modi would definitely not have been found missing in such an important conference. He was there to make a statement, yes, to send a message that we have good friends, that we are a democracy, we are autonomous, we respect our own strategic autonomy, we respect our relationship with the United States, but equally we have friends in Russia and we are resetting our relationship with China. I think all these messages were going out together.
Okay, so a coherent message there to an administration that has people in it in Washington like Peter Navarro, a White House trade advisor, who I think must have created some pretty major ripples in India, knowing the country as I do and reading between the lines. He said India is fueling Russia's war machine by buying Russian oil. And then he made this curious comment about Brahmins profiteering. And I wonder what's been the reaction to comments like that. What do you think he's getting at here?
Surprisingly, I would have expected much more negativity in India. But I think after the experience of the last 6 months, especially after all that's happened in Operation Sindoor and the standoff with the United States, so not really a standoff, but all this issue of the tariffs, etc., I think India has also got a little hardened. The leadership, you know, the civil society, etc., even the media is not so sensational at the moment. So all these various statements being made out by Peter Navarro are being taken in their stride at the moment, commented upon, and no one is taking it to heart completely. And there's a couple of reasons for it. I was questioned this yesterday on a very interesting show with one of India's leading commentators, social media persons, TV personalities, Ms. Barkha Dutt. She asked me this same question, and I explained to her. I said this is the time of information warfare. This is the time of narratives, and the United States is overplaying its narratives. If you go into the history of Steve Navarro, what is his name?
Peter Navarro.
Peter Navarro, yeah. Peter Navarro, if you go into the history of Peter Navarro, I don't think he has ever said a word against India in the past ever. All of a sudden he emerges one fine day and starts speaking all kinds of things about India. Do I have to believe it? Yes, a lot of people in the world are looking at it, but I don't think the credibility of this is very high. India has got a certain credibility in the international community which is not being affected by this. To say that India is in bed with China and Russia, that we are the one who are fueling this war, okay, people in Europe may be feeling it, but I don't think the leadership in Europe or anywhere else is also perceiving it in that manner. This seems to be a reasonably immature kind of a narrative play out by the deep state in the United States, if you ask me. Okay. And I think this is something which is only in the passing. It is not going to stay very long. And that's the way India is actually handling it. And I think that's a very mature way of looking at it.
Okay, I wanted to ask you, I mean, another thing that's being reported is that President Trump's claims, and this is something we've talked about with other guests during this week as well, I'd love to get your opinion. President Trump has claimed that he was instrumental in resolving the tensions between India and Pakistan back in May, when we spoke last, in fact, and he's been demanding a Nobel Peace Prize for those interventions. And it's being reported that that's really angered New Delhi. New Delhi is losing patience with this narrative. Do you think that's true?
Well, there are lots of versions of this. And one of the versions is what you have just said. I do think that India is a little peeved. I'm not angry, a little peeved a relative degree of immaturity which is coming out from the various voices which are coming from the United States at this time. A superpower with an economy of, well, how much, 23 trillion or whatever it is. I mean, it's looking at the whole world. The currency of the United States, the dollar, rules the whole world. I mean, we need to look at this a little more maturely, and the United States needs to look at it a little more maturely. Okay, if you brought peace between two nations and one of the nations is not too comfortable but you're bleating about it all over the place, then just keep quiet on it. But it is Indian policy. I mean, we respect the Shimla Agreement of 1972, which says everything is going to be bilateral. India and Pakistan are supposed to resolve their problems bilaterally. It's one of the reasons why India doesn't go around talking in the world about this. We don't mention the word Kashmir in the United Nations General Assembly. I don't think you've ever heard us saying that, except in the context of something which Pakistan may have raised. Right? So to expect that Mr. Modi is going to agree that the war or this standoff of 88 hours was brought to an end by a third party is something which won't gel. Even if it may be true, I don't know. We can't. None of us can say what it was. No one is a witness to it. But I don't think that really gels. And India, and I think Mr. Modi and his party and the government are only following a policy which has always existed in India.
Just looking sort of more broadly at the sort of global order, and then looking at what's been happening in China this week and the sorts of people who've been attending the summits, the parades, and all the other major events that were held there in China. I mean, when you think of how under strain world relations are right now, do you think we are looking at the beginnings of a new world order?
Well, we have been seeking a new world order ever since I can remember. I mean, after the Cold War, we've been looking at it. So, and the new order has always been in emergence, but somehow never crystallized as the way one would have expected it. But post-COVID, yes, post-COVID, there has been a difference in what we saw from, let's say, 1991 till about 2020 or 21. That's about 30 years, when we saw global terror taking over the whole world. The United States going into Afghanistan, into Iraq, trying to defeat global terror, trying to create homeland security in a big way, looking at much of the world and with suspicion in terror terms, etc. These were different things. COVID came to put an end to global terror virtually at that time. I'm not saying it's completely receded, very much there. But Ukraine came. The attempt to push towards into Russia, eastwards into Russia, was resisted, pushed back by the Russians, and the war in Ukraine came about. Put Europe on the back foot virtually, economically, in a big way, militarily in a big way also. At the same time, what happened in the Middle East, with what happened on October the 7th, you found a new war emerging there, which has resulted in a defeat, virtually a defeat of most of the proxies who have been fighting Israel, and Israel is relentlessly going after Gaza and the Palestinians, thinking that force will ultimately resolve every issue. Now, I think all this is in a melting pot at the moment, and no one can say that a crystallized world order is emerging. I don't think we are anywhere near it at the moment. India, in the middle of all this, you see, most of the bigger powers, the powers with the bigger economies, etc., have got reasonably set orders. They are part of certain groupings or something or the other. Japan, Australia, Europe, Russia, China, the United States. Only if you look at it, India is the only country in the middle which is equidistant from almost everyone. And it has followed its strategic autonomy all along in this manner. I don't think India can be bullied into change or looking at what it has been pursuing in terms of its own strategic and its own particular national interests. I don't think India is going to move away from that. Mr. Modi has made it very clear many, many times. And he's a strong leader. A strong leader of that kind will not perhaps relent on these issues. So, being one of those countries which is equidistant from almost all the power blocks of the world, India could be also called a swing power. In many ways, it's also a swing power. So we are looking at our national interests and aligning with the side wherever in a particular domain it comes to our advantage in terms of our interests, strategic interests. And that's the Indian policy. But as to the real answer to your question as to whether we are on the threshold of a new world order, well, I don't think yet. It is going to take more time.
Okay.
And I'm not sure that it will happen in Mr. Trump's time so easily, because the United States, which is one of the driving forces behind everything, is somehow in a very constrained kind of a situation today, not very clear about which way or which direction it wants to ultimately head. So I think that's a typical gray zone kind of a situation which is there in the world today, and that's going to stay for the next 2 to 3 years.
Okay, well, we're going to have to leave it there. We really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. General Hasnain, thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you very much. My pleasure.
That is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, bye-bye.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Hello and welcome. I'm Riz Khan. The Trump name is a loaded one and carries with it both positive and negative traits, depending on your view of the current US president. For Fred Trump III, it's a name that has often created challenges because of his strained relationship with his uncle, perhaps even more so since Donald Trump returned to the White House. Fred is a passionate advocate for people with disabilities, as his youngest son, William, now in his mid-20s, has serious communication and physical challenges. In his book published in 2024, All in the Family, The Trumps and How We Got This Way, Fred said that Donald Trump, in his first presidential term, had told him to let his son William die and move to Florida. Despite the rift, Fred Trump is still keen for his uncle to support his advocacy for disabled people. Although, as he told me, he believes Donald Trump's second term as president is a dangerous one. Fred, it's good to speak to you. It's been almost a year since we last spoke. And at that time, Donald Trump was campaigning. We discussed a lot about what would happen if he got into the White House again. Now, what did you make of what seemed to be, for a lot of people saying, is a decisive victory?
Yeah, I don't think it was decisive in terms of the numbers. For sure, it was a very slim majority that he won, which he did. But we've never seen anybody like him who will take a razor-thin majority and turn it into what he's turned it into. And you have to give him credit for that. I mean, I said it in my book all along. He is relentless, and he is going to do many of the things I said. You know, he is full charged, full of energy. And does he make mistakes? In my opinion, yes. He'll never admit that. But he's doing stuff that no other president does. Now, you either agree with it or not, but he's in your face every single day.
In your opinion, what defines this presidency of Donald Trump compared with his first term?
a couple of things. He surrounded himself with what you may call legitimate cabinet members and folks that were around him. Yes, we've all used the word, guardrails. I was with him often at the beginning of his first term, and you could tell he was not happy with it. He comes from the hard-charging New York City real estate world. And now all of a sudden there are people telling him that there are rules that have to be followed. Second term, all bets are off. No guardrails, no rules. He will take advantage of anything he can. And again, as a Democrat, and I am a Democrat, I've always, since I was able to vote, have voted Democrat. There's a little envy in me, and I have a little Twitter account that has, a few thousand people. And I'm just constantly saying, and it's hard to say, but Democrats have to stop being so principled. They have to learn how to fight like he does. And just selfishly, I was kind of disappointed that the Harris campaign didn't use me a little more, because I grew up in the same neighborhood Donald did. I'm from Queens, and, we know how to fight. So, and that, to use a word that Donald uses almost every day, that campaign, in my opinion, was a disaster. It should have been a victory for the Democrats.
In terms of where things are for the Democrats now, where does it leave them? Because, of course, it was one of those situations where people said, well, this was an opportunity, but obviously it was lost.
Yeah, it was lost. Bad campaign managers for Harris. Yeah, listen, she was thrown into a very difficult position. But when she didn't sort of disavow some of the Biden policies that she was involved with, I grant you. But here's the way I look at it. Donald's constituents, his fans, if you will, love him. I mean, you saw the Madison Square Garden before the election. I mean, they love him. In fact, there was one guy that spoke I actually went to junior high school with, and he was telling a story that I remember quite well. But these people, they have their signs. Was there anyone that really would cry in the stands for Kamala Harris when she came out? There was no true enthusiasm, except if you throw Beyonce in there. That was tough. You can't. I mean, you have to match his energy if that's possible.
The thing is that it seems, according to the critics, that Democrats don't have anyone with real charisma now to take on someone like Donald Trump. I mean, irrespective of whether he's a good guy or bad guy, according to your position, he's got that presence that people seem to like, especially in America.
And I couldn't agree more. And if you don't mind, I'll throw out some names that I think are really ones to look after. Wes Moore, the governor of Maryland, Andy Beshear is the governor of Kentucky, this state senator from Texas, James Tallarico. Now, he should start off running for Senate. They're all really super smart. And Gavin Newsom, of course. I mean, you can't not have him in the conversation. But they're lacking that ability to attract passion from their people. I love Wes Moore. I think he's got a great backstory and all this, but I just don't know if he has the ability to go out there and take a knockout punch to his opponents.
We seem to live in a world, though, where, if you like, the strong guy seems to be the hero for a lot of people. We have Benjamin Netanyahu in Israel. He's pretty much doing what he wants. We have Vladimir Putin in Russia doing pretty much what he wants, and Donald Trump in America doing pretty much what he wants. It seems it's a time for these guys who are really strong to just plow their way through.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And I'm sure that list could be expanded by dozens. I keep saying, and I'm sure you're aware of what's going on with Texas, with the redistricting. And I was, again, on my Twitter feed saying, all right, Democrats, don't just say, oh, if they do it, we're going to do it. Why can't you, instead of being reactive, be proactive? Where's the smart guy in the Democratic leadership that says, hey, I got a great idea. Let's gerrymander 5 seats in California before they even think about it. But it's always, oh, they're doing it. It's terrible. So we're going to do it. We don't want to do it because it's really not the way our principles are. Yeah, I want to win is what I want to do. I want this party to win.
Isn't part of the problem, Fred, that politics, the world over actually, but particularly now in America, have become a case of whatever the other side says, we're going to oppose, even if it was originally our idea. It seems to be simply just negating what the other side says rather than coming up with original policies that might actually be bipartisan.
I couldn't agree with you more. Unfortunately, certainly in this country, there is very little appetite for bipartisanship. And as you know, my incredible advocacy and passion and wanting to get out there to speak on the rights of the disabled, I kept saying, it shouldn't be a partisan issue. Disability is going to, in one form or another, it's going to affect every family in this country. Yet there's no consensus on what to do about it. And it's a huge issue. And what I really was disturbed at with the Harris campaign, and again, I had a personalized letter sent directly to her and her chief of staff saying, I'm here. Let's forget, if you can, for a second, what being disabled means and the tens of millions. Let's put it in pure political terms. There are 60 million people in America that are afflicted with some sort of disability. That is a huge voting block. And believe me, I was involved with many organizations, and all of them are saying, we can't believe that the head of our party right now, Kamala Harris, and the vice presidential candidate, Tim Walz, who has a son who's disabled, I didn't hear them use the word disabled once. So again, if you want to put it in truly political terms, disability is a major voting bloc.
Fred, I'm going to circle back around to that in a minute, but let me carry on with what Donald Trump's been doing since he's come into office and how much things have changed since January of this year. Now, a couple of things. First of all, what did you make of his various claims? I'm going to stop wars in a day and so on. Of course, that hasn't happened. What did you make of the kind of broad brush statements he made?
Well, if there was anybody out there that believed that, but his MAGA base tends to believe stuff like that. Now we're 6-8 months into it, and we'll see tomorrow if there's any progress. I'm sure he's not thrilled with the fact that he's being played by Putin, as many people are saying. I think he's way too close, and trust me, I'm no expert on the Middle East, but as a layperson, political junkie, I think he's too close to Netanyahu with what's happening right now. I think when you start seeing him tout his stopping the war with Congo or Azerbaijan or that's him trying to make up for the fact that he's not having any success with the two big ones.
What about his what seems to be fairly big appetite for the Nobel Peace Prize?
Yeah, it's interesting. It really is interesting how that comes up all the time now. I think it's just going back to Barack Obama, who Obama sort of lives rent-free in his brain. Obama, and I disagree with this too, but Obama won the Nobel Peace Prize before he was even president. So I don't know how I think that really drives Donald nuts. And he wants it. There's no doubt. It's a mission for him right now. I've never personally heard him talk about it with me, but it is one of the most forward things in his mind.
Yet it seems that many leaders are kind of cozying up to him by nominating him now. It's happened 3 or 4 times where people seem to be wanting to win favor. Why do you think people are so desperate to keep Donald Trump happy?
Because he can make them very sad. If you get on his bad side, it could cost you. So I think we see it every time, except for maybe Zelensky. Everybody who goes into the White House, tries to curry favor with him in one way or another.
For a lot of people, he seems to be wielding power that seems to be way beyond what most people would have expected the US president to have, that there would be more checks and balances.
Yeah, I think those rules are gone for now. And I said early on when my book came out last year that, people don't care as much about the Constitution as they used to. I remember when I was in grade school, actually, Donald and I had the same teacher in high school, 17 years apart, who literally would read the Constitution and we would have to write it down in a green book. So we knew what the Constitution meant. Now it's, who cares about it anymore on the right side? I'm not going to necessarily say on the left, but yeah, he's taking advantage of everything he can. And he may lose some court battles, but with temporary restraining orders, but in the end, a lot of it comes back to his favor. And I don't know if it's his great attorneys or what, but he has won some things that I wouldn't have even imagined 5 years ago happening.
There are those who have the opinion that the checks and balances, if not coming through the political system, will come in other ways. I've heard, for example, the financial markets end up as a check and balance against the president's action. When the tariffs were first being announced, there was such a reaction in the financial markets that Donald Trump had to kind of pull back. That perhaps it's the laws of nature, if you want to see him that way, might actually hold him back in some of his actions.
Yeah, I agree with you, but he has this masterly ability of starting off at a point and reeling it back in. And you definitely saw that with the tariffs. Was it April 2nd when and the markets just absolutely crashed. And I cautioned the Democrats saying, A, don't wish for inflation to come because that's just bad for the American people. But he'll find a way, as I said, to reel it back where what he said is not really what he means. And you saw the market is at an all-time high. We had a very bad PPI, producer price index number today. Markets reacted dismally right off the bat, and then they're starting to claw its back. So, here's the thing. He is always in somebody's ear. Okay, he'll dial up Goldman Sachs the other day. He'll dial up some other companies. He'll dial up somebody in the government saying, you better write this now, okay? And don't say it was a bad PPI number. It was Biden's number. It was a bad, statistic. He will always find a way to win, to make him look good. And it's a genius.
Do they listen? Do you think everyone listens?
Who is everyone?
Meaning the people he calls up. If he's in someone's ear, are they all obliged to listen?
I can only go back to an old anecdote in real estate. Now, I was in real estate for 35 years in the city, and Donald would always tout himself as the biggest landlord in Manhattan, which absolutely wasn't true. There were a number of real estate families that had been around for generations, and I knew a few of them pretty darn well. And they would basically say, you know what, when we see that in the newspaper, we just kind of laugh and say, let him have his fun. So yeah, I'm sure there are guys out there that are saying, "Oh, sure, we'll do what you want," because you don't want to be under his thumb.
Fred, as a journalist, I keep my opinions out of this, but I'm going to say what a lot of people say, and that is some of the statements Donald Trump makes. When he says it's complicated or it's something people don't understand, but I understand better than anyone else. That this actually masks a lack of knowledge. Now, again, your family, irrespective of your issues, and knowing him well growing up, would you say he is genuinely a smart person?
Yeah, I think he's a smart guy. Yeah. And he has a lot of smart people. Maybe smart different than, certainly in the beginning, Goldman Sachs smart. He had street smart guys. And that's what a lot of his knowledge, it's street smart. So when he says it's common sense, he truly means that. That's what he bases a lot of his decisions on. It's common sense. Like, who would have thought he would have gone up to Harlem last year during the campaign? He's not going to win. Well, guess what? He went up to Harlem, and he was a hero for going up there. And he wound up winning the younger black vote. Anyway, so to get back to your point, he may not have the knowledge of a MIT professor like his uncle and my Uncle John, who was in the news a couple of months ago. Donald put him in the news, but he just has a knowledge of so many things. I mean, when I hung around with him, his knowledge of sports, his knowledge of this, it's pretty amazing. And he gets that from his father. I mean, my grandfather used to pour through newspapers every time I saw him on the weekends. And, Donald's the same.
Now, of course, his claims are often disputed and often disproved through analysis. But there is a feeling that somehow he's managed to manipulate the system and enrich himself greatly through whatever measures are coming through, in his presidency. Of course, he's meant to be detached from those. What's your opinion on the way the family business has been run, irrespective of him essentially supposed to be hands-off?
I don't think he cares. I really don't. And he's got enough people that say, we don't care, that you don't care. Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, would say, the Biden crime family. Okay, but it was, at least Donald is saying it out loud. And, that was just brushed over. So I really just don't think they care. Let people say that it's crooked or it's this or it's that. We like making money. We're going to make money any way we can. And that's it. I haven't seen any real blowback from it.
Well, we spoke last year in September, Fred, actually just a few days before the anniversary of your father's passing. So I know you'll be commemorating that again in the coming weeks. At that time, your book had only been a couple of months old. You'd published in the summer, All in the Family, The Trumps and How We Got This Way. A lot of people at that time, and I questioned you on it, said it was designed to kind of disrupt Donald Trump's presidential campaign, that the timing was aimed at trying to push things the other way and kind of reveal his not so bright side or not so kind side. What sort of feedback have you had since then on the book? And in light of the presidential win, perhaps any feedback from your family?
Well, I'll say that the feedback was, I of course got the, you're just doing this for the money. But and that's fine. I knew that was coming. It was initially not written for that purpose. I thought it was a very well-balanced book. And that is generally what most everybody says. They appreciated the fact that I tried to do it in a level-headed way. They knew that I would take shots from my family, but I thought that what was going to occur with Donald's second term would be a dangerous thing. And I turned out to be pretty right in most everything I said. Now, do I regret some of the things I said? I've been back and forth with one of my cousins, and we used to have a good relationship. It's very tense. I would like to get back in touch with Donald when the assassination attempt came. I wrote him something after the election. I congratulated him and said, look, I'm not congratulating you on your policies. I'm just congratulating you because you're my uncle. I hope to somehow get back to have some type of relationship with him. I said very clearly, I was actually in DC being interviewed by a few UK outfits. And I said, what I really wish he had done was say, okay, pal, I know how important disability issues are for you. So why don't you come down and let's figure out something to do. That never happened. And that was troubling. But again, yes, there were some things that people misconstrued that I regret saying about him. So I'm sorry for that. But I disagree with nearly everything that's happening right now. It's uncomfortable personally for me. My family, my direct family has been adversely affected by it, but that's the way it goes. I'm not whining about it. It's just the way it is.
Now, you did say, Fred, the book was written to basically honor your father and his memory as well, and also to explain your passion, your advocacy for people with disabilities. And I was going to ask you first, and it was something I should have asked at the top, I guess, of the show, is how is William doing?
Thank you for asking. William's doing well. He lives in a group home in a town right next to one my wife and I live in. Let me just tell you, this country is so ill-equipped to take care of people who need assistance like this. And it's not just what's going to occur with cuts to Medicaid, because that's coming and that's going to be devastating. It's also the immigration issue, where nearly every caregiver I know is not born in this country. And I mean, they're all here legitimately, but, those who are on temporary protective status, we all have heard stories of ICE going after them. Now, these are people I've gotten to know. And when that Haitian thing happened last summer in Springfield, Ohio, I spoke out about it. I said, wait a second. Many of William's aides are Haitian. And you come and do that job, okay? It is a tough, grinding job every single day. And they have to take care of their family. And they probably have another job because they're only getting paid $18, $19, $20 an hour. It's sick in this country that we can't figure it out. And I got to know a great old friend of mine, worked with Indra Nui at Pepsi for decades. And I had the opportunity to speak with her. And she goes, Fred, it's great what you're doing. And because my book was was out in India, she goes, you got to tell that story because it's rampant in India. It's rampant in Australia. Every country that I have had the opportunity to speak to, disability issues, and I don't get it. We're all going to be affected with it. I mean, I'm probably 10, 15 years away from needing home health care or something like that. We all are. We're all getting it. I just had a good friend who's had his third child, and she's going to be in the hospital for 2 months. And what effect will that have on the rest of her life? And who will be there to help? It's an issue that's just got to be dealt with.
It's actually interesting that in the Middle East, in general, there's been kind of a move to see people with disabilities not as being disabled, but having determination. So the term often used is people with determination.
100%. I mean, I've always said that about William. He's the most courageous person. Imagine being in a wheelchair, not being able to speak, not being able to bathe yourself or brush your teeth or tell people that you're hurting. Imagine the courage it takes to have somebody you don't know come in and start taking care of you. But yes, the absolute determination of these people, it's so humbling is a very small word to what it really is. I give everyone who lives with a disability, no matter what it is, this country looks down on those people, and they shouldn't. They should, and you make a great point. They should look to them with respect.
Well, we touched on last time how the story had come out, how your uncle Donald Trump had essentially quietly said to you, why he doesn't know who you are. William doesn't know who you are. Why don't you just leave him to die and move to Florida? That stuck with me, of course, and that's being quoted quite widely.
Yeah, no, he said it, and I wish he hadn't. I don't know if he wishes he hadn't said it. And that's just, that's just the way it goes. I've tried to make the case that, there's the lack of empathy. And empathy is what this country really needs a little more of.
Well, the reason I'd waited on this topic until now, Fred, is also because when we spoke last time, you talked about how many immigrants, you mentioned again now, how many immigrants are involved in the care services. And in the case of William, too, you said many of the people who have helped him are also from immigrant backgrounds as well, not born in the USA. And I'm wondering, since we last spoke, has there been any indication from what you know that any of those people have been affected? That obviously they're probably a bit wary now with the whole ICE agent situation.
Yeah, obviously I can't get into any specifics, but sure, yes, I've heard of situations, not just for the caregivers, but for their family members. So yes, it is out there.
I was going to say, are you sensing a general tension among the immigrant community where you are?
Sure. And by the way, it's not easy to have the last name Trump when this is all happening. It's not that easy.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. Of course, it will always be something you carry. You had actually said earlier on in our conversation how you were disappointed the Democrats hadn't used you in the campaigning prior to the election. That would have been partly, obviously, or largely perhaps because of your Trump name, but then there's also that potential liability, isn't there?
The liability in terms of?
Well, meaning that, again, bringing a Trump on the other side, it becomes more again about the Trump name and perhaps would be counterproductive.
Yeah, I thought I had a great story to tell, but they thought otherwise. And okay. I also went into local races. There was a woman who was a representative from the town I went to school in, Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. And I remember sending her a signed copy of the book before the election, way before. And I got in touch. I said, why don't you have me here? My dad went to Lehigh. I went to Lehigh. And my son went to Lehigh. I know these people. Why don't you have me come down and at least talk? And they wanted no part. So, yeah, maybe they're smarter than I am. Maybe mine was more of an emotional thing. But
there is possibly the risk of retribution because there is a feeling that if you cross Donald Trump, that there's going to be some kind of outcome.
Yeah. No, I mean, I've had virtual, I mean, other than, people that I come in contact with, every now and then who will, there's no black and white. They either love him or they hate him. So if they know me and they're MAGA Republicans, they're going to let me know that my book sucked and sorry. And you shouldn't be doing that. He's the greatest thing in the world. Okay, that's great. That's their opinion. I have no problem with that.
You're not the only one who wrote about it, though, Fred, because obviously your sister Mary also was quite scathing in her opinion.
Yeah, I would say more scathing than me. Mine, of course, was based on real personal history with Donald, as opposed to Mary, who really didn't have a relationship with him.
Let me ask you about what's happening in the health sector as we're talking on this topic. One of the people I interviewed on my show during the presidential campaign, and he was running for president at the time, was RFK Jr., who then ended up as health secretary. What have you made of, first of all, your thoughts on him as a person, because he's also quite divisive, but then also on how the health sector is going and how it might affect the lives of your family members, including William?
Just very quick anecdote. The first time I met Bobby, he was in a battle with Donald. Donald owned a piece of property up in Westchester and wanted to put a bunch of golf courses, a golf course and a bunch of houses up there. And Bobby Kennedy was on his water. He was pro water. You can't use all this water. It's very important. And while that was going on, I flew down with Donald and my wife and my baby daughter. And Bobby Kennedy was on the plane. And I'm like, oh, that's interesting. Here they are fighting against each other. But, take a ride on my plane. It did give me the opportunity to meet Ethel Kennedy, though, which was one of the great treats of my life.
But RFK Jr. seems to be stirring it up in the health sector anyway. How do you see the various things happening?
I think he's just a very dangerous guy. How anybody listens to him. Now, his healthier eating, okay, I get that. That's fine. But when I don't want to rely too much on very, very smart people, but in this case, I want to listen to what the scientists have to say. And there's a large majority that think he's just a hack and dangerous. And I'm disappointed in Donald that he would put somebody in that position that is so important. And frankly, we may not know the effects of his policies for years to come. That's part of the problem. And look, I hope it all goes well. I don't want anyone to be hurt. I just think the way he goes about it is absolutely wrong.
There was a sense among some people that he has had to pull back a little bit, having taken on this role, the responsibility involved. And of course, he has to now work for everyone, that perhaps he's pulled back a little bit on some of his ideas.
Yeah, you don't hear as much from him these days. So maybe he's trying to serious up a little bit and getting a lot of blowback. I hope so.
Fred, the last time we spoke, of course, The Apprentice, the movie, the biopic on your uncle was coming out. You said you wouldn't see it. Did you end up going to see it?
No, I had no interest. I never watched the TV show, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I was thinking irrespective just to see what sort of take they had on Donald Trump.
No, I honestly didn't care.
Now, you had mentioned also at the time your book might become a movie. What were the prospects of that?
Not very good. No, some people had talked to me, but it would just take too much, and it was too much, and that's fine too. That was more maybe my ego being stroked a little bit, but yeah, no, there was no real chance that was going to happen.
Well, certainly it wouldn't be the best time for it to happen now with Donald Trump in the White House, but it's possibly something that might get revisited.
Maybe.
What do you see in terms of the follow-up on the story? Do you see, I mean, obviously you've done this book as a tribute to your father and to William. What else do you see yourself delving into when it comes to the Trump family and what you might want to write about?
Oh, I don't know if I have another book in me. I just want to, again, say pretty much everything I said regarding Donald and his policies, Project 2025, have all pretty much come to fruition. And we have, 3.5 more years to go through. We'll see. Next November is going to be extremely important with the congressional races. Democrats should, if history shows the party out of power comes through, but I wouldn't put anything past Donald and his Republican colleagues of pulling something out.
Well, there has also been mention of Donald Trump seeing if the Constitution can be changed to allow him to take another term.
Well, again, if you remember, I did say that he will run again in 2028, and I think the Supreme Court decision last year giving wider sway in executive powers, maybe he'll just say, I'm going to sign an executive order making me president again. I certainly wouldn't put it past him. I laugh nervously, but I wouldn't put it past him.
There was also a film called Civil War that was made about America becoming so divided, and it was pretty grim. It was taking a journalist perspective on the story. In that sense, how do you feel about the way the USA is going in terms of its society, in terms of the divisions? Do you see the greater divisions that a lot of people talk about, and do you ever see those being healed?
I do see the divisions. I think they're obvious. They're unfortunate. I've said it before. I'm a huge Godfather fan, and one of the great lines is, it takes a war every 5 years, every 10 years. If the Republicans get clobbered next November, it'd be interesting to see what happens to the Republican Party then. Are they just going to finally say, we're done, we got to move forward? Or is Donald going to, do what he does? Just say, not me, we're moving forward. I didn't lose that election. It was you guys. It's going to be a combination of that and the Democrats getting a real leader in the party, because it sure isn't Chuck Schumer and it sure isn't Hakeem Jeffries, who I had great hopes for being a New Yorker. But I just don't see anybody with the pizzazz to really get out there and bare knuckle fight.
There is a sense, though, that the US also has lost its place as a global leader. What's your opinion on that?
You certainly, obviously, would know better than me, but I can't help but think that we're being ridiculed, just to put it into simple terms. We're not the great, sure, we're the great power for sure, but are we the moral compass? Are we the great leaders of the world right now? I'm not so sure we are, and that's really a shame, because nearly all my life we had been.
Well, as we wrap up, Fred, I was going to say, when we spoke last time, you'd said how your son William loved the song Road to Joy by Peter Gabriel. I did drop him an email. I never got to hear back. He's a very busy guy. But perhaps we can revisit that, and maybe you'll have a chance to connect there as well. Fred, always a pleasure to speak with you. Thank you for making the time.
Riz, thank you so much. Take care.
Well, Fred Trump III there discussing the second term of his uncle, US President Donald Trump. And that's it for this edition of the show. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe and leave your comments. And I'll see you next time.
Hello and welcome to this special edition of The Real Deal Plus, coming to you from the Arabiya English headquarters. Now, health and well-being are central to Vision 2030, based on the understanding that for an economy to thrive, it must have a healthy population. Well, in this episode, we're going to be speaking to the CEO of a Saudi initiative which is actively working to extend the human lifespan. Well, we're going to be finding out how they're making this happen and what they've achieved so far. Dr. Mahmoud Khan, the CEO of the Hevolution Foundation, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us.
happy to have this discussion.
Now, Dr. Khan, let's start by talking about Hevolution. You're not for profit. You seek to decelerate the aging process and extend the human healthy lifespan. Just tell us a bit more about how Hevolution came to be and what you're seeking to achieve.
We were created by royal decree back in 2019, and our vision was very straightforward, though very profound, which is to extend human healthy lifespan for the benefit of all. Simply stated, we want to have people live longer and healthier as long as possible. The primary goal being to stay healthy and functional. And importantly, we want to democratize this so that it impacts as many lives in the world as possible.
Okay, so you're invested in academic research and biotech startups, all of this with the goal, as you've been saying, of promoting longevity, slowing down the aging process, combating age-related diseases. Just tell us, how are things going so far and what's been the progress?
Well, we started operating. We built the organization. It took us about a year to start putting the people together, ideas and strategies. And then 3 years ago, we started doing sort of publicly visible activities. And we've done this in 3 ways, one of which is what you mentioned, which is investing in biotech companies. But if we step back a bit, the problem with the research field and the investment field in healthy aging, unlike cancer or diabetes and heart disease, which attract a lot of attention, are important, but the underlying causes of most of these diseases is the aging process. And very little attention around the world has been paid to this. And this is the genesis for Hevolution. What is clear when you look at this is there aren't enough ideas and technologies progressing from scientific labs all the way through to biotech companies to the marketplace. So that value chain is really very, very little is coming through, and we saw that. So what did we do? We started funding scientists to generate new ideas. We started training scientists to actually make this an area of their career focus. And then as those ideas are progressing, we provide capital to either create or fund startup companies, with the goal being that eventually these will end up in the hands of either large companies or they'll get scaled themselves. And you'll see these solutions in the marketplace. If you think about it in that way, we would like to think we made tremendous progress from not existing 4 years ago or 5 years ago as an entity. Today, we're the second largest funder of science in this field in the world, second only to the US federal government, with the largest philanthropy funding aging biology and healthy aging in the world. About 200 scientists are funded today by Hevolution research grants. The first 4 biotech companies we funded, all of which were in animal and what we call preclinical stages, being tested in cells and mice, are actually now got technologies being tested in humans. That is extremely unusual to go from, in all 4 out of 4 now progressing. And it speaks to the demand was there, the solutions that were there, but what was missing was the strategic funding and the coaching and guidance we've given as a team. And if you look across. And then the third is we want to convene people. We want to bring the best ideas and exchange ideas. We launched that with our HealthSpan Summit. That was the first one, was almost 2.5 years ago. The last one we held, which was February of 2025, was the largest convening of such a meeting ever to occur in the world. We had 3,000 plus people register from 80 countries, and we had every sector represented. That's been unprecedented. So I'll let you decide on whether that's successful, but any criteria to go from not existing to being the biggest player in the field in philanthropy, to being the largest convener of the field, and to have accelerated technologies from animal research into humans, that's pretty good going.
Yeah, it certainly is. So my understanding from what you've been saying is, so your platform, you've got an incubating function as well, bringing together all these great minds. And as well as setting it all up, you've got some results already, haven't you? Just tell us what's been achieved, for example. I read something about some breakthroughs in the field of hepatitis B research, for example.
Yeah, so while hepatitis B isn't our focus, there's a lot to be learned by viral diseases like hepatitis B. So I think it's important to understand, why would a healthy aging company or a healthy aging entity be interested in this? Well, it turns out that when a virus infects a human cell, whether it's COVID or hepatitis, that virus enters the cell, hijacks the cell to use the cell to reproduce itself. But in the process, it actually not only damages the cell, but it causes aging of those cells that it infects. What we've learned is there is an acceleration in the aging process in many viruses when they come into the human cell environment. And so this is one of those win-win. If we can figure out how to not only retain the health and slow down the aging process of the cell, the host cell, it actually may be able to kick the virus out because it's more vigorous, it's more. So in the example of hepatitis B, about 80% of people who get infected with hepatitis B will eventually shed the virus and recover. 10 to 20% will keep that virus for the rest of their life in their body, and they're what we call chronic carriers. That will be okay, but they can not only pass the virus to other people because they're carriers, but they can cause long-term damage to the liver and eventually, in some cases, liver cancer. And cancer increases risk as you age. So there is a tight link between aging process and cancer. So one of the companies that we're very interested in was looking at how the virus changes what we call the epigenetics within the cell, the host cell. And by intervening at that molecular level, in animals showed that you can actually allow the cell to heal and kick the virus out, essentially. And so it cures. But that was done in animals. The exciting part is the first human trials have now started, which means the regulatory authorities have looked at the animal safety data, looked at the animal efficacy data, and have confidence that this is now worth testing in humans. Early stages, it's a huge jump to go from mice and animals to actually humans. And that's where we are. So it's a great example.
And just listening to you there, Dr. Khan, and when I hear buzzwords like aging and anti-aging, there's a tendency immediately to start thinking about an aesthetic dimension, because that's often what we associate with aging. And let's face it, there's a bit of vanity around the world, isn't there? So people want to look young as well as feel young. Are there some aesthetic benefits from tackling aging? And will people having longer, healthier lives also look younger?
Well, let's separate out, first of all, the sort of sometimes perception. We did a survey of people around the world and asked them, what is the most important thing that is to you personally as you age? And there were three things that were most important. They wanted to remain mentally functional and independent, physically functional and independent, and financially functional and independent. And interestingly, the third one is very related to the first two, because cost of being taken care of, productivity, all the rest of it. And then the fourth one is they don't want to appear old. So it is important, but not at the cost of the first three. You can look young, but not be able to think, not be able to move. And the amazing thing is, in the biology of this, you don't have to choose between them. We talked about the example in the liver, but the skin cells age as well. And we all know, as skin cells age, they lose their structure, they lose the rigor, and we look at this as manifesting as wrinkles, as changes in the skin integrity. So the question is, how do you figure out how to slow the skin cells from aging, just like muscle, or liver, or eye, or brain? And we have invested in that science. We have a company we're investing in that's actually looking at a model of skin aging. And again, if you think of the hepatitis example, we said, where should we look for that? Well, there are skin diseases that are a model for accelerated skin aging. So psoriasis is a good example. Mm-hmm. Patients with psoriasis have skin lesions where you've got a lot of inflammation in that area of the skin. Usually we don't know why, but if you actually study those cells that are affected by psoriasis, they're actually older. They're aging fast. And so being able to deliver topically something that you apply to the skin that can not only treat the psoriasis, but treat the underlying biological aging process will not only help the skin heal, but actually brings that youthful rigor back into those skin cells. We actually have that being tested, just like in the hepatitis example, was tested in animals, but it is now undergoing human trials. First, to see if it could treat the psoriasis in a very different approach. But you can imagine, let one's imagination run from here and say, well, if it works by slowing down the accelerated aging of a certain skin disease, what could it do to other areas? And let's see. So these are not things that are one versus the other. That's the great thing.
Okay, Dr. Khan, just tell us a little bit about the structure of Hevolution. For example, what percentage of people involved are Saudi nationals? Just give us a sense of who's involved.
So Hevolution was created because of the vision of His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. And it's his vision that led to our mission statement, our vision statement, and he's the chairman of our board. And we're really fortunate because we have very senior leaders guiding us at the board level, including His Royal Highness. We have several ministers. Prince Abdullah bin Bandar is the chairman of our executive committee. And so that's at the governance of the organization, headquartered here in Riyadh. Our organization, from a composition point of view, 3/4 of our employees and team members are Saudi citizens, Saudi nationals, based predominantly here in Riyadh. So we're unique, not only in what we do, how we do it, but even our composition. We're leading this global initiative for the benefit of all from Saudi Arabia and Riyadh. We have satellite office in Boston, where we have about 15 or so employees that are fully subsidiary of us. We're divided up into 4 main groups. One leads the investments. That is the capital we invest in biotech companies, just like any other venture fund, but we're unique because 100% of our profits from the fund go back into the foundation. We want to be successful financially to promote the field, but we're not primarily looking for profits for the foundation. We want it to make it attractive for the private sector to enter. The second major group is our research funding group, where as a philanthropy, we fund predominantly universities, scientists around the world, including in Saudi Arabia. We have over 20 Saudi scientists now funded by Hevolution around the country and in the kingdom that have taken on aging research for the first time in their careers because Hevolution has made this field attractive, first by providing funding, but also by creating awareness in the scientific field. The third group is the group that is responsible for convening all of the things we talked about. They manage the communications, but also host the Global Health Span Summit, which I talked about earlier, and took it from non-existent to being the meeting in the world to be at. And then the fourth group is now working on how do we translate this global footprint into operational research and clinical practice. Headquartered again, our vision is for that should be based out of the kingdom. So the first two are operational. The third and fourth, the translational stuff, are actually in strategic design and getting ready. So that's the structure of the organization, but we're a global team. We're just proud, including myself, to be Saudi citizens managing this, leading this for the benefit of humanity.
And you're about to get a little bit more global, aren't you? Because, well, you already mentioned that satellite office in Boston, but haven't you got plans to expand even beyond the United States as well?
Well, in some ways we already are. One of our research, the companies we mentioned, is actually conducting its human trials in France. Another one is conducting its research trials in New Zealand. And so our footprint, and another one, we have activity in the UK. So we're already operationally present in North America, UK, Europe, Australia, New Zealand, and obviously, as I mentioned, the Kingdom, which is where our headquarters is. We have established physical presence with employees in North America. We're looking at the UK and Europe as a next step and potentially a site in Asia, because there's so much now going on in this field in Asia. I mean, the continent with the greatest number of older people is Asia because of China. China has a huge aging population, Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, where the population now of people over the age of 60 is approaching 30+%. That's 1 in 3 citizens are now over the age of 60.
Right, and things are heading very much in that direction, aren't they? I mean, as we've been saying, 2 billion people over the age of 60 by the year 2050. I mean, that's double the number today, and that makes evolution all the more relevant, all the more significant, doesn't it? Not just for Saudi Arabia, but for the entire world.
Nobody wants to live longer to be dependent. Remember, we know that. But if we can keep people healthy as long as possible, that will reduce the economic and human burden on society. And as I said, many societies are already at the point now where they cannot sustain this. Even wealthy countries like Scandinavia don't have enough of a workforce to even take care of their older population. And so this is also becoming not only a demographic issue, but a workforce challenge. There are not enough young people to do that. I'll give you one other statistic. In over 90% of US states, of the 50 US states, over 90% of them, the number one employer now is healthcare. That tells you something. When your economy starts to be driven by a service sector of providing health to your citizens, then, 30 years ago, it was manufacturing. And that's very topical these days. We talk about manufacturing jobs. The reality is the huge growth has happened in the service sector of healthcare. And that's not a sustainable curve. And US can't do it. Your home country, United Kingdom, cannot do it. Europe cannot do it. So there's lots of things. That workforce that's now being employed in healthcare could be contributing to society in other ways.
Okay, let's talk about this figure of $1 billion per year, which is what Hevolution has. Let's put this into context, because we're talking here about, it sounds like a really significant sum of money, but it's an investment, isn't it? And, you think $1 billion, you think, oh, what a lot of money. But in fact, I mean, it could bring about dividends in the future. Just help us and our viewers understand that number and put it into context for us.
It is and it isn't. Let me give you some comparators, which is somewhat a double-edged sword for us. We're celebrating we're the largest philanthropy in this field in the world. I would like to think that 10 years from now, we're like the 10th or 20th largest, even at this scale, because a lot more investment and a lot more research funding has come into this field, given the international scope of things. Today, as we speak, the US NIH has an annual budget of $40 billion. 20 billion of that is on cancer research. The second biggest is on cardiovascular and metabolic disease. Aging, the National Institute of Aging gets $4 billion, 1/10 of the budget. And so it makes you think, doesn't it, that your largest cost to the US federal government is Medicare and aging, but you spend 10% of your research budget on aging. And 50% of your $20 billion is going to cancer. Not that it shouldn't, but it asks the question, the number one cause of cancer is the aging process itself. Breast cancer, prostate cancer, lung cancer. It's the number one risk for cancer is aging. So shouldn't we be thinking about how do you prevent those cancers from occurring as a result of this biology versus treating them once they occur? That's the dilemma. So I agree with you. It is a significant investment by our board and the Saudi government and the Saudi kingdom, but it's nothing compared to what could be and what's happened. By the way, 30-some years ago, there was no cancer research programs. Tiny. And it was once global awareness rose to the levels it is now, that government started pouring money into cancer, and look at the dramatic results. Cancer used to be a terminal diagnosis. More than half of cancers are eminently treatable today because of that investment. I would like to think 30 years from now, we will look back and say evolution was not only the pioneer that started that whole movement, catalyzed it, but eventually brought so much more to the table because of those collaborations and others that entered this field.
Dr. Khan, we're coming to the end, but before we wrap up, I just wanted to ask you about what role artificial intelligence is playing in your field. I mean, is it helping to bring about breakthroughs faster than would otherwise be the case?
So, absolutely yes. No question. We're able to calculate, model, predict biology in a way that we could not have envisioned 10 years ago. There's no question. What has really broken through in this field is not only our ability to understand biology better, but we can take massive amounts of data and interpret them and look for patterns in a way we couldn't before. A human can't do it. But let us not forget that AI and machine learning, which is built on, and reasoning are tools. I'm old enough to start in college with a slide rule. Now I'm really a dinosaur, I know. But those were tools. Then we got calculators, then we got spreadsheets, then we got computers. So in that evolution, our tools have got more and more powerful. There's no question. One of the companies that I mentioned in the whole skin aging process has actually been using AI to optimize which molecules and how to target skin cells. So we're already using them in our ecosystem and in the research programs we fund or the companies we invest in. But it's going to continue to take both. Once you have a machine model through that learning, you've got to go back and test it, figure out new variables, and then update the models again. And that's iterative mechanism between the wet lab and the in silico lab are critical. We're doing both.
Okay, so the bottom line is that societies really need to care, don't they, about extending the healthy human lifespan. Can you just summarize for us in a couple of words why it's so important for societies to take this on board? And perhaps you can give us an example or something in the context of Saudi Arabia.
We all need to think about healthy aging at a personal level. It affects every one of us. At a family level, because we have dependents that are our loved ones. At a national level, all populations, including the kingdom, are now going through this demographic change. Let's take a look at Saudi Arabia. It's a very young population. 50% of the population is under 25. However, the birth rate in the kingdom, for lots of good reasons, has dropped from 6 children per couple to 2.2. That means this current young population will one day become a substantial in size older population without a lot of young people behind them. We need to care now on how to keep these young people healthy as they age. It's an opportunity for the kingdom, which many countries like Europe and North America don't have the luxury of actually planning ahead. Vision 2030 has a key part of it that says, how do we keep the Saudi population healthy and let them age in a healthy way? Free from chronic diseases, free from the complications. It's very consistent with Vision 2030. It's very important for the kingdom. It's very important for the Gulf. It's important for every country on the planet.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Mahmood Khan, CEO of the Evolution Foundation. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for your interest. Truly appreciate it.
Well, I'm here now with Ali Reza, the Chief Investment Officer of Haytham and Company. Ali, you were listening in there to that interview with Dr. Khan. Just wondering what stood out for you?
Tom, I think the resounding message there was preventative care over sick care. And, you know, it's a field of medicine or life sciences that I've paid a lot of attention to, especially in recent years. It's interesting, actually. A few months ago, I went for my regular blood checkup. I saw one of my old doctors in Australia. And, you know, when I received the markers, thankfully, most things were seemingly positive, as he said. But I recall asking him on one of the metrics, hey, this seems a little low. I mean, at least at the bottom of the range, and it was related to the kidney or liver or something. And I remember asking, what can we do here? And the response I got was, no, everything's okay. And I said, I understand everything's okay, but what could we improve here? And I think this experience is very common for a lot of people in that in longevity or life sciences related investments, often, the way the world healthcare systems are traditionally designed, we're focused on sick care rather than preventative care. That seems to be the theme. And a dear friend of mine from the segment made an interesting comment to me recently. He said, one of the challenges with investing in longevity and really allocating sizable budgets to the overall allocation is the fact that the KPIs are not as measurable as the sick or responsive care. And I think this is a really interesting takeaway we can pick up from what Dr. Khan was just sharing with us. In the kingdom, there's, as we know, a very expansive set of investments and economic development initiatives underway, which target the near term or the mid to near term. But this is a great example of an area which has payoffs in the very long term, but is an absolutely critical, very important initiative to invest in. And, already Evolution being one of the world's largest research enterprises in this space, I think that's, just yet another testament to the ambition of what Vision 2030 is. And, let's not forget, Vision 2030, which we speak about regularly, Tom, yes, it's about a thriving economy, but it's about a healthy nation, an ambitious nation. And it's as much about not only the individual's longevity, but the nation's longevity. And I think this is very much in line with that overall ambition.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's that idea that a healthy economy has got to have a healthy population to support it. Just looking, where else we could sort of take the conversation. Longevity, as I said to Dr. Khan there, we tend to think of it as having a slightly aesthetic dimension as well. Aging, anti-aging procedures and treatments are something we hear a lot about. There's huge potential, isn't there, in this region, and in particular in this field. It sounds like Saudi Arabia is really leading the way here.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I won't speak to the depth of the science here, but, if you sleep well, you hydrate, you look after your general health markers, and you maintain your well-being, both physical and mental, you tend to look better, first of all. And, that can be translated to, we could look at this in the broader aesthetic sense. I think there's great appetite also for the aesthetic aspect of life sciences or longevity. But it certainly extrapolates over the whole cycle. I think that the two coincide quite well. This is not simply, it's a case of preventing issues. It's a case of ensuring mental well-being. It's a case of ensuring that we reduce dependence, and that as the population ages, it remains healthy and happy and can continue to live a fulfilling life. And as Dr. Khan just mentioned, in Asia, there's an aging population, which is somewhat of a challenge. And, China is a big driver for this, given the elderly population. And if you want the nation to enjoy all of the economic prosperity and resilience, you have to ensure that they can enjoy it well and truly into a later time in life. So I think it coincides across the range.
Yeah, we tend to think of the Saudi population as being a young population. But of course, they won't be young forever, will they? And none of us are, unfortunately. But if we just to wrap up, think about that figure of $1 billion a year being allocated to the Evolution Foundation. As we were saying, it sounds like a lot of money, but in fact, it's an investment that's going to pay pretty significant dividends, isn't it? I know you can't put a number on it, but they are there, aren't they?
Well, first of all, Tom, I'll just say I like to think I'm young at heart, so perhaps not every one of us is aging, but age is just a number, as they say. The investment, once again, reconciling what Dr. Khan was sharing, what I've heard in personal experience on multiple occasions is that one of the challenges here is the attribution of investment efforts to direct impact, particularly in the short term. So it really takes an ambitious DNA. It takes vision and insight, to use the same language. It takes a group or people that really, really can extrapolate this in far into the future and recognize that whilst, it may seem like research projects or venture in the short term, it's far more than that. The healthcare budgets of most advanced nations, the OECD nations, if you look at those, let alone, the broader world, combining all those budgets across the different regions, we are already investing. The world is investing far beyond perhaps what it would take. Maybe it would take a fraction to really extend the lifespan of mankind and spread that across many nations to ensure healthier, happier lives, not just in Saudi Arabia, but for the world. But it's a case, in my opinion, of rebalancing. It's reallocations, right? So as Dr. Khan mentioned, I mean, in the US, $40 billion is going into healthcare, and yet less than 10% is invested into this field. Something we should question there.
All right. Well, thank you very much indeed, Ali Reza, the Chief Investment Officer of Haytham & Company. Thank you for your time. Really appreciate it. Well, that's all we've got time for this special edition of The Real Deal Plus here on Al Arabiya English. Thank you very much indeed for being with us. We'll see you again very soon. Well, let's get more analysis. We can speak now to Dr. Sajan Gohel, who is the International Security Director at the Asia Pacific Foundation and a visiting teacher at the London School of Economics. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. There are some people in Washington who are concerned looking at the Indian Prime Minister there in China, looking like perhaps he's entering the orbit of China and Russia and pivoting away somewhat from the United States. What do you say to that?
Well, there has been this concern that as trade talks between the United States and India were reaching an impasse, that the fact that the Trump administration opted to go public in its social media commentary about that seemed to not necessarily produce the desired results. Now, the fact that the U.S. adopts that approach is not necessarily new with the Trump administration. They did it during the first term. It's definitely been amplified more. In many ways, it's a strategy, but it's not necessarily producing the desired results because I think for India, like with China, these are countries that prefer to do the negotiating behind closed doors rather than airing it openly. Now, Prime Minister Modi was most probably likely going to Tianjin for the SCO summit in any case, but it's had more significance as a result of this impasse between the US and India.
Okay, would you say tariffs are the only issue, or are there other irritants, would you say, in the relationship between New Delhi and Washington right now?
Well, if you look at the fact that since Bill Clinton went to India just before his second term ended, there was this massive strategic pivot towards India by various U.S. administrations across the political divide. So George W. Bush, Barack Obama, President Trump himself during his first term, and then President Biden, all of them sought this pivot to India to do with the Indo-Pacific strategy, of which India was a key element. What seems to have perhaps changed now is that under the second Trump administration, they are focusing on trade. That seems to be the primary aspect, perhaps even more important for them than the Indo-Pacific aspect. And that is where tensions have emerged, especially to do with tariffs and also the aspect about India purchasing Russian oil. It's very interesting that just a few hours ago, President Trump actually put out a message on his Truth Social talking about that his frustration was that India wasn't buying enough American oil as opposed to Russian oil. And I think that's what it ultimately stems for. The Russia aspect seems to be a misnomer. It's more about the bilateral trade that the U.S., especially the Trump administration, wants from India. But perhaps the way they're going about it isn't necessarily going to produce the desired results.
And do you think Prime Minister Modi sitting there in China at that event, listening to a speech by the President of China in which President Xi Jinping talked about the chaotic global international situation, he also talked about the bullying antics of certain countries, how much of a chord do you think that will have struck with him?
Well, the fact of the matter is that India and China have had tensions, especially over the border. They have 3 points of contention in their border dispute. Each one has on occasions turned into a small conflict, the last one being during the pandemic in 2020. And what you saw was a cold frostiness between both countries, where people-to-people ties was cut, direct flights was stopped, trade was also impacted. India banned social media from China like TikTok. What is perhaps now happening is the early steps to seeing if that relationship can improve. Those fault lines that still exist on the border will remain. I think for China, they would naturally want India to move away from that Indo-Pacific pivot that the U.S. has been wanting. And it's kind of interesting that we've already seen the U.S. reacting to Prime Minister Modi's trip to China. The U.S. Embassy in India actually put out a tweet on X with the U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio saying that the India-U.S. relationship is one of the most important. So you're seeing a kind of a varied commentary by the Trump administration, and it'll be interesting what more comes out of this in the coming days.
So from what you're saying, it sounds as though perhaps Prime Minister Modi's calculation was right, and appearing in pictures, holding hands, I should add, with the president of Russia, has somehow sent a message to Washington, and it seems to have been a message that's received and understood. Is that roughly what you're saying?
Well, look, the optics are obviously going to be important in conveying a message. And keep in mind that India has a long-standing relationship with Russia that hasn't begun just during or before the Ukraine war. This is going back generations. When Russia and its previous guise as the Soviet Union, there was a strategic relationship between Russia and India. India continues to purchase a huge amount of defense equipment from Russia. So that aspect hasn't necessarily changed. It's perhaps got, again, more focus because of the tensions with the U.S. China and Russia definitely want India to move further away from that pivot that the U.S. has been advocating. And I think it's up to the U.S. now to try and resolve some of the tensions that have emerged, because the fact is that India is being penalized for purchasing Russian oil, which the Biden administration in the first place had encouraged India to do because it put a price cap on it. And that wasn't seen as a violation, but it actually was designed as an attempt to prevent oil prices from rising.
You haven't mentioned the tensions between India and Pakistan, and so I'll bring that into the conversation now, because at the time, and we're talking now 3-4 months ago, President Trump claimed quite a lot of credit for having brokered a solution to that standoff between India and Pakistan. I'm just wondering how you think that crisis has changed the dynamic in relations between New Delhi and this second Trump administration.
Well, the Pahalgam terrorist attack that occurred in Indian-administered Kashmir definitely triggered a problem and a crisis, because India then reacted by targeting terrorist camps in Pakistan belonging to the Lashkar-e-Toiba and the Jaish-e-Mohammed, and we then saw tit-for-tat strikes from both countries. Now, there has been huge debate about the role that the Trump administration played in this. Pakistan is giving the U.S. credit for reducing tensions. India is not. India believes that it was a bilateral dialogue between both India and Pakistan that resolved this. Pakistan nominated President Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize. India hasn't done the same thing. Now, we've also seen that as a result of that, Pakistan has entered into trade ties with the U.S. over oil exploration, which a lot of people are skeptical about because they've looked at that oil off the coast of Baluchistan and in the past, and it's never been found. Natural rare earth minerals also, again, countries like China have spent a huge amount of time trying to find that in Pakistan to no avail. So there has been trade ties and improvements between Pakistan and the United States, but the fine print is yet to establish whether there's anything substantial that will come out of it. India, of course, remains to be resolved between the U.S. in terms of trade. There is perhaps hope that there still remains a window for both countries to resolve this situation. But what I think doesn't help is when you have people tied to the Trump administration like Peter Navarro going on the media making public criticisms, making comments that are viewed as very incendiary inside India. For example, Peter Navarro said very recently that the oil that India is buying is only benefiting Brahmins. Now, that is a caste-based remark that is also difficult to understand because Prime Minister Modi is not a Brahmin, and nor are any of the senior members of the Indian government. So it's unclear who he's referring to, but it's nevertheless going to add and unnecessarily spoke to what has become a protracted situation between both countries.
I know you're not in India right now, but what is your sort of overall opinion of how the Indian public view the Trump administration? Because an opinion poll back in January suggested that the Indian public were amongst the most optimistic people in the world with regards to the return to the White House of President Donald Trump. How do you think they feel now?
Well, it's a good question. You are right that Trump was viewed favorably in India in the start of this year, and there was bonhominy between both Prime Minister Modi and President Trump during Trump's first term. But things seem to have changed. I think there has been a shock in India as to how the U.S. has reacted to the impasse in trade negotiations. I don't think it's necessarily that it's turned hostile. I think there's more confusion as to what's occurred. And the thing is that with the Trump administration, they can play what is, I guess, a page out of the art of the deal of President Trump's tactics for negotiating. And it can then lead from highs to lows and back and forth. So if this gets resolved soon, then I think opinions may well change again. But, we'll have to watch this space.
Okay, so were you to give advice to the Trump administration on how to rectify the situation with India, bearing in mind those pictures we've seen from China where Prime Minister Narendra Modi is very welcome at the table with Presidents Xi and Putin, what would your advice be?
I think the starting point is that have those direct conversations with Prime Minister Modi and also try and aim to do it off social media and off the gaze of the media itself and do it privately. And perhaps then actual progress can probably be attained.
So I'm detecting from you there is an irritation in Delhi, or at least your perception is there's an irritation in Delhi at the public nature in which diplomacy is being carried out by this administration. Is that what you're saying?
Well, look, I can't speak for another country or another government as to how they look at it. But if you, as a neutral observer, if you look at the optics of how things have transpired in the last couple of months, it has led to uncertainty in the diplomatic ties. It's created a sense of frustration, I think, from both sides as to what is required. Keep in mind that India's 50% tariffs are on par with a country like Brazil. President Lula of Brazil does not have a good personal relationship with President Trump. President Trump preferred his predecessor, former President Bolsonaro. In the case of India, there is that good relationship that has existed between Prime Minister Modi and President Trump. They haven't publicly criticized each other even during this crisis. So there still remains that possibility to resolve this. But of course, the longer this drags on, the more uncertain those ties will actually be. And we don't know also what is the U.S. focus when it comes to the Indo-Pacific. That has very much gone up in the air. So if you factor in things like the Quad, which is the U.S., India, Australia, and Japan, this is the four nations that are meant to be dealing with the Indo-Pacific challenges. The future of the Quad is also being questioned. And then there's a Quad Leaders Summit that is supposed to be in India later this year. Will President Trump go to that? All these things are going to be important to ascertain.
Okay, well, we really appreciate your analysis. As ever, a pleasure talking to you. Dr. Sajan Gohel, thank you for your time, sir.
My pleasure.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks.
seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.